Championship. It has been a wild ride. The first 4 races, PCDC Motorsports as well as Racing Line Motorsport have just traded blows the first 4 races, and they're both here today, ready to go, ready to fight. And who's going to come out on top before we go to Suzuka next month for the finale out in Japan? France today, Paul Ricard, 6 hours of racing that we're going to have. Grid will be a little lighter today, unfortunately, out here in France. A lot of teams stuck out in Belgium for a spa race. 22 cars on the grid so far, but that won't mean that we won't be here bringing you all the action, and all these teams are going to be here ready to fight for their points. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to RCI TV. My name, Mike Jones. I'll be bringing you the action today, alongside a couple commentators. We have Nate that will be joining us later, and a brand new commentator to RCI, Christian Stricker, will be joining us all the way from the Netherlands here for a couple hours. And I would have no one else beside me for the top of the race other than Mr. Jesse Lee. And Jesse, I was thinking last night after we got done at the Friday Championship out in Italy, I don't think that you have done the top of endurance race for quite a while. And that should be interesting because it tends to be Ryan that's here because he's out in the UK in what we like to call real life, and so it's usually a little too early for us here in the US, and you usually come in a little bit later. This should be interesting for you today. Glad you could be here.
Yeah, Mike, and I learned a couple things about that. First of all, I hadn't really considered that, but you're absolutely right, as David Kelly is showing you that the track is very wet indeed. And that is what the drivers and teams have been dealing with here in the short practice leading up to the qualifying. But hello, everybody. I am Jesse Lee. And Mike, you're correct. I haven't recently. The only ones that I've been here at the top of have been the POV endurance races. But rather besides, you won't get any complaints out of me. A few more hours sleep usually is very much welcoming up in my household. But nevertheless, we do have the penultimate round of the GT3 Endurance World Championship to do here today. Paul Ricard, not everyone's favorite track, but today could be very important and very vital to some of these teams that are trying to win this championship. And just a couple of things, the top 4 teams, the ones that all have a realistic shot of winning this championship, are here today, despite the fact that the grid's a little bit smaller. So all things considered, we have the top teams, and they are going to put on a show one way or another. The first item of business for everyone is very simple. Get to the end of this race. Mike Jones, how are they going to do that?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the question, right? I mean, Paul Ricard is not necessarily easy on the tires specifically, as I've been told. And, of course, there are some limited tire sets floating around today, assuming that it stays dry, which, of course, here in the practice session, well, it's nice and rainy, and we're going to see what happens here in about 3 minutes when that switches over to the Sunday session, which will start the qualifying session at 0900 sim time. Race will start at 10 sim time on the Sunday. So if it stays dry, I think that we're going to see a lot of tire strategy today, Jesse Lee. And I've been looking at the forecast for next month's Suzuka race, which also has some limited tire sets for the teams. And so far, the meteorologists are predicting no rain for that particular race. So wink, wink, spoiler, spoiler for the teams, perhaps, before they jump in and get that experience themselves over the next month. And, today here at Paul Ricard, a lot of teams nervous, but I think that this is an excellent endurance track, to say the least. And I'm really hoping that we, at the very minimum, see some good racing today, which of course, here in the Invite Split of the World Tour is something that we fully expect. Here's the Sims Ring Esports team, number 59. They've definitely struggled towards the back of the pack in the silver split here in the Invite for the World Tour. But they've had a lot of heart and gained a lot of experience in this championship. They knew that they were coming into this and they weren't going to be super quick. They decided, hey, we'll go ahead and take the invite split and throw ourselves in the silver class. and give it a shot. And they have. They're all the way down to P18 of 19. And if I'm not mistaken, the 555 has signed out of the championship at this point as well, the Butler Powell car. They're dead last in silver class, but they're still here. They're putting in the time. They're putting in the laps, enjoying themselves, and gaining a lot of experience for the upcoming Enduros and perhaps next year's World Tour Championship that will likely start in February. It's something that they can pull that experience home and come back next year and have a strong showing, and it's definitely shown throughout the championship that they have definitely improved their race pace and driving standards throughout the championship, I think, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, if it hasn't gone your way in this championship, and to be fair, it's 6 races, you don't have a lot of time to get it wrong. It's actually more in line with some of the WEC stuff that we see where they don't get a ton of chances. So you have to have everything go your way. It has to be immaculate, and always there is that element of luck. And for some teams, they haven't had any luck in this championship. And well, there's always next time. It doesn't matter what sport it is, if that's a motor sport or a football sport, there's always next season. And it's all about gaining extra knowledge and coming back better and stronger. And one thing, ever since the inception of RCI, I've been excited to see teams come back and do better. And certainly there have been a ton of teams that have surprised me. I think, for instance, the challenger to this championship, the current fastest team in the practice session as the session is ending, is the number 12 team. To see them progress to where they are contending for, at this point, world championships, it's pretty amazing. And there's some other teams obviously in there as well. But if things haven't gone your way, don't get defeated about it. Just come back and try your best the next time. That's all you can really do, Mike.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Simpson Riggs esports team has done, right? The 59, they've been here the entire time, being fantastic, making sure they're on the grid and just getting the experience. Same thing with the 300 Ping Motorsport, who unfortunately aren't here today, because I believe that they're out racing in Belgium and whatnot. But they're another one that has struggled a little bit here in the World Tour in the silver class. Perhaps they've outclassed themselves a little bit, but the 300 Ping team has been here. They put in the time, they put in the effort, and they've been very good, in gaining that ability throughout and really showing that, oh, hey, maybe if we put in a little bit more practice, we can gain that strength and come out here and do that. But here is the Ada Pro Esport team. This is another one that they've done increasingly well over the championship. Of course, back in round 1, which is Silverstone, which just seems ridiculous, Jesse, that was in January. The Ada team finished dead last. They did not have a good race. In round 2, Kyalami, they overall placed 12th, which isn't too bad out of 18 cars, in their class. But you know what? They've made it to P8 in the points, and so Ada Pro Esports team, they're another one of those teams that has really just done really well throughout the championship in improving themselves. And of course, the car behind them on track is the 126 of the Orion race team. And that's just a team that's here consistently every single race that we ever do. They don't need to improve themselves. Everybody can improve, of course, but that 126 team, they've been here every single race, and they're in P8 in the points as well in the pro class. So there's that contrary right there, right, where the 158 had a very subpar showing the first couple races. But they've consistently, worked on themselves and gotten up, and they're in P8 in the silver class. Meanwhile, the 126, who is one of the better teams that we see around here, Berrezzini and Egger in particular, pretty much race as a duo in every single race that they can, are only in P8 in the pro class. I mean, if I was the Ada team, I'd be looking at that going, damn, okay, I'll take it. I don't know for you.
I feel like that's an excellent and fair comparison, as qualifying underway, 20-minute session, fastest laps all count. And of course, you can, no matter if you are in silver or pro in the invite split, it doesn't matter if you out-qualify a pro as silver. Well, that is where you start, but you must not shilly-shally, because there isn't a ton of time here. You got to be very careful and very quick indeed. And in these conditions, it is raining a bit here and it is going to get harder, Mike Jones. So, most importantly for all the teams here is get a lap in early because they know that in 10 minutes' time, it is going to start raining harder. They're going to lose more grip, and there's probably not going to be a chance to run faster. So, it's all on it here. You got about 10 minutes, boys and girls. Get to it.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens. Of course, coming down the Mistral Straight at this time, he's looking at his tire pressures at this point going, okay, maybe I've underpressured a little bit. Maybe I've overpressured a little bit. Maybe it's just right. And the thing is, as well as, with it being a little bit more of a light rain right now, it could end up being that if some of these cars are out here on their wets, that they might be struggling a little bit for their pressures and for grip at the moment because it's just not wet enough. So I'm curious to see if we have any cars that have chanced getting out and doing a single lap on the dry tires. I doubt it, as it is definitely pretty wet. But, maybe some teams are out here chancing just let's do one lap on the dry tires before it increases and then switch over to wet. So we're going to see what this Ada Pro Esport team can do as they cross the line. Obviously, I don't think I'm going to expect them to be ahead of the 126 car behind them. But where will they end up in the silver class once the laps have kind of shaken themselves out for the first time? A lot of the cars did kind of exit the pit lane right away, so we do have just everybody out on track at this time. Besides for the 259 and 194, he comes across the line, runs a low 2, which isn't bad considering that Berrezzini only ran a lap about 0.6 faster than him. So a good lap by Cardinal, of course, absolutely overtaken by Steele Vasson and subsequently Muthen in the 18 McLaren. And no, Mike Noble doing Mike Noble things perhaps in the pro class. But honestly, Jesse, not a bad lap by them. And for their first lap and the first lap out here, that Ada team, I'm really impressed with that. They're 0.8 behind their highest rival in silver. Never mind, Pottage just sent just sent a lap down for the open visor 777. So a good lap by them. Kevin Siclari though, well, Jesse, I wish I could say I was surprised that Kevin Siclari is out here in the rain, setting what will be provisional pole position lap. As isn't that just typical?
I don't mean to be rude here, but all in good fun, I assure you. But Kevin Siclari, something, Ferrari 191, something, Racing Line, something, pole position. It all is a bit expected, but certainly they expect to do well, and they have a championship to defend. And that defense starts right here in qualifying. 2 rounds to go. They've had a brilliant championship so far, has the 191 Racing Line group, and they do not need to squander that here today, especially in these tricky conditions. I think we've confirmed that it will be a tricky day. The safest place, Mike Jones, is to be out in front of this field, and they are right now by 21 100ths of a second over the FFS Racing Lexus group. I love this kind of thing here. Siclari versus Noble. This is almost like year ago RCI.
Yeah, this is basically just what we expect out of these guys at this point. Of course, I'm expecting the number 12 team to pop off a good lap as well. But the Racing Line Motorsport team, who, as you said, is holding down the points lead here above the PCDC Motorsports team after an excellent showing in round 4 and round 3 for that matter. They came across in P4 in the round 3 of the championship. Of course, last month in Monza, came home P1, all across the board every single time that we took the point snapshot. However, due to the invalid lap that he just ran, Mike Noble comes down and pops off the potential pole sitter time at the moment with a 58.9, the first one to be in the 58s. Tom Pottage really showing some strength here in the wet in his 720S for the open visor team. And he is out here only a 10.5 behind Noble, ahead of Kevin Siclari, which is not something I'm used to seeing. That said, I'm looking at the delta for Kevin Siclari, and Jesse, are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing there? Because that's about 0.4 that he's gaining at the moment. Oh, and losing. Never mind.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It comes and it goes, and the 123 is stopped on the back straight and will come to the pit lane. They've also lost time, but even still, Noble with a 58.902, a 10th over Tom Pottage of all people in the 777 Open Visor team. You want to talk about a team that is in the middle of the silver class, that 777, that have had excellent runs and have had pace throughout, but just always seem to have that little bit of drama that causes them to either not get as good of points at points paying intervals in the race that they could get, or undoubtedly some of the finishes that they sort of could have had. And most of it, you have to say, wasn't necessarily their fault. But all things considered, I am surprised to see that 777 that far up into the overall field. And of course, that beats Michael Muthen for silver pole. And oh, if Pottage and the rest of the Open Visor guys are going to be that quick as Mikael Sundstrom's get ready to come to the line, and it will be not an improvement, but very close indeed. Less than 2/1000ths of a second between his fastest lap and that lap. Yes, indeed. Kevin Siclari.
He lost it coming out of the final corner.
He was 4/10ths up, and then he was only 2/10ths up, and finally he left a little bit on the table there in the middle sector and the final turn, like Mike Jones said, and that's going to put him a 10th behind, and he has returned to the pit lane. And that weather closing in another 3.5 to 4 minutes by my watch, and it's going to start raining harder. And I don't think anybody is going to be able to break through the weather and run a quicker lap. It's all very important now as Vincent Erbich comes to second place, a 58.989, the new quickest, or the new second place team. 87/1000ths off the overall pole. Very close. You know what they say, Mike? The rain is the great equalizer, and I think we're seeing that here today.
Yeah, and that's not surprising that the Lexus of Mike Noble is currently on P1 because of that rain. Of course, we saw as Bella saying, it's all out of shape here coming into the double right off the back of the Mistral Straight. He's going to have to invalidate that lap and make sure that he comes back and gets himself down one. Bella saying the H3 Racing team currently pretty far to the backside of the pro split. We do have, of course, the 23 Lexus, who I would consider not really having set a lap so far in that 23 car for the SRC Sim Racing Champions. They're about 6 seconds off, and I'm wondering if they're struggling in the wet or if they just haven't gotten a lap down yet. This is a notorious track for track limits, so it's not too surprising to see Bellasane run off the track there. That said, I mean, he's all the way back in P14. That's still only a second down, which, is pretty damn good for the rain, especially along a 2-minute long track. You figure that's only about 5% of a lap right there, right? So, pretty solid by him. Berrezzini's going to come up to the line here very shortly. They're back in P10, which is surprising, but he's got enough to potentially rocket him into the top 5. He's going to come across the line. Did he invalidate the lap is the question. He didn't, but he does lose just a little bit, throws himself up in a P8. Orion Race Team got a little bit more time to work with here. 9 minutes left. You've got about enough time for 4 laps, give or take. So they're probably going to run one more, come back and refuel, puts a new set of wet tires on it, as wet tires, of course, are unlimited in the GT World Challenge Europe game, at least here in ACC, at least. And Hirvonen, he's looking pretty strong at the back end of his lap here. He's got another 10th in him or so. That might put him up ahead of Muthen and dethrone the silver driver. And never mind, he's going to go ahead and pull over and get back to the pits. Probably invalidated his lap. I think that might be the story of it today, Jesse Lee, is invalidated laps galore. However, what we did not see on camera, Vincent Erbich did not invalidate a lap. He put himself in a 58.680 at the top of the grid, and he's got what looks to be another couple tenths in him through Sector 1. I'm seeing him flirt with about 2.5 tenths at the top of the sector. He's coming out the Mistral Straight right now, still a tenth up on his lap, getting a little bit of slipstream down the Merc through the back straight. And you know what, Jesse, I just had a thought as well. That could be part of what it is that potentially, if these cars hook up on the Mistral Straight, there's what, 2 tenths, 3 tenths maybe, if you can get some slipstream down there. But we can see Vincent Erbich having to slow down by cooling down his tires, running through the wet line all the way through there. We know that he's got either some overpressured or over-temperatured tires, and that's going to lose him a little bit of time. Not that it's mattering too much for Airbitch, but almost all 4 tires off the road there. Don't know if that would have been an invalidated lap, but he got all out of shape regardless. Lost about 3/10. Don't think he's going to improve on this, but Airbitch looking like he has the pace in his last couple laps here to throw down a mid 58, potentially a 58.4 or 5. He's going to return back to pits, perhaps fix those tire pressures that he was struggling with, get the fuel topped back off, and get back out on track for a couple more qualifying laps. Kevin Seclari also got some time in him, which, again, I don't think is too surprising. And, Jesse, I think they're just out here to prove your point wrong, that these guys needed to come out and throw down the laps before it started increasing rain because, well, they're still improving 14 minutes into this session.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised about that, Mike, that they're able to still improve considering it is raining a bit harder. There is more of a run in line than there was in the first 10 minutes of the session. You have to wonder how long that's going to last with the rain coming down harder now. It indeed is. You can see it on certain camera angles, but what does Seclari have? He seemed to have a 10th or so in the bank. I don't know if it's going to go to pole, but it will be a bit quicker, I think, and it was not. He lost all of his time at the end of sector three, coming through DuPont again, and very nearly matched his fastest lap time. I was going to talk about Tom Pottage. Tom Pottage was tracking 2/10 quicker and indeed holds on to it for open visor and goes third. A dead tie with Mike Noble of FFS Racing right down to the 1,000th. But, of course, Noble ran the lap first. He gets the nod for second place.
Yeah, the dead even time with Noble is, well, I think Tom Pottage, if this ends like this, may as well just quit sim racing. Like, you tied Mike Noble in a qualifying session. Like, just quit. You're not gonna get out of it.
I agree. You tied a literal computer. There's nothing you can do from here, Tom. But all jokes aside, they are looking very racy. We had Seb Brunier in chat, as per usual, saying that sort of jokingly and also serious at the same time. Well, after Kyle Lamy, we went back to the drawing board. We practiced and we took it a bit more serious. And if this is what taking it serious looks like, then maybe I should start taking it a bit more serious myself. But second place in silver, Muthen in the pit lane. Unknown if he will take further part. Everybody else in the top 10 still out there. Bella Sane and Geider are the only other 2 cars that are not currently on the track right now, looking for more time and speed. And they're just in those camera angles right there, folks. You can see it as well. The darker part of the racetrack, the ran in line, it's not dry by any standards, but it is a bit more grippy than the sort of shiny, almost white asphalt that you see around it. And I think that is what's saving them here and providing them a bit more grip and allowing them to go faster. Leo Hervinen does not go quicker, though, about 1.1 seconds off their fastest lap. And could that be a sign that the track has finally turned? We'll have to pay attention. Kevin Seclari into the pit lane. So is Pottage, and Muthen, of course, still in there. So 3 of the 5 in the top 5 back into the pit lane. And I don't know if that will be the end for them, but they're not moving yet. But either way, Vincent Airbitch and Mike Noble still out on the track. Seclari, by the way, went to second outright, 2/10 off the overall fastest lap, but second nonetheless for your championship leading 191 Racing Line team. And that's more like it, Seclari will be saying as they reset to the pit lane. And that bumps Noble down to third and Pottage down to fourth. And it is very close indeed between the likes of about, the top 4 are all about 2/10, or a quarter of a second apart right now. Looking good, but judging by the amount of people that are resetting to pit lane, Mike, I think it might be over for the speed. I don't think there's anything left.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's about right at this point. It has kind of like continued ticking up in rain. We've got about a lap and change left. out on the circuit before these guys are going to get anywhere. I'm looking at Mike Noble, though. He's looking like he might have just a touch more in him. He just crossed the line, and going into turn one, he's flirting with his delta at the top of the leaderboard there, trying to get himself back up onto the front row. Seclaria, of course, and Vincent Erbich is going to take the front row for the moment. But does Mike Noble have anything left in him is the question. He is kind of just, again, still flirting with that delta at the moment. He keeps like gaining a couple hundreds, losing a couple hundreds, gaining a couple hundreds, losing a couple hundreds. And I think it's really going to depend on how much he can get out onto the Mistral Straight here and throw down a lap time. It's looking like he's not going to get an amazing run coming out onto the straight. He's going to have no slipstream to speak of on here. And I'm curious to see how this looks at the end of the lap. He doesn't need much. I mean, we're looking at what, 0.012 of a second that he's going to need to get himself out ahead of Seclari. I don't think he's going to have enough in him to get out ahead of Erbich and grab those pole position points. I think Erbich has that pretty much locked up at this point. But Mike Noble has been known to throw down the gauntlet on more than one occasion at the last moment. And this Lexus, again, does really well in the rain. The problem is it's more of a consistency car, as I understand it. And having driven it a couple weeks ago at Bathurst, that's really what I felt as well. I didn't feel like I could get out there and just throw down a very quick lap, but it was just consistent lap to lap. However, it looks like Noble has lost it. He's about a 10th down. He's got enough time for one more lap before he has to throw in the towel. And as you said, Jesse, almost everybody else back in the pit lane at this point, except for Leo Hervinen, who is just coming off the Mistral Straight. He's about a 10th up on his lap as well. Noble's going to come across the line, not have an improved lap here. Hervinen for Team Bad Luck in the 247, though, has about a 10th in him, and that's a position that he could potentially gain and demote Michael Muthen back down a position. Again, not an overall fight there, and not even a grid spot. All you're doing is shifting your spot on the grid. But Jesse, what's that thing you say about racing drivers and car ahead of them, and they don't care and they want to pass them?
Yeah, it's pretty much it, isn't it? Racing driver doesn't care. They just want to get by, as Leo's going to call it there. And I think, and this might be a bit of a controversial point, but I feel like out of all of the tracks that we race here in ACC, there's a couple that I feel qualifying is important. One of them being Laguna Seca, the other one being Masano, and strangely perhaps to some, I reckon it's really important here at Paul Ricard. It's not the world's most racy track, and you definitely don't want to get too busy racing people here. And also the amount of times where you go off track and you get hit with the track limits warnings, we're going to see a number of those. I reckon some of these teams will have, by the end of this race, served 3 drive-through penalties for going beyond the track limits. And I think a lot of those are not going to be trying to make pace. It's going to be trying to race other cars. And that's just how anal this track is with its track limits. Some are a little bit forgiving. Paul Ricard is not one of those. What does Matthias Egger have for Orion Racing? Coming to the line and perhaps no improvement for the 126. But what that does is end the qualifying for today. And here are your qualifying positions for your drivers for the RCI 6 hours of Paul Ricard. Vincent Erbich does it for the number 12 McLaren, getting them out in pole in front of championship leading Kevin Seclari in the 191 Ferrari. Then behind them just is Mike Noble in the FFS Racing Lexus 123. And then we start with the first of the silver drivers. Tom Pottage did it in the 777 over Michael Muthen in the 18 McLaren. And then behind them, Leo Hervinen in 6th place, the 247. Milton Still Vasson in 7th place is the 3rd silver car in the 962. Egger in the 126 is 8th. Bullwinkle in the number 557 AMG. And rounding out the top 10 is Mikhail Sundstrom in the 899, involved in a championship battle as well. Behind them, Martin Lawrence, Bella Sane, Williams, Atkinson, Chumley, Marquez, Zero, Migzorn, Cardinal, Stubna, Biasizo, Biasio. I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses on, folks. I do definitely apologize. Geitvin, Miranowitz, and that's I almost called out your name, Mike, but you're the pace car.
Well, it's not me in the pace car. That'd be Stephen DeVoice. But yes, my name on there because of course we have a couple of staff members on the entry list because someone has to be the safety car. Stephen DeVoice, our race controller for the World Tour, going to go out and be the safety car for this, just in case there's a big pileup on the first couple of laps. And we haven't had to deploy it yet, Jesse Lee, since we put those rules in place about 5 months ago, in fact. And I'm hoping this won't be the day for it.
Yeah, I don't think it will be, Mike. Even if it is raining, which it may well very be a wet start, I don't think we're going to have to here. It's not a track where you typically get pileups that just keep going. Usually it's one or two, and then it all sort of filters out. And there's a lot of escape room here. I think one of the sort of comments that people make about Paul Ricard is that there is just room everywhere around this complex. You can look at that any number of ways. Personally, I kind of like it. I kind of like knowing that if I need to escape, I can. But I could definitely see the other side of it. The other great thing about Paul Ricard, and this is the only other praise I'm going to give this circuit today, but the other thing I like about this track can literally be anything from a rallycross course to a go-kart track to an F1 racing circuit, and I can't really say that about any other track that I'm aware of.
Well, there is how many configurations for this track? Do you know offhand, Jesse Lee?
Yeah, so in the modern variety, there are 7 different versions of Paul Ricard that they use every year.
I was gonna say I was gonna Google that and find out. So, there's 7 different varieties that they use every year. However, would you like to take a stab at how many configurations this track can have?
About 15, I reckon.
Oh, not even close. It has 167, ranging from 0.826 kilometers, which is about a half a mile, to the full 5.861, which is about 3.6 miles. 167 different configurations this track has.
This track, I think Paul Ricard doesn't have its mind made up on what it is, and that's very interesting. My first race I ever raced here was in sim racing was I was I was fairly young, and it was a touring car race where it was only a tiny portion of the track, and that's all I thought it was. I thought it was a little touring car track, and I came back years later and started having races in GT1s around here, and absolutely hated it. But the touring car circuit here is actually quite brilliant indeed.
Yeah, I've never driven this circuit until I came into Assetto Corsa Competizione, and this configuration in the GT3 cars, listen, it gets a very bad rap, and I agree with it. I'm not a huge fan of driving this track in any sort of sprint race. I haven't done an enduro in it, which is something I would like to do at some point, because I think that an enduro would be a pretty nice to run here, and I'm hoping to see that I can potentially do that at some point. But of course,
It's
there's
Le Mans-esque, this track.
basically right. That's really what it is, and I'm always pretty happy to see that when we do have an endurance race, that people tend to enjoy the endurance races here, and I think that that's great. Now, here's the points for the World Tour invite split. Of course, we have done 4 of the 6 rounds, and as we spoke about earlier, Jesse Lee, Racing Line Motorsport 191, 902 points. Now, I am going to clarify as we start looking over these points. There is the potential for 288 points total throughout the race. We will be taking a snapshot of this race at the 2-hour, 4-hour, and 6-hour mark. You get 25% of your points at the 2-hour mark, 25% at the 4-hour mark, and at the 6-hour mark, the remainder of the points, which will be 50%. So that means that 288 points. Even if Racing Line Motorsport finish last place today and PCDC Motorsports finishes first, they are still barely ahead of that 191 team, Jesse. And it's really just shown how consistent and good the 191 have been throughout this championship, that even though PCDC, they started off the season strong, they got that pass in the last 15 minutes of the 3 hours of Silverstone, came home P1 at Silverstone, did pretty damn well at the at the 24 hours of Kyalami throughout the race. They had a bit of a struggle, came home P12, but the thing is Raceline Motorsport, they came home P4 at 24 hours of Kyalami, and they've just consistently had it throughout. That at this point, even though they were the race one winners, the 899 is now closer to the number 12 than number 12 is to the 191, and now he's got to worry about that 899 team, who is pounded by Mikhail Sundstrom, Alexander Quigley, and Joe McCauley today in that 899. And that is not someone I'd want breathing down my neck in the rain during a 6-hour race at Paul Ricard, because I happen to know that Mikhail Sundstrom has done at least one other race here in an endurance format, if I remember correctly, and he did pretty damn well there. And that's going to be, I think, a bit of a struggle for PCDC today, is not only making sure that they're racing the 191 and trying to stay out ahead of them, but remembering that they're under fire from points from both CDA and FFS.
Well, Mike Jones, the number one thing you have to do is win. And it doesn't matter what sport you're in, it's about winning. And that's the same here. The easiest thing for all of these teams to do is win, but keep the number in your head. If you are the 899, keep the 123 in your mind and make sure that your number is in front of theirs. Easier said than done, I know. Well, one thing, what happened in qualifying there is that the 12 did an excellent job putting their name in front of the 191. It's going to be very interesting indeed. Keep in mind, folks, this is the penultimate round of this championship. Next month will be the season finale, and we will crown a endurance world champion at Suzuka. And it is very important today that everybody gets everything they can for this championship. I know some of the silver teams are going to move up, and a couple of the teams in the bottom half of this top 10 may move up as well, Mike Jones, with some of the no-shows.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the Jardia community team signed out today, GTWR, Sidebacks, all these teams have signed out today, which means that a Ryan Race team is in a very strong position to take a few positions away from them and get themselves up into the top 5 of the championship. Pink Performance, Odox Motorsport also not here today. That means 5 teams out of the top 10 are not here. Here's the back end of the pro grid. We've got Raceline Motorsport, like and subscribe, Dalkin community team, Team Zero Bad Luck, who of course is on the grid today, is the 247. The Run Welton Pro team, which unfortunately had to sign out of the championship as they overpopulated their schedule to an extreme. From what Samir Ibrahimi was telling me, said that they were running an endurance race once a week, if not more. And just realistically, they had a very bad start to the season. Decided that, you know what, I think it's time to cut the losses and come on back next year. And I'm hoping to see them back, of course, next year for the World Tour. The 199 there in P16, Butler Powell 557 in the SRC Sim Racing Championship Pro. Sidemax team, the number 95, of course, not here today, but that's their sister team. That have definitely struggled through a couple of the races this year, and then H3 Racing. And as we dip over to the back end, the very tail end of the pro field, we'll see the Griffax Engineering, who are no longer in the championship, 843, the 100, and the 77. None of these cars remaining in the championship. Let's take a look at that silver field, though, Jesse Lee. As you were saying, this, I think, is going to see some major shakeups, as nobody is quite running away from this at this point. However, the 962 is a car that is not that is on the grid today, and the 411 is back here as well. But Schumacher did not put down an excellent qualifying time. They're going to be starting from P17. However, the podium spot, Excel Racing by Ren Weldon, they are not here on the grid today, which means the Butler Powell Motorsport car, easy promotion for them up into P4. Then, of course, pole position racing, not on the grid. Connection Loss Racing will be here, so they'll pick up a couple positions on the grid. Triple R have signed out today to SRL Esports Team Red, Triple Visor, not Triple Visor, 777 Open Visor Racing Club back in P9. They'll pick up a couple positions today. And then the second GC Racing Team 514 are hoping to put in a strong showing today. And here is the back end of the silver grid. You got the Jardia Community Team number 2, OTL Racing, Green Loftus, Psionics, PCDC Motorsport Silver, 300 Ping Motorsport, Sims and Riggs, who of course we were talking about earlier. You can see them there. P17 in the points, but just a lot of heart from them to come back here, making sure they're throwing down the races every single chance that they get, and have done just an increasingly better job every single race. Really excited to see them at the 10 Hours of Suzuka next month and finishing up this championship. Butler Powell as well 555 has signed out. However, Jesse Lee, we need to get back to live pictures here for a moment because I have just noticed Vincent Erbich in the pit lane for the PCDC team. Our pole sitter has been teleported to the pit lane. I'm wondering if they're having some technical issues because that is going to be one hell of a shakeup here at the top of the field. Number 12, starting from the pit, did not get out onto the grid. Now here at Paul Ricard, that's going to be interesting because it is not, you're going to lose a lot of time.
Well, Mike, I know exactly what's happened to your pole sitting number 12 PCDC team. Marcus Lawrence in chat confirming they accidentally fitted dry tires and did not want to limp around on those dry tires to come back in. So they are going to put the wet tires on the pole sitting number 12, but that means they are going to have to start from the pit lane. They're going to be 22nd at the start of this race. Well, you never want that. And a day that was so full of promise a minute ago has went to absolute drama here early and before the race even starts. But let me tell you this, don't count the number 12 out. They were the fastest in qualifying. They seem to have the upper hand in this weather. And if there is ever going to be a car that starts from pit lane, it might as well be the fastest one.
I mean, that's true. I mean, that's the thing. You know, if there is going to be a car that starts there, it either needs to be the last place car because they'll catch up to the end of the field, or it needs to be one of the fastest ones out on the track because they have 6 hours to make it up. I think it's a good call by Lawrence and the PCDC team to do that. You know, Airbitch, just come back to the pit lane. Let's reset your tires. Let's get it on wets, and let's get it out there and at least not have to worry about wrecking ourselves up at the top of the field. Because realistically, what else would you have done, Jesse, with this much rain? Probably have to pull over and let the cars by because you would have been at risk for wrecking the field, getting yourself some penalties by just sliding off track, potentially out into the wall. Tons of runoff here at Paul Ricard, but in the end, not something that you want to struggle with is this much rain with dry tires. Those slicks will throw you everywhere. And we're going to come across, and that's Mike Noble now going to be on the inside line of this grid. He's going to try to jump the 191 and get that FFS racing team out in front right away, put the hammer down and get out ahead of Racing Line Motorsports. We're approaching the lights, and there it is, green flag for round 5 of the RCI World Tour Championship here at Paul Ricard. A great start by Kevin Seclari, gets out in front. The Orion race team diving to the inside of the McLaren. He's got plenty of room there. Look at the start by that 126, 3 wide coming into the corner in the back. Mike Noble is not able to get ahead of Seclari. We've got one of the Mercedes off there. That is Bullwinkle off in the background. Mikael Sundstrom in P9 here, lost a position on the start, but the CDA team got plenty of room to make it up. He's all over the back of the Mercedes 557 at this point for the Butler Powell car. That is the 962 there directly ahead of him. Milton Steele Vassen's team, the 962 MSV Racing, and there's the touch.
Oh no! Carnage!
There's the carnage going on. That is the Orion race team getting turned around. Not sure if that was self-inflicted or not, but in the end, the cars had to check up. That's going to lose them tons of time as the whole field has to check up. Look at this gap out ahead. We're going to catch a bit of a replay here, Jesse Lee. Let's find out. The 126, slight tap from behind. 962 taps them, and it just means the whole field has to stop. Plenty of damage for that 962 getting tapped from the cars behind. And look at that gap that is huge now between the Butler Powell car and the cars out ahead of the Mistral Straight. That's
look at this!
30 seconds. Mike Noble way off at the end of the straight through the double right, side by side with Kevin Seclari in the 191. Gonna shuffle himself back behind, making sure he's not getting warnings for track limit. Tom Pottage, however, Jesse Lee, up into P3.
It's absolutely been fantastic. Bedlam down in Saint-Boumin, but otherwise it was pretty good. And if you are the number 12 did release from pit lane after the field had went by, and that does nothing but help PCDC that there are some other cars ailing. Tom Pottage up into the 3rd place position. The ultimate opportunists are the 777. They definitely know how to navigate and stay out of trouble. They certainly found themselves in enough trouble to know when to not be involved, and they've done a fantastic job of doing that. Mike Noble went incredibly wide, taking a shot at Seclari. No contact, but I wonder if potentially if that was already the very first track limits warning for the FFS racing guys. That's very early indeed. Remember, 3 of those, and then your next one is a drive-through, and it is ever such a long race, but that is not deterring Mike Noble for FFS Racing. They are absolutely flying and looking to overtake Kevin Seclari right now. Look how good that Lexus cuts in the rain.
And the Lexus, just so much grip in the rain, but Kevin Seclari, just one of the best drivers that we have here at RCI, and he loves the rain as well. Let's see what happens down the Mistral Straight. The Lexus getting a good run off the corner. They're both driving through the wet line. We don't know if it's because Seclari needs to dry off his tire or wetten up his tires a little bit to cool them down, but they are going to go ahead and go for the move here. Mike Noble getting the slipstream about halfway down the straight. He's got plenty of time to make it up. Who's got the run coming into the corner will be the question. Will Mike Noble overshoot again off onto the apron, or will they keep it nice and steady this time? The pass is done, but what happens through the double right? Kevin Seclari puts his nose back under him. He has the overlap as they come back through, and Kevin is not done yet as they finish up the long sweeping right-hander. The switchback is happening, but look at it again. Mike Noble not done. He wants to go to the outside now. Not able to get the nose under him, though, before they finish the left-hander in Sector 3, and he's going to have to fall back behind. He gave it a shot. It did not go off again, and now Tom Pottage is wanting to make up that time out behind in his McLaren at the top of the silver class at the moment. Hervinen doing pretty well in the 247 for the team. No bad luck. So that's 3 McLarens in the top 5. Perhaps, Jesse Lee, what we're going to see today is the 720S just be a fantastic car. However, Vincent Erbich has not been able to make up a position yet, and he was all over the back of the Lexus at the start of the last lap. He's struggling to get past these cars in the wet in his 720S, but perhaps now that the cars are up to temperature, tires should be good, assuming that he made his pressures right at this point. Maybe he can get past these guys, and he actually has there in the final sector. Finally picked up 3 positions, but look at Milton Steele-Vasson. Heartbreaking by them after the touch onto the 126 all the way back in P19.
Well, it's a long old race, and you have to be thankful it was fairly minor contact initially, but a couple of cars that came through Saint-Boumet, they did make contact, and that would be the more severe of the 2. You hope it's not a whole lot of damage, but you have to regroup. You have to keep your head about you. It's very difficult conditions indeed, and don't rush into something that's going to get you into more trouble for the MSV racing team. I don't think they will. They're very smart, and it's all about gaining time back, gaining positions back, and at this point, I've been there. We've all been there, Mike Jones. You just don't look at the scoreboard at this point, but that's Vincent Erbich trying to get by. Still, Vasson and Williams are going to go 3 wide down the Mistral, and it's going to be very close coming into the next corner, the right-hander, and they're going to have to sort this out, and they do. Very much out of self-preservation, I would assume, but 1 position gain for Erbich, but again, this does not pay him points. Points are paid out by your class, not overall, so a lot of silver to get back to another car that will pay him points. He has got by Geitvin, and that's the only pro car that he's been able to pass so far, as Marinowitz is fairly far up the field. And did something happen to Zero here, or is Zero just trying to get by Chumley, one of the only, if not the only, BMWs we have in the field today?
It is the only.
Trying to do a overtake here on Chumley. Isn't going to come off here. Looks like the AMG just has the legs on the BMW down the straight. I wouldn't have called that.
No, the Mercedes has done a really good job so far to make sure that they're getting the power down coming out of the corners, which is not easy in the Merc, as I understand, in these wet conditions. You definitely get a little slippy coming out, but the BMW has really done. Oh, and here it is. Mike Noble has made the pass for the lead during the last couple little bit here, so that is him out ahead of Kevin Seclari now. And we're going to see what happens down the Mistral Straight here. It looks like he's got a bit of a gap there, Jesse, but Tom Pottage breathing down the neck of Seclari.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I don't know if maybe Seclari's car, if they 191 has set up their car for maybe the future. We know in 30 minutes that it's going to still be raining, but it's going to be raining less intensely. 24 degrees C with a nice crosswind down the mid-style back straight. But it's not a headwind or a tailwind, so it isn't as noticeable, I would imagine. But even still, we know 30 minutes from now, the rain will start to lessen. Will it actually stop at some point? Well, we will have to find out. Off the track is the 191 of Kevin Siclari. An easy overtake for Tom Pottage for open visor. And we have a silver team in second place. Tom Pottage is absolutely flying, Mike.
Absolutely flying. These McLaren 720S is doing so well here at the top of the 5th round of the RCI World Tour at Paul Ricard. We're looking at Vincent Erbich, of course, had to start from the pit lane. He's made up a couple positions in the back. The 3 McLarens in the top 5, Pottage, Hervinen, and Muthen, all the way up. And Tom Pottage, the Open Visor Racing, on an overall P2, dominating the silver class so far. Hervinen about 2.5 seconds back behind him, behind him and Siclari at this point. They've got plenty of gap behind or in front of Egger as well, about a second. And that is not someone that I expected to see falling back out of the top 5 as Egger. Perhaps they've got a little bit of damage from the contact earlier, and that's what's costing them. Mikael Sundstrom in the 899 has not been able to make up literally any position since he lost the single one at the start of the race. He's still sitting in P9. Of course, he was another one that kind of got caught up in that little scrap on lap 1. It wasn't too bad. I don't think they got too much damage or anything other than the 962. I'm pretty sure there was minor damage more or less throughout, but he's not been able to get up and get past Bullwinkle in the 557 Butler Powell Mercedes either. So both Mercedes that we've taken a look at, Jesse Lee, have just been able to get the grip down coming out of the corner and get the torque going. We're going to see what happens here from Chumley down the Mistral Straight. He's got an Audi out in front. The Audi
I hear a chum-chum train.
I do hear the chum-chum train indeed, drifting all the way up to the back bumper. Will he pull out, or is he just going to bump the 59 down the straight? I think he decided, you know what, it's not worth. Oh, it's because he's
that explains it.
Zero. He's got 0 on his outside, nowhere to go. The BMW getting it done and making up 2 positions down the straight. That would exactly explain why that was happening. He didn't have anywhere to go. He was trying to bump
turns out
and say, go faster, go faster.
Turns out he couldn't pull out. That's absolutely fantastic. I was sitting there wondering myself. I was like, that's strange. Why would Chumley not pull out and make this pass early in this race? He couldn't, folks. He was pinned on the inside, what would inevitably be the inside of the straightaway, by Zero or Cardinal on the outside, and they all got away. I love it. This track is wide enough that you can do some good racing. It is, however, in the more trickier sections, sectors 1 and 3, it's very difficult to make those passes. I was going to remark on Mikael Sundstrom how he has been behind Bullwinkle for the longest time, and every time coming into the S's here, he gets really close, but it's not a passing zone. He can't make that pass. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, so far has just not had any room to make the move and get it done. But, you know, hey, you got 6 hours here. We're only 10 minutes into this race. You've got plenty of time. We're going to see the dry, I think, start up here at some point. Of course, the rain is lessening, as Jesse said, here in, if I had to guess, probably about 20 minutes at this point. But you know, that's going to really shake up the grid because it's going to allow you to go offline a lot better. We are seeing just a touch of a dry line out on the circuit, which means that you really do have to get out into the slick stuff when you do want to try and make that overtake. However, what we are who is not going to celebrate that is Mike Noble, who is 3 seconds ahead of Kevin Siclari at this point. He is loving this rain in the 123 FFS Racing Lexus, and he does not want to see that dry out, I'm sure. I'm curious how his teammates feel. Of course, Noble today driving Jarko Torben.
Oh, look at this!
All sorts of out of shape as the 557 Butler Pal car gets it back.
What a save!
Gets it back onto the tarmac, and the 899 has not been able to make up the position because of it, and now they've got the 404. Ooh, he had to go wide. Touch of the brakes there. Throws the 404 just a little bit up, and Lawrence had to make sure that he was not going to tap the 899, cutting across his nose. Good move by him to avoid the contact, but the 557, after a fantastic save, stays out ahead of Sundstrom for the moment. But will that last is the question. So we are seeing him struggle with grip a little bit here, perhaps with getting out onto that wet line coming into a corner. And we can really just see, Jesse Lee, how bad that's going to be over the next 30 to 45 minutes or so as the dry line is going to continue getting drier. If you have to try and make a pass, it's going to be difficult unless you're out on the straight.
I just had to. I looked that replay up on my monitor. I just had to see that again. I do not know how the 557 of Bullwinkle saved that. That car, folks, was at a 45-degree angle. Not only did he save that, he kept Mikael Sundstrom behind him. Absolutely incredible driving out in the wet right now by a lot of these guys. In Bullwinkle, perhaps already early, not even 15 minutes in. That's probably going to be save of the race, because that was incredible stuff. Defending, sliding, boating. I don't know what exactly they're doing, but it is very effective, and that will do nothing but frustrate Sundstrom in the 899 early. But meanwhile,
does Sundstrom get frustrated?
I've never heard that man as long as I've lived, raise his voice about anything. And I know he's been annoyed by stuff, but I have never heard him raise his voice. I actually asked him that a few weeks ago. I said, Mikael, have you ever yelled in your life? He said, yes, of course. I was like, could you do it for me now? And he goes, no, of course not. I was like, okay, then, fair play.
Very calmly, no, of course not. I would never do that, Jesse Lee. Here is the other Racing Line Motorsport. This is the Bentley, the 194. Kind of out near the back of the field. Of course, this is more their even though they're racing in the Pro Class, this is definitely a slower class entry for them comparatively to the 191. The 191 is definitely what I'm going to call their try-hard team. And here in the 194, not that these guys are any slouches. Anybody in this race is a slouch. They're going to, wipe my any of these cars in this race would wipe my car off the track without a second of hesitation. My apologies. But the 194 team struggling back in P20 near the back of the field. And we are seeing the 556 out ahead of them. And, of course, Milton Steele Vasson has made up a couple positions, I'm happy to see, Jesse Lee, after his incident at the start. As it looked like more of a checkup to me. And, of course, Milton Steele Vasson we know to be a very safe driver, so I don't think I'm going to fault him long-term for anything that happened on lap one, and I don't think any of the other cars will either. And there is the penalty for that incident as well, by the way, the 15 seconds coming down from Stephen Du Bois. And Again, it doesn't surprise me that went ahead and happened. That is indeed for that lap one incident for turning the 126 around. The 126 has done a pretty reasonable job at keeping it steady, realizing that hey, I lost a little bit of time, but I've got a 6-hour race to go here. He's drafting up to the back of Herben, and right now he's going to try to make the move because, of course, it's Matthias Eger, and this man will make every move possible. Every single chance he gets going down the inside, and that's going to be a pretty simple pass for him, I think. And I think we're going to see a lot of that in the next 5 hours, 45 minutes, Jesse Lee, coming off the back of the Mistral Straight, throwing it down to the inside, and just sliding on past because, it's Paul Ricard, and that's what we see at Paul Ricard, right?
Yeah, indeed. We talked about Orion Racing. They stand to gain heavily by some of the absences today, and they are making the best out of it. They're third in class. Mind you, they're fifth overall, but they are very much in third in class, and that is a boatload of points at the intervals of which we award points. And here is a checkup of our pole sitter that didn't get to start on pole. Fitted dry tires to the car, decided to start from pit lane. Very smart and crafty decision by PCDC to not put Erbich out there on a lap on wet or on dry tires. I couldn't say that I would do it any differently. And another position gain, just chopped them off in the final turn there. And that's sometimes that's how you got to do it. Well, they were 16th, and they gained 3 spots on that one lap, and there are all the cars in the background of which they have passed. So Erbich up to 13th, nearly halfway there, and have indeed passed the likes of Bullwinkle and Sundstrom. who are languishing back in the 16th
4
and the 15th
seconds.
place positions.
How
Yeah,
are
and
you
that's the other.
How are you 4 seconds ahead of Kevin Siclari?
How are you doing that? That's a very good point. The 123 FFS Racing have come to play. We know the Lexus is decent in the rain, but that's not the whole story. Do not sell Mike Noble short. The man knows how to make lap time in any condition, and he's doing just that. Couldn't get the pole, but absolutely took him 3 times to take the lead away from Siclari, but lead changed, and up the road is Mike Noble, and they are 4th in the championship coming into today. How important would this be to them? I assume very, because again, the FFS Racing team are still in this championship. What I say was the key to success today. Whatever car number you are racing, make sure their number is under yours and tick that box for FFS Racing.
Yeah, FFS doing a great job so far. Of course, P4 in the points and looking to make up positions here in the standings. They are, at this point, will be ahead of the CDA NOP team, and I think they will be ahead technically of the number 12 team as well, of course, with them starting from the pit lane. However, I don't expect that to last throughout the race. They are approximately 100 points behind the number 12 PCDC team. So they'd have to finish pretty far ahead of them in order to make up the time. If Vincent Airbridge can get himself up into the top 10 before the 2-hour mark, so they can start making up as much points as possible after starting from the pits, I think that's going to be the more important point here. Now, 7-0. Well, he's kept a hold of that position ever since he made that slide past the Mr. Straight a couple laps ago, and he's now looking at the back of the 158 ADA team, who, of course, we spoke about quite a bit earlier, who has definitely just, shown very, very strong improvements throughout the season. Perhaps one of the biggest improving teams of the season. If I had to give a most improving award, I think it would indeed go to this 158 so far in the championship. It doesn't look like the BMW is going to have enough of a run this particular lap to get up on the back of him, but we'll just watch how this BMW comes down the straight. He's just gaining that ever so slight still. He came out on the straight 0.6 behind, and the Bentley got a good run. He really didn't in that BMW, and you can still see him just barely closing up, which really just shows how much that matters here at Paul Ricard to make sure that you get the slipstream, because if you get out of that slipstream, you're going to lose so much time. He picked up almost 2.5 tenths down that straight after having a bad run out of it and being at the very edge of the slipstream marker. Bad on the brakes was Cardinal into the double right, and he's now got the BMW all over the back of him, and he's going to have to be concerned about that once they come out onto the start-finish straight. Currently making their way through Sector 3, coming through De La Tour and then DuPont, which will be the last corner, and then out on to the start-finish straight. And we're going to see if this BMW can get a run. Here they come through De La Tour and then through DuPont. The BMW throwing it down at the bottom, not able to get enough grip comparatively to the Bentley to really get a great run coming off of it. And Jesse Lee, did I see Stephen Du Bois hand you a slip of paper just now with another penalty?
Yeah, he sure did. A couple of things, and I've never seen this before, folks, but all of the following cars have been warned for failure to use headlights or a rain light. All of that is toggleable in ACC. The 191, the 59, the 247, the 126, the 21, the 556, and the 12 were all warned for failure to use the appropriate lights for the weather conditions. And Steven is just throwing papers at me now. 15-second penalty for car 107 for taking out car 514. And also a incident between the 107, the 962, and the 194 on lap 2 was considered a racing incident, minor contact resulting in 2 takeouts, not any particular driver's fault, deemed a racing incident. So 15 seconds for the 107, taking out 514 in turn 6 on lap 1. I think that's in Saint-Beugnat, but I could be wrong there. By the way, Mike Jones, would you like to learn some French today?
Let's go ahead, Jesse Lee.
So, you call it tour and pont. right?
Sure.
It's pronounced Tua
Oh,
and
the
Dupont.
Simsbury Esports team almost misses the brakes there and goes flying into the back of the Chum Chum train. Throws himself off circuit though and makes sure he
Ooh.
does not make the contact. Good on him on the 59 to realize that he was going to get a little loose there and throwing himself off track, but that's going to lose him about a second.
We talked about that, Mike, didn't we, at the beginning of sort of in the middle of qualifying? You mentioned that track limits are strict here, and I mentioned I reckon a lot of the track limits wasn't going to be necessarily from the weather, but it was going to be by trying to race each other and having to hit the escape button, and that's indeed what happened there.
Luckily,
and
you can hit the escape button here at Paul Ricard.
Exactly. Again, like I said, I gave this track two things. One, it's easy to avoid accidents if you are racing somebody one-on-one and things go wrong. And two, there are a lot of different variants of this track, so if you don't like one, try on another. And there you go. Excellently demonstrated right there, and a classy job of not just running into somebody there, as you might expect from the invite split.
Yeah, exactly. And Jesse Lee, just before you start teaching me some French, I want to give a big shout out to our French broadcasters as well. I've just typed ! French in the chat, which should bring up Handy TV's Twitch stream. He is, of course, streaming our entire World Tour Championship, as well as our Friday Championship for us over there. Go on and join him and give a big shout out from RCI over to him, and a big thank you for streaming this in multiple languages for us here at RCI. Great broadcaster over there, and I'm sure a lot of the French community already know him. As a bit of a move there was just been done. We're going to see Milton Steele-Basson overtake Mike Williams in his Jardier Community Team number 2. But these guys are not. Oh, look at the move! Look at the move from the Jardier Community Team. He's going to push it 3 wide, coming to the back end of the Mitchell Straight. The slipstream is strong, and look at him go. He might even have them cleared by the time he gets there. He will. The Jardier Community Team 2 has it cleared back up, gets the bad exit, throws down the slipstream, pushes it 3 wide, and gets past Nick Setnick. Can we see a replay of that? Oh, there's the car off. Jesse, take us to the replay. I want to find this car.
Yeah, the replay here is going to show you the 84 going around the outside, 2 cars fighting each other, and it's absolutely no problem for the 84, the Jardier Community Team 2, absolutely getting it done, making it look easy, has all the time in the world, and there was the car off in question. Mike Williams, though, what a power move, 3 wide down the Mistral Straight, and absolutely getting it done. And that pass was twice as nice, getting 2 for the price of 1. In America, we call that a BOGO, buy one, get one free.
And a BOGO the Jardier's community team has had today. And again, that was the 59 Simsbury Esports team shooting themselves off. So that was maybe perhaps not the racing incident that we thought it was last lap, Jesse Lee. They might just be struggling under the brakes, not being able to hit their brake markers at the end of the Mistral Straight as he threw himself off once again. What I just noticed is that Kevin Siclari has gapped Tom Pottage a little bit, and Muthen, of course, as Nick Setnick is showing us now, is all over the back of the 777. Not able to get the move done at the end of Mistral Straight this time. But that's interesting to see. So Tom Pottage has fallen off a little bit here in his McLaren. And, of course, Egger did get himself past Herbinen a little bit ago as well. So we are not seeing the triple McLarens in P3, 4, and 5. Muthen now just going to keep the pressure on Pottage here. See if he can get a move done. It's still in the rain, so it's still pretty wet. You've got to get yourself offline unless there's a mistake made, unless you're in the Mistral Straight, in which case, things can happen there. But we're going to see what they do here over the next couple laps. I think Muthen has finally got the pace down for that 18 Cryonics Racing team. And Pottage perhaps suffering a little bit here towards the back half of the stint. Wonder if they're over-temperaturing their tires. I don't see him driving through the wet line. So perhaps maybe they're under-pressuring their tires, in fact. And we're going to see. But there might be a move. No, never mind. He looked there for a second. He thought about it.
Mm-hmm. I love that. I love being able to visually see what a driver's thinking. The driver's thinking, could I do this? And the answer is yes, Michael Muthen, you could do that. Should you do that? The answer was no, and he thought the same. But is he going to have a look down inside here? No, he is not. And Tom Pottage, who was as high as second at one point in this race, is down to third and being hounded for that spot. But perhaps more importantly for Pottage, that's a car he's racing for position in the championship. And of course, that is for first in the race. So a little bit defensive, perhaps, from Tom Pottage, as you might expect, but it is a fair fight, you have to say. Two Macas going at it. And even still, Seclari very easily got out to a 1.7 second lead on Pottage. But ever since then, they've just been hanging on there. Meanwhile, Mike Noble miles ahead, only up there about 6 seconds. Near enough. In fact, does go 6 seconds as Michael Muthen is going to throw it down to the inside of Sinya. Will he get it done as they go side by side? Neither car leaving the track. I think it's going to be a pass well executed by Michael Muthen, and that is going to put the number 18 up into third, and more importantly for him, into the lead in silver.
And again, like I said a few minutes ago, I think that's what we're going to see all day long here is, even if a team doesn't necessarily have the pace to get on past through the rest of the circuit, the beauty of Paul Ricard is that at times, very similar to Bathurst in this regard down Conrad, is that, you can be slow through the rest of the lap, but if you've got the speed down the straight and can get into the slipstream, you can get on past regardless. But the thing is now what's going to happen through the remainder of the circuit? Will the 777 get the cutback next lap and get into the slipstream on the straight and get past? Well, so far, Muthen has gapped him by about a half a second. So Pottage is going to really have to show that strength through sector 1 before they get back out onto the straight so he can stay in the slipstream. Good closing by him coming into turn 1. Looking like he's very comfortable on the brakes, and I don't think he's losing too much there. It's just going to be a struggle of consistency for him more than anything. Vincent Erbich making the pass coming out of the final turn for P11. He's working his way back up into the top 10 slowly but surely, coming into turn 1 here now, looking at the back of that BMW of Stefan Zero, who has done pretty well of getting himself a gap, by the way, between himself and Cholmundili. Wow, I just said Cholmundili. Chum Lee. It's the throwback. I'm thinking RLM Suzuka, Cholmundili.
There it is.
I think that's the last time we called him that. But Chumley, a good gap from him. So a good job by this BMW in that he's got out ahead, Jesse.
Speaking of Chumley really quickly, quite humorously, I still call him that to his face on purpose because I think it's actually quite humorous. I don't know if he finds it as humorous as I do, but I think it's hysterical. But obviously I call him Chumley on the broadcast. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be as happy with me. So all jokes aside, Belisane doing not bad in 7th place for the H3 Racing guys, the 408, and they are up into the 5th place position in the pro class. Several of their competitors have had issues, but none for Belisane, because they're hounding Hervinen for 4th place. Talked about it earlier. What's better than 5th place? Well, that's 4th place, obviously. Looking for that position, but not willing to make a move on this occasion. I think in the wet, everything becomes just a little bit more cautious. Talked to many drivers, and they all seem to have about the same sort of ideas, is that in the dry, you attack a bit more aggressively than you otherwise might do. Speaking of aggressive attack, Vincent Erbich, who sat on the pole, started from the pit lane due to being on the wrong tires, is up inside the top 10. Finally, again, was started 22nd and is now back into the top 10 with that pass, a very nice looking one, as Stefan Zero will have to settle for 11th on this occasion.
Yeah, he's going to have to settle for 11th, but again, in the end, he didn't lose a position in class with that one, so I think he'll be okay. However, I do believe that I just let a Gergo Panker into the box, and Mike Noble will be joining us remotely.
Jesus.
Mid-race in the car. He's out of the Mitchell Straight at the moment. Gergo, I didn't initially call in Mike, but Mike decided he wanted to come in anyway.
Yeah, well, he will be more relevant. Also, hello, everyone. I haven't been following what's happening in this race because we have the other race going on, so I was there. Apparently, we are leading, so I'm good.
By 7 seconds at this point. So, Mike, we were talking about in the qualifying session how good the Lexus was probably going to be in the wet. As you're coming through Sector 3 at the moment, I mean, is that the feeling at the moment? Is this wet is really doing you good, or do you think you're going to be able to keep this up?
Well, I really don't know how this is working right now, to be fair. I made this setup like, what, 10 minutes before the race, the final clicks. And apparently it works.
You're not, Mike, you're not making your competition feel any better saying stuff like that.
Yeah, that's gonna be
Sorry.
depressing. You have to know that what we did is we started practicing for the other race, the 24-hour race that's going on yesterday, and then Mike drove first 2 stints there. He made his 5-click setup for the race for the 6-hour, and then he's now driving the first 2 stints there as well. So that's been our journey.
Well, I now have to trust the potatoes to not screw it up.
All right. Well, Mike, leading. I'm not going to tell your teammates that, but what I will say is I've always wanted to ask you this question, and now since you're in the car and you can't beat me up, I'm going to ask you: are you crazy?
Oh, no. Yes. Crazy on you.
Oh,
you.
Wow. Someone on
there's a lot
stream
of
wants
love.
Mike. Someone on stream wants Mike to vape, so please deliver Mike
Oh,
on
God.
the straight.
My microphone doesn't pick it up anymore. I'm sorry. Not even kidding.
RCI does not condone vaping, smoking of any kind, but beside the point, guys, don't you think he has his hands full? He's driving in 2 races at once, talking to us. He somehow found a way to join. Oh, well, there's a long straightaway here at Paul Ricard, obviously, but was able to join us and is now communicating. So not the very first, but a live interview in an endurance race. Mike Noble and Gergo Panker here with us. Mike, what's the car doing? What's it not doing? What do you need it to do? And what is your expectation knowing how fast you are right now?
The car is not doing Sector 3 well, that's for sure. But other than that, it drives fine. It's safe. Can even handle the wet curbs quite decently. I'm just afraid how it's gonna be if it gets dry at any point, because I haven't really put a lot of time into dry racing on the setup.
Well, that's not going to be your worry. It's the potatoes can figure it out.
Bro, it's not my concern.
Gergo Panker, you're the team manager and you weren't here to start the race, but wow, that start right was great. You saw it, right? Yeah.
No.
So you gotta pretend, man. Come on.
You're supposed to pretend.
Yeah, I've been on the pit wall just watching it, and it was
thank you.
Excellent as always.
Gergo, as a team manager, you have to learn a few things, and it's always yes, my team is great. Nobody is better than them, and wow, that race. Am I right, guys? And then you plug your sponsors and you move on. You know what? We'll talk about this later. I'll give you some manager training.
You should give us some sponsors as well. We would be happy.
Sponsors, yeah. Give us sponsors to shill.
If you let me sponsor you, it's just going to be my face all over your race cars, and nobody wants that.
I think what Mike wants is something like a potato chip brand. We don't need the big ones. We are fine with the.
I've got the idea.
We are fine with the supermarket
with Gergo, Yarko, and Matt's face on it, right, Mike?
Yeah.
Correct. Did you show them the V8 livery for the sim grid?
Oh, not yet. I will. It's great. It has.
Take a look at that.
It has Mike's face on it.
Excellent. Well, so Mike, you are concerned about the dry then, because obviously we're going to have that lessened rain. I mean, you're going to throw Yarko and Matt in a car later, and they should be concerned about the dry. Is basically what you're telling us?
Yes. Well, it's probably going to be fine. It's just not going to be very fast, I think.
I think Matt's.
So I'm trying to build up some kind of lead they can use.
I think Matt's concern levels are much lower than that, because I don't think the last time he drove was April.
Oh yes. Oh God.
So it's been a little while.
He's been really busy in his work and hasn't done much racing. In May he hasn't done any at all. So it's but they will be fine. They're always fine.
Correct.
Yes.
As our team manager, you should persuade him. Practice
what?
right now.
I mean,
There you
for
go.
the amount I'm paying you, it's fine.
I just
Are you
learned
paying me
something.
exactly?
Yes.
I just learned something. Does Mike call Gergo Greg?
Yes.
Yeah, Gregomore,
So,
Gregomir,
so does Andre Franke, by the way.
or
Frankie.
Interesting.
or
Yeah.
things that you cannot say on stream.
Hmm.
Can confirm. I've seen the Discord names.
Yes.
I tell you what I did. I went into SideMax Discord last week upon
that
their
was a mistake.
invitation, and that was a mistake. So I imagine it can't be. I love you, SideMax, if you're listening, but I don't think it could be any worse than some of the things that were going on over there. Ended up in a crisis intervention trying to tell somebody that you don't need no girlfriend, etc. and so forth. So it got a little out of hand over there, but it can't be any worse than what Mike and I say to each other before every stream. So I'm sure it's fine.
That
Fine.
is the truth. So Gerger, obviously you're kind of trying to manage 2 races at the moment. And this one perhaps a little simpler to manage because it's only 6 hours versus 24. You guys came in P4 in the points. I mean, you've been talking to myself and Ryan obviously for the past 2 weeks trying to figure out how you guys were going to do your stints here. You guys wanted to make sure you showed up in France here with the boys, and I mean, were you expecting much out of today from the FFS team? I mean, are you guys at this point you might pick up some points positions?
Yeah. Well, I hope the rest of the team does a good job too. I have no expectations because it's been a bit crazy with the 2 races at the same time. Also, like I said, Matt, for example, had a lot going on in real life. So there's no expectation really. We just wanted to show up and drive because we don't, we like to commit to the races we sign up to, and that's it really. If we get a good result out of it, it's fine.
Don't
it's
forget
really
the
good.
SRO qualifying as well.
Oh yeah, Mike's doing that too.
Oh, jeez. Well, since you guys have joined the box, Mike Noble has picked up an extra second on Kevin Siclari. Jesse, just in case you didn't catch that.
So I'm going to go fire a driver that I drive with in a league of mine because he says that every time I talk to him, he loses a second. But I've been talking to Mike and he's gained a second. So I think my teammate's full of crap.
I mean,
It
that's
depends. It depends. The 2 things might be unrelated though.
Well, Gergo, before I let you get back to your Belgian teammates, you guys of course have Suzuka next week or next month with us here for the finale. I believe are going to be out on track for that one. Is that right? How's your team layout for that looking?
I think it's gonna be Mike, Andre, and myself for that one.
So throwing in the 2 fast boys, basically.
Yeah. Well, normally we would have the 2 fast boys by default, but it was just not really possible with the 2 races on the same weekend. Yeah, next race is going to be back to normal, and then I'm going to be I'm going to be the 3rd driver. I like Suzuka, so that's how we.
I'm very much looking forward to Suzuka. It is definitely one of my favorite tracks as well. I'm a huge fan of just all the ICT.
Yeah, also
tracks,
like
honestly,
the race length is really good. My favorites are these 9, 10, 12-hour races.
Now Eris is in the chat talking about how slow you're making Mike, Jesse Lee, by the way.
Oh.
Hi, Aris.
What is he doing here? He's on holiday. He's supposed to be on holiday.
And all of a sudden,
Gergo.
Eris is out for blood, and all I can say is that Eris, maybe next time your race entry gets canceled. I don't know. That's weird. That's weird, right? It's a ghost in the machine. Mike, I gotta say, you're running 2 races at once right now. You're going to be managing 3 at one point. I respect you guys are, honoring what you signed up to do, but there's got to be a reason other than that. Do you like racing this much?
Yes and no.
I don't.
Gergo's just nope.
I mean,
it's all gonna matter how I feel after this weekend. Probably gonna be shot.
I got you. Well, at least you're at the best track in the world, Paul Ricard, right, guys?
I like it.
I
I don't
like
get
it.
why
Do you
people
really?
don't like it.
We actually,
Yes.
yeah, we actually
It's nice and
had.
technical. You have a straight you can drink beer on. So
Don't drink and drive, folks at home.
Don't drink and
but,
drive, yeah. That was actually a competition to get the Fast Boy seat in the car because both Andre and Mike really like this track.
That's
are
very interesting.
They are pretty much the only two people, I think, like only two, the two only fast people in that I know who actually like it.
Well, so we know who will be voting for next year's World Tour, 24 Hours of Paul Ricard.
I'm hopeless on it. Like I should. If you had a qualifier for one of your series on Paul Ricard, I would be in split 6.
So split 6 out of 4 is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
oh no,
I'm really hopeless.
oh no, Seclara is gaining.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Mike, pay attention.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been Gergo Panker and, of course, Mike Noble joining us in car in the 1-2-3, currently leading the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. He's about 8 seconds up on Kevin Zaclari. Of course, he just lost a couple tenths as we're ticking into the remaining 15 minutes of the opening hour. Got about 10 minutes or so until that rain starts lessening. And, of course, Mike Noble concerned that that car will just not handle quite as well in the dry as it will in the wet. But at that point, he's also saying that it won't be his problem, it'll be Jarko's problem. So
I believe no, he didn't say it was going to be Torvinen's problem. He said it was going to be a potatoes problem. Is what he said.
my bad,
specifically.
my bad. So
Yeah, it's all inclusive.
Jarko and Matt.
Oh goodness.
Well, Gergo, I will release you from the comms box here, so you can hop back on your teleporter back to Belgium. And Mike Noble, well, good luck for the remainder of the half.
Yeah, good luck, Mike. Yeah.
I expect you to be at least 15 seconds ahead by the time you get out of the car of that 191.
Maybe not. We'll see. But thanks.
Thank you, Gergo Panker and Mike Noble joining us
Thank
for
you.
FFS Racing, managing several races at one time. And a very special thank you to Mike Noble, who is driving in this. He's not driving in this race, folks. Leading this race, talking to us here in the box. I love Mike Jones, the honesty and the simplicity of their answers. Like they're not, oh no, it's great to be here, it's great to do that. They're like, nope, I like this track. There was, and I love hate racing this much, but I'm still going to do it. There's a lot of dedication, and there's also a lot of uncertainty. Is the other thing I got from Mike is that he doesn't know if the car is going to be that good. Put the finishing touches on the setup earlier, so they don't know how good it's going to be in the dry. So for Mike, it's all about getting everything he possibly can at this stage in the race. And I've noticed in the technical sectors, Kevin Zaclari is now catching, but Mike is still gaining time, I think, on the straightaway, which is strange because I didn't think that Ferrari would be giving up time on the straight.
It doesn't surprise me as much in the wet, because I think that after having driven the Lexus, of course, last weekend at Bathurst, I was very surprised at how quick that thing is down the straight. And, even with the high wing setup I had going on with it, I think it'd be pretty quick. So, if you can get a good launch off onto the straight, I think that there's a lot of potential there for Noble to pick up that time. And that might play into once we get into the dry, it might play into their beneficiary and being able to pick up some speed in the dry as well. If they can just be consistent down the straight, that's where you can at least keep half of your lap time, give or take, or at least half the distance across the track. As look at that!
This battle just won't go away. This has been going on for 5 laps.
And we're going to see what happens here. Coming at the end of the straight, will the Bentley finally get past? And I don't think he will. The BMW is going to keep it on the inside. The overlap is still there, though, and it looks like the Bentley very hard on the brakes, but gets the nose out and unfortunately throws himself just slightly wide and has to shuffle back behind Zero. And that's going to play, of course, in Chumley's favor in the background, who should pick up a little bit of time as these cars continue fighting. He struggled a little bit since they got the pass done on him earlier to keep up, but Chumley if they keep fighting, that's going to lose them 10ths here, 10ths there, and that will let that 252 pick back up and get onto the back of this Bentley. We have had our first couple pit stops happen, by the way. 899 came in for an early pit, did Mikhail Sundstrom. He came in well within the pit window, as the pit window does specify that these cars will pretty much have to pit 5 times throughout the race, unless you get incredibly excellent timing right at the end of every 70-minute stint timer. But I think Sundstrom wanted to come in and repair that little bit of damage that he had early on and make that pit stop. We also had Green Loftus and Butler Pal 556 come in for a pit within the past couple laps. Sundstrom's was a little quicker than the two of them, though, so I don't know, realistically, maybe Mikhail Sundstrom didn't repair any damage, or maybe he just had very minor damage of that and just came in for an early pit. But we are seeing him just in front of the leader on the track map at the moment, coming through Sector 3. That is the 899 and 123 on the very top right of that track. And Jason Lee, we're out on the straight again. The 158 is about ready to pounce down on that BMW one more time. And like you said, I just don't think it's going away as Sundstrom, I'm noticing, still losing time to Mike Noble back behind him.
Yeah, speaking of the 899, there have been a few more incidents that have been reviewed. No further penalties have been given out other than the ones that we told you about earlier as we continue to watch this fight between the Bentley and the BMW. The 899 was taken out by the 557 on lap 8 at the end of the back straight. This was due to the 899 making a mistake and losing speed, and the contact could not be avoided. That deemed a racing incident, so the 899 would have picked up more damage from being taken out there. And minor contact between the 556 and the 194, that also deemed a racing incident. The stewards seem to be finding this a more relaxed day, and why not? I feel like they deserve it after some of the races that they've had to adjudicate recently. So seems like most of the racing out there is very hospitable indeed, and even when it's not, it is not malicious in any way. So that's all looking good. And one thing we haven't talked about all day today so far is that pit out here. It is very dangerous. It spits you right back into the racing line that you need to be on to go through the S's. And I didn't mention this on the broadcast at the time, but in qualifying, there were a couple of cars that were coming out of the pit lane, and both of them slammed onto their brakes to keep from coming out onto the racetrack where cars were attempting to set lap times. And it was almost a very hairy accident, but great heads-up driving avoided any accident at all. Aristotelis, by the way, in chat earlier, making fun of Mike, making fun of us. He actually had the last laugh on me. He said that he was going to enable dev hacks, and I don't got anything for that, Aris. I think you beat me on that one.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. However, Mike Williams might have a little bit to say about the Chum Chum train. He wants to make that a Chum Chum caboose as they're coming down the Mitchell Straight, and throws himself out ahead of the 252. Williams making up that position up into P12 by the end of the straight. That puts him up into P6 in class for the Silvers. And Chumley is, definitely struggling here. I thought that maybe he was going to gain a little bit off the back of the fight that's happening up for P10, P11. But unfortunately, he's just still been losing it, even though those guys have been fighting side by side. We'll see what Mike Williams can do now, though. Of course, that Aston Martin generally very good in the wet. And I would not be surprised if he could pick up a little bit of time, as he's really showing the strength here at the end of the stint after falling off at the beginning. Milton Steele Vasson, of course, still a few seconds behind this fight as well. He's got that 15-second penalty to deal with here once he comes into the pit lane. And, of course, the pit window is, well, roughly open at this point. 70-minute stint timers would indicate that you got 19 minutes left on that for your opening drivers. But these drivers could realistically come in and pit at any point. So cars who have maybe, not gotten their tire pressures quite right, cars that maybe have a little bit of damage, this is that point where they're going to think about coming in and making a little bit of an early pit stop off the end of the first stint. But so far, nobody else has made that decision other than the three cars we talked about earlier. The man that I would not expect to come into the pit lane until the last second would be Mike Noble. because I think that he's going to want to potentially adjust those tire pressures as the rain goes lighter and lighter here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. He's currently out in front, has gained up that position, or not position, but spot on track rather, ahead of Mikael Sundstrom now. He just put Sundstrom a lap down. Of course, granted, hasn't come into the pit lane yet, but that puts Sundstrom about a half a lap or so behind that 1-2-3, which is not something we're used to seeing by him. This might be the move that the 158 has needed. He's got a little bit of more of a gap there than he has in the past. Who will be better on the brakes? The BMW will be a touch. Happen, bumps the Bentley a little bit off the track and throws himself back onto behind the BMW. And there's further drama for Mikael Sundstrom, getting himself a 5-second penalty. I see, Jesse Lee. We'll get to that in just a second because the Bentley and the BMW going side by side through Sector 3 again. The BMW is on the inside of the left-hander and not able, or very good at defending the inside line there, coming out of the final couple corners. But now the 158's got it. He's got the inside of this one. It will have the switchback, though, into the very, very tight right-hander, and he's not going to be able to get it done again. But these guys still scrapping. They've lost 2 seconds to Mike Williams. Mike Williams is now at this battle, ready to go in his Aston Martin, waiting for those mistakes to happen. He's shown the speed. The Bentley going for the inside of turn 1, not able to get that done quite yet. And we're going to find out what happens here in just a moment. But let's check in on the 899. Jesse Lee, what happened with that penalty?
Yeah, apparently on the 18th lap, the 899 took out the 21 accidental contact, but the 899 did give the position back, so that turned a 15-second penalty down to a 5-second penalty. So the 899 took out the 21 but gave the position back. So 5 seconds of extra time in the pit lane for the 899 for that incident. And I just want to say, give all credit to Stefan Zero for what they have accomplished here. Ultimate defensive driving from Cardinal, and now Williams behind these. Again, keep in mind, this is all for position. They're jockeying for position in class and also points at the different intervals. They may go 3 wide here as Williams thinking about going up the inside, and indeed is not going to pull out. They're going to go 3 wide. This is going to come to tears, and it's going to be a double spin. The BMW and the Bentley go for a spin. Williams goes through, and cars weaving through the mobile chicane as Cardinal will not be happy with that, and nor will Zero.
Yeah, the question being, let's go to the helicam here if we can very briefly. I want to see what happens here. So Mike Williams, of course, goes into the right, and what happens? The BMW just gets himself a little bit loose. I think he locked up his brakes ever so slightly, realizing perhaps a bit of a panic as they came into the corner, realizing he was 3 wide and in the middle. Not a lot of room there that he had. The Bentley squeezing him down as close as he could to the Aston Martin. And unfortunately, the contact came across. The BMW taps on the Bentley, spins them both around. And of course, I'm sure the stewards will take a look at that one, make sure that was all fair play, and it was just a slight mistake by the 411, or perhaps they think the Bentley or the Aston Martin might have had something to do with it. We are seeing the pit stops happen. Chum Lee dove into the pit lane. He's going to come in, get himself a new set of boots, and work out the tire pressures, perhaps pick himself up a little bit of speed as they go in to stint 2. That lessening rain has not happened yet. We are getting it here in a few minutes, and of course, light rain coming in about 20 minutes or so, which means that we might have to see a mid-stint pit stop for dry tires, perhaps, Jesse Lee, or maybe these guys might have to run on a dry track, depending on what the rain does in wets, to kind of last out a stint, realistically, because, at this point, it might end up being, in the middle of this second hour, where it might go a little bit drier, and that's going to be a difficult shout to make for these drivers. Do I stick with the wets? Do I pit early? What do I do? And that's going to be some strategy that each team will have to play on, that I'm sure that we'll have to keep track of over the next hour and a half or so. Milt Stilvassen currently on board of the 962, now all over the back of the 158 after the incident last lap, and he's going hunting, even though he has that 15-second penalty to serve here in a few minutes.
Well, what I can tell you is no matter what the strategy is, it's going to be for wet tires on this pit stop for every single car. The rain intensity is going to lessen in 10 minutes, that's true, but we're not going to see light rain for about another 25 minutes. Everybody will have already done their pit stop by then, so there's no strategy to be had then. Plus, whenever you get the light rain, there is an intermediary point where the track goes to damp. And what I've been told by a lot of drivers and teams recently is the way that ACC works is you want to wait to the last possible second to come in and switch over to the dry tires. The sort of equalizing point in ACC is a lot different than you might expect it to be. You can use and abuse the wet tires is what I've been told, and that is the key point. So the point is, a lot of these teams are going to be hoping that in an hour's time, which it isn't going to be, by the way, in 30 minutes time, there will be no more rain. We're going to go to a full cloudy condition in 30 minutes. So a very real possibility that everybody is going to have to cut this stint in half and come in for dry tires as from right about now to 30 minutes from now, the track is going to get drier and drier, at least on the racing line. And there's going to have to be some decisions made. And you want to be, the strategy is, you want to be Hello, folks, and we are back. Somebody kicked the cord at the bottom of the box, but we are back still here with the RCI 6 hours of Paul Ricard. Thank you for bearing with us very much while we sorted some of those little technical gremlins out. You haven't missed anything on track recently. It has been line astern. Everybody, actually several teams have come in. Milton Stilvassen and Zero, as you can see there, are in the pit lane. Stilvassen will have to deal with that 15 seconds added on for the earlier incident. And we do know for sure in 30 minutes that the rain is going to completely stop. And on top of that, it is going to be a strategy-laden second stint to this race. I'm pretty sure that everybody is going to be trying heartily to stay on the wet tires here without any sort of interruption, because if you do get interrupted, you have to cut your stint in half, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just that if other people are able to stay out there on the wetter tire for longer, sometimes it is beneficial. Now, if we have a quick transition, which I haven't seen in quite some time in ACC, that'll be a completely different scenario. So running in the puddles can be their friend. And we just have gotten past the 1 hour mark. 4 hours, 57 minutes left to go. Just 11 after the hour here in France. And as you can tell, the drama, yes, indeed. And the drama is going to continue as we get into the pit stops properly. And right now, I am joined by a brand new commentator here at RCI. Christian Stricker is with me here in the box. Good morning, Chris. Well, actually, it's morning here in France anyway. Good morning, Christian.
Well, good morning to you too. And yeah, I've been soaked in the rain, and it's nice to come back into the commentary box here and sit in this nice warm seat prepared for me here. So yeah, I'll go get a cup of tea and get settled in for this race.
Absolutely. So, well, the first hour was very interesting. The pole sitter, Vincent Erbich, who sat on the pole, didn't get that courtesy. Put dry tires on in a rainstorm and had to start from pit road. They've gotten inside the top 10. And of course, Mike Noble, who was on the second row of the grid was able to overtake Kevin Stacklari for the lead of this race, albeit after 3 attempts. You know what they say, Christian? Third time lucky. And ever since, it has been all him. There was a few moments there about 5 laps ago where it looked like Stacklari was gaining on Noble, but the gap has gone out a further 1.2 seconds from where it was, up to 9.2. He said he would like to be around 10 seconds or so, because they don't know, for FFS Racing, they don't know what that Lexus is going to do in the dry conditions. He actually referred to his teammates as potatoes as well, live on the air, and I'm not sure how to feel about that.
That's definitely one way to refer to your teammates. Yeah, I've been sort of following along with the racing, and they definitely seem to be the dominant team here in the wet. So it's cool to see a new leader in the championship. Well, not in the championship, but like a new person to lead a race. So that's very nice to see. And then I've been paying attention a bit to my own team, to SRL Esports Team Red. And I see they're already swapped drivers, and Antoine Olive is ready to take his home Grand Prix and have a potential good finish in the end.
Well, I've just seen that the 84, that's the Jardier Community Team 2, after that excellent battle with Cardinal and Zero, has been given a drive-through penalty. And here they are coming down the pit lane. Let's see, is that going to be? Yes, indeed. That is going to be for the contact that we showed you, the 3 wide down the Mistral Straight and into the right-hander. Well, the incident involving the 411, the 84, and the 158, that's Cardinal, Zero, and Williams, drive-through for car 84, causing a multi-car collision and positions not given back. So the stewards, Christian, have deemed that the 84 caused that incident by going 3 wide into that corner on the inside.
Must have been a pretty hefty contact then. I think I missed this one. I didn't quite catch that over the radios, but yeah, that's very unfortunate indeed to get a drive-through, especially here at Paul Ricard, because I do believe it's quite a long pit lane as well, so you lose quite a lot of time. Also, with the conditions changing, I'm sure that the pit stops that are about to come, the longer they stay out on the wet tires, probably the better, I guess, because with the soft tires, well, slick tires, some of them might be struggling in the early stages, but is it worth the gamble to pit early for slick tires?
Well, I've been told that it isn't, which is contrary to everything that I've learned in motorsport about you want to be, whenever the times equalize, you want to be the first ones in. But apparently the equalization between the rains and the softs is a bit deeper in this sim than it is a lot of other races, and indeed the real thing. So, or perhaps it's just the tire that they have here, the Pirellis. I'm not sure. Maybe the Pirellis are different than what I'm used to. I'm used to more Michelins, or Michelins, as some people call them, and Dunlops. So I'm not really that familiar with Pirellis. But either way, you want to be out there abusing the wet tires, because apparently the Pirelli wet, you can abuse the absolute dickens out of, and sort of abuse it for lap time whenever it starts drying out. So typically the conventional knowledge is being the last to switch, or the last that has to switch, can be a good thing. But either way, I feel like a middle of the run strategy is going to be what everybody's going to have to do. I don't think you're going to see any of the top 5 come in early. I think they would all know better. And, well, what they ideally want to do is get as close to the end of the run as they possibly can, and then come in as to not upset their strategy. And I've just been told by Seb Brunier, Tom Pottage has done such a great job in the open visor 777 that he's going to stay in the car. He's going to double stint here today in France.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough ask for sure, especially for this track. I find it to be quite, even with that long straight, it's still quite mentally draining, I believe, since it's quite technical in Sector 1 and Sector 3. So double stinting is a tough ask, but also, if I guess for now the drivers, they're used to the wet conditions, and to put a new driver in who's not used to the wet conditions, the first few laps will obviously be a bit slower than the driver who just got out the car. So it would make sense to double stint, if there is any time to double stint, to do it now.
was very interesting, changing conditions indeed. I think the most helpless feeling you can have as a racing driver is what's going on right here, where you know that you have to make your pit stop. And as they continue, Saklari, Egger, Erbich, and Lawrence are all in the pit lane. And that just tells you they're all pretty much on the same strategy, running right up to the stint timer. 70 minutes you can go without coming into the pit lane. Keep in mind, you don't actually have to get out of the car. All you have to do is come down pit lane at the end of the 70-minute stint. You don't even have to stop. You just have to drive down the pit lane, and that will reset your stint timer. And, of course, the only thing they're really worried about is the maximum drive timer for the day. But I don't think any team is going to even come close to running afoul of that. But the final few holdouts did come down the pit lane and get their stop done. Now, where on earth has our former leader went? Because Kevin Saklari is now leading. Mike Noble comes down the pit lane. And I think something has happened to our former leaders, the FFF Racing guys, because they have come down pit lane a second time, I'm pretty sure, Christian.
That's very unfortunate indeed. That's kind of heartbreaking because they were having a great race out there in front. So yeah, I see they are quite far behind the train as well for the P1. So major incident somewhere. Would wonder what happened, but yeah, I guess we missed it this time around. But they're gonna have a. Oh, okay. That's very unlucky.
So that's interesting. Something has happened to the 123. We're not sure if any of you know in chat what happened to them. Please let us know. We were talking about strategy. I did not notice that they had double pitted. What my key that something was wrong was the 191 was leading and I couldn't find the 123. But here they are, still on wets. You can tell what tires they're on, folks at home, by if the tire has lettering on it. Those tires do not, so those are wet tires, as you might expect. I think nobody decided to chance it here. The track very much still wet, as denoted by the tracker in the top right corner of the screen. But even rather besides, you can visually see that it's too wet. What you'll see, Christian, here inevitably is some of these teams, whenever it does stop raining, they will still be on wet tires whenever the track says it's green. Even at that point, when the track is dry, some of these teams will not have switched off the wet tire because there's still speed in them.
Yeah, it's about eking out the full performance of the tire in the end of the day. And I think from experience as well, from the 24-hour race I did 2-3 months ago, we spent basically all our stints on the wet tires because definitely in the pro split, I think we had about 4 or 5 hours of dry running, and all of my stints were in the wet. But I did do a transition period, and for sure, staying on the wet tire in that race was definitely preferable because I would rather be safe than sorry, especially in a 24-hour race. And here, 6 hours, you can be a bit more aggressive, but still, it's a long race to go.
Well, some of the teams have elected to do a driver change. A lot of them are double stinting. Saklari, Pottage, Hervinen, Erbich, all double stinting. Bellassane, Noble, Cardinal, Sundstrom, Bullwinkle, Lawrence, Geitvin, Williams, still Vassen, just to name a few. I think Weiss also in the 5.56 and 22nd. Those are the ones that are double stinting. And I think there are a few others as well that I may have missed down the order. But a lot of the teams have elected to do that, and why not? I think that's a great idea, Christian, because if you have a driver that is used to the conditions out there and they're making decent time, like I think everybody is, why would you take them out?
Yeah, and if they're comfortable, you're in the rhythm, you don't want to take them out the rhythm as well, as it's more preferable to do 2 hours in the rhythm than doing 2 1-hour stints where you have to spend the first 20 minutes getting into the rhythm and potentially making more mistakes. So definitely the double stinting, definitely preferable, as you said. And now I see that my team over at Urso Red is getting chased down by the number 194 Bentley, and might see some good action coming soon between those two.
Keep in mind, different classes, these two, the 252 and the 194, but nevertheless, it is a position that Akos Yaivan needs to get on Aliv, but I don't know if Aliv will be too happy to give up that position. What do you think, Christian?
Well, I know Olive, he's definitely quite an aggressive driver when it comes to defending, and him being French as well, I know he wants to do really well on this track.
I absolutely love that. And hey, there's nothing that says that a silver driver cannot defend their position just because they're in a different class. They are on the same lap. They are racing each other. Let the racers race, and that's what we do here at RCI. And if you believe that Aliv is going to race him, I would assume fairly, but also defiantly, that's going to be very interesting. Guyvan will not like that too much, but well, it is for a top 15 after all. What else could you expect?
Yeah, I think Olive, well, I've raced with him before, and he definitely struggles a bit more in the wet than the rest of his team. So I think for now, and I see the track is already on damp, so it's getting quicker and quicker now. And with this happening, I think he might be getting more comfortable as well. So we'll have to see how well he defends. But yeah, I think definitely Akos will be able to get through soon.
So what do you think about Aliv then? Do you think that AMG is a little better in the dry than it is versus the wet?
Well, I was talking to the team before they started racing, and they say, like, in the wet it's actually all right. None of them really minded it too much. But in the dry, they like to call it the hell chariot because of the oversteer you get in the high-speed corners. So I think we might they might actually be more consistent in the wet than in the dry, but we'll have to see.
Well, again, two SRL esports racing in the silver class and trying to stay inside the top 15. And despite, however, that battle does turn out with Guyvan, that will not change the amount of points that Aliv gets. Of course, they are in 9th in the overall championship here in the penultimate round of the GT3 Endurance World Championships here on RCI. But Vincent Erbich, who, again, we continue to say this, took the pole, started from pit lane due to selecting the wrong tires, and now has driven up inside the top 5. But that's not enough for Vincent Erbich. He's in the 4th place position. And like I said at the top of the show, if there's any car that's going to start from the pit lane and come back, it might as well be the fastest one. And everybody in this field should be aware of PCDC Motorsports. And I think this has kind of put them on notice. They're in the top 5 and still gaining positions.
Yeah, this could be a bit of one of those dream challenges you see sometimes with the last to first, and it's definitely a big ask for them. But the way the pace is going now, it definitely looks possible for them to win this race in the end.
If Jimmy Broadbent did it, it would have 1 million views, wouldn't it, overnight? It was the last to first challenge in an actual esports endurance race. Be lovely content for sure. But for Vincent, it's not a YouTube video. It's just it's just his life, and it's not anything that's going to phase him. But 4th place, eye on the prize. He's less than 10 seconds behind Kevin Siclari at this point. To put that in perspective, he started the race 25 seconds behind Siclari, and at one point was, well, actually sort of around that. He was around 25 seconds behind Mike Noble in the 123 after he took the lead. So converting that to less than 10 seconds, actually, I just realized it is more than 10 seconds. It's about 12 to 14 seconds he's behind. But nevertheless, he has taken more than 10 seconds off of the gap that he was. And keep in mind, 22nd to 4th. Excellent stuff. Akos Yaivan trying to go around the 2SLR esports team and gets it done. Slots in there nicely. And now Guyvan will turn their sights onto Bullwinkle. And that will not only be for the 14th position, but that'll also be for more points.
Yeah, it was a nice clean move they did there around the inside of the long right-hander. So good overtake from them, and I'm sure now that Antoine Olive is going to just try and stick behind him and follow him through, and with the slipstream and all that, to try and keep up the pace and hopefully better his race from this. But also the number 12 car we've been mentioning earlier, it's been a stellar drive they've been doing so far, and it's really been impressing me, to be honest.
Well, for those of you wondering where Mike Jones went, he didn't go anywhere. He's still here. He's just now the one running the cameras in relief of Nick Setnick, who started the race. I'm Jesse Lee, and I am here with Christian Strecker, and Mike Jones is behind the cameras. And he's actually just fed me a bit of interesting information, Christian. He says that we noticed the 123 was down a bit. Apparently, the 556 had contact with the 123 in the pit lane, and the stewards might have been looking at that. So that's very interesting, and that may have done something to the 123. And indeed, I do have, Stephen DeVost has handed me a slip of paper, and I've never seen this ever. Lap 34, exiting the pit lane, the 556, 15-second penalty plus a warning, causing avoidable collision with the 123 on the pit exit, causing significant damage, though the 556 did give the position back, as I think
we're going to see it now.
Jones has found the actual incident. And there it is. There it is indeed. Heavy contact. The car goes flying into the air. The former leader of the race, Mike Noble, nearly goes over the barrier into the infield here. Massive damage. That's why he came back down pit lane. That's why he's running outside the top 5. And I literally came past... it was about an hour ago, mentioned that it's one of the most dangerous pit lanes in all of motorsport, and there it is. You have to get over as far to the right as you possibly can to go through the S's. That's what the 556 was doing, but it was not a very heads-up move. I think we'll all have to agree, and that has absolutely ruined FFS Racing's championship challenge and race today.
Well, they must be absolutely furious with that one. That is a hard hit to take for sure. He must have a pretty sore neck after that one. But props to them for continue going. They got the car repaired and they're out again to try and continue fighting for the top 10 spot. But that is definitely... we can blame part of the track design, but we can also sort of blame the drivers for that one. 167 different layouts on this track, but they can't seem to make the pit lane exit the safe spot. So, well done, designers.
Well, what I can say, too, well done to Mike Jones for being able to find that. He had to look for that particular incident, found it, and, oh boy, what a massive accident. That is one of the hardest impacts we have ever seen here at RCI. A car, that is a 2-ton automobile flying through the air, and you can imagine if this was not a simulation, both of those cars would have been done for the day, but thank goodness it is not that, and they do get to continue, albeit with heavy, heavy damage, and certainly that would have been repaired on the 123. You wouldn't want to, you couldn't drive with that much damage on the car, so the extra pit stop they have made, and the track, like Christian, like you said, is going damp, but still too early to put any dry tires on, I think. And the quickest laps are not changing yet. We haven't hit anywhere near a crossover point. Sometime in the next 10 minutes, though, it is going to stop raining entirely. The track will eventually go from damp to green. And that's when I think they'll start thinking about it. Not quite right yet, as we see Leo Hervinen, who is trying to keep pace with Vincent Erbich after Erbich has made the pass into the third place position. And a very well done for PCDC to stay in it again, fighting for this championship with a 191. And Kevin Siclari of Racing Line, who lead this championship, they basically got a gift there.
Yeah, it was a very beautiful overtake from the number 12 car there on the 247 with a switchback maneuver into turn 2, and he's already stormed ahead of the 247, and it seems like they're really struggling now on these wet tires. He's sliding quite a lot, Hervin, and I think the team might be considering a swap to slick tires soon. It's still a bit too wet to do it now, but they are definitely planning it out, I think.
Yes, indeed. Some of you in chat are having an interesting conversation. I just want to comment on that. You're very right, Vanta, in that assessment. That the other great thing is that there's no injuries, and the other comment is, well, unless you have a high torque wheel. Bullwinkle is. Bullwinkle went to the what we call the red. I don't know if any of you use that terminology. I'm familiar with it, and they're continuing to miss the racing circuit here. What me and my group would call going to the red means around here is that you touch the red paint, which is way out there. It lets you know that you've completely overblown the corner. And that is exactly what has happened. Perhaps a little bit of traction loss, perhaps just missing the corner, but one way or another, a massive off there. And usually you talk about extending track limits, you talk about gaining time, Christian. You go off that far, you're doing nothing but losing it.
Yeah, it's definitely. You can also pick up a warning if you go out that far, so it's a lose-lose situation, really. And I guess in France you can call it going out to the rouge. So maybe we can keep.
I like it.
And yeah, also, and then afterwards he went on to the bleu because again, for sticking with the French theme. But anyways, these guys seem to be struggling quite a lot. I think the tires might be heating up now with the pressures, and yeah, it's definitely that interesting transition period where drivers really have to focus, and the team really has to sort out their strategy to figure out what is the best for the team and what is the best for the driver currently in the car or for the driver that's about to get into the car.
Well, a lot of things happening, and all these teams, like you said, they have to pay attention. They also have to pay attention to not only what the track is doing as far as the moisture, but they're having to pay attention to the temperature as well. It started at 23, the rain lessening and stopping here soon, down to a drizzle pretty much now. Will turn to just a cloudy sky, and that temperature, as we get closer and closer to noon in the afternoon here in France, that temperature is going to continue to go up, and it's 28 degrees C, so already a significant swing, and we are expecting, I would say, mid-30s by early afternoon, depending on what the weather does, and that is going to be completely different tire pressures needed for all of these teams at that point.
Yeah, the first dry stint is definitely going to be an interesting one for all the teams because they haven't had time to set the pressures unless they've done all the practice throughout the week and they know exactly what pressures to set them to. But even then, it's still, from a changing track, you can never really hit it 100%. So some teams might be running with too high pressures on some tires, and that can really cost them in the first stint. So it's definitely going to be very interesting to see which teams will get out ahead after the first dry stint.
Very interesting. We talk about the Mistral Straight all the time, but one thing that I've always thought about it and is exemplified here in this excellent simulation of ACC is just how bumpy it is. There's actually like 2 or 3 rises in it as well when you come over crests, and it's not the most fun straightaway in any car. It's very interesting too. Is you see them going 3 wide, you think, oh, well, they got this nice big straightaway, but the cars are bouncing around, and it's not the most fun I've ever had on a straightaway. It's not like Le Mans. I mean, even Le Mans, that's a public road, is bumpy, but it's not quite as bad as it is here.
Yeah, it's definitely a bizarre straightaway, and I think it's a bit embarrassing to say myself, but you were mentioning the bumps. I have managed to spin a Bentley down the straight somehow. So sometimes it can definitely catch you out. But yeah, this straightaway here, it sort of reminds me a bit of Bathurst as well, with the bumps and how the elevation changes as well. And I think the Audi in Bathurst, if you're not careful, you can also spin down the straight because of how bumpy it is. So yeah, drivers still have to be somewhat aware while driving down this straight.
So I learned something about modern Formula One cars, Christian, around here as well. It is very bumpy, and if you try to pull out very quickly, like you would at most circuits that have incredibly smooth tarmac down, it is possible for a Formula One car to take flight down the back straight here, and I've done that myself a few times where I go to pull out to overtake somebody, and I guess the slip angle and the wind is wrong, and the car goes around and flips in the air like a backwards airplane, and it's quite embarrassing indeed. But it's interesting that the aerodynamics are as such, and it's one of those straights on camera. From these cameras, it doesn't look this track doesn't look bumpy at all, but when you actually drive it, folks, we're telling you, it's very bumpy.
Yeah, especially once you get onto the marbles, because there's only a slight bit of the track that's clean. I think there's marbles both on the left and right side, and you can just hear them clattering underneath the car if you're on the marble bit, and it's even more bumpy, and it can be somewhat scary, especially if you're following someone in the slipstream. But yeah, this the scariest bit of Paul. Ooh, is a little sideways.
Oh, Marquez going off the track there in the 59. That's going to be a little bit of a mistake and a position gain for an ailing 899 of Mikael Sundstrom, who absolutely needed it. Look at the inputs here, turning into the corner. Don't have grip, save the car. And that is job numero uno. And well done, but a position either way for the 899. And after the first stint that Mikael has had, he'll take a freebie like that.
Yeah, but it seems like he's got quite a... Okay, never mind. I thought the Audi was going to come back with a good run down the straight, but he does take the position for now, and yeah, he stays ahead. But I was just going to say that the scariest corner here is the right-hander after the straight, because I can't tell you how many times I've lost it under braking into that corner, and it cannot be easy to do in the rain either.
Well, we're being told that Mikael Sundstrom may try to be the first car on the slick tire, as it has completely stopped raining here at Paul Ricard now. So no more moisture coming from the skies, and that will at least persist at a completely overcast racetrack for at least the next 30 minutes or so. No sign of sun here, but also no sign of rain. Track still damp. And been told by a little birdie that potentially Mikael might be the first to try to get onto the drier tire. And of course, we know that Mikael pitted very early. You're wondering how he still has the 5-second penalty from contact that happened nearly an hour ago. Well, that's because Mikael pitted on lap 19 after contact. So he is off sequence with the rest of the teams. And I wonder, Christian, will he be the first guinea pig? Will he be the one that everybody's watching on the dry tires here soon?
Well, what we just heard over the radio chatter is it definitely sounds like he might be the first one on the dry tires, as it would somewhat fit with his stint timer, I assume, if he pitted on lap 19 to go into the dries here, and that might work out wonders for that team. But yeah, we will have to see, because I'm pretty sure a lot of the drivers are thinking about it now, but they're all waiting for the first guy to bite the bullet. And if it is Sundstrom, then I guess we'll have to keep a close eye on him and see what sort of lap times he's doing.
Yes, indeed. Whenever you are the first person to try that strategy, no matter what sort of motorsport you're in, you are the guinea pig at that point, and everybody's going to be looking at your lap times. They have access to everything we do here in the broadcast suite, and you at home as well with the live timing. They can tell how long your pit stop is, what your actual lap times look like, and they can use that data to determine how well or poor that is going for you. And I don't think Mikael has much of an option here. I don't think Mikael wants to be the guinea pig. I don't think he has an option, because you're not going to want to put wet tires on now and have to come back in as the track goes greasy. And even now, people still likely won't be thinking about going to the wets. They're going to try and go as absolutely as long into the stint as they possibly can. If they can make it 20 minutes, that would be absolutely perfect. Well, folks, we're going to take just a few moments here, step away, and we're going to give you some pure sound of Vincent Erbich, who has driven all the way up to third place. How about a little endurance racing? Paul Ricard, crank it up. And that is just a snippet of what it sounds like around here at Paul Ricard. The lovely engine notes and very smooth, I might say, from Vincent Erbich as well, as Fulvio Berrezzini has his hands full from behind here, trying not to get overtaken by... Oh, but indeed, he's made the pass up inside the top 5, has Fulvio Berrezzini, but very closely followed by Haynes in the number 18, trying to not get overtaken again. It's so very easy, Christian, here, that once you make an overtake, you go a bit wide, you go a bit too deep trying to do that, and then you get the crossover, and then all of a sudden you're back to where you were. We saw at the beginning of the race, the 123 had to overtake the 191 3 times to get it to stick.
Yeah, I feel like this this track is a good track that promotes overtaking per se. You can definitely have a lot of switchbacks, especially with the nature of the corners, having a lot of them needing a late apex. So yeah, in that sense, I quite like this track for racing. And as we just saw earlier, that you're not quite safe until you're far ahead from being overtaken again. Yeah, it's riding on board with that McLaren was absolutely lovely. It's super satisfying to watch a lap on this track.
Yeah, you don't really get a sense of the speed from the in-car down the back straight, I don't feel. I feel you get the best sense of speed from the panning camera down the Mistral Straight. But other than that, it is a breathtaking lap. It's we talk about this track. A lot of people don't necessarily favor it, but we talked to Mike Noble earlier in the FFS racing group about how they actually do like this racetrack. I'm sort of in the middle myself. And here's something interesting. We expected the 899 of Mikael Sundstrom in, but we didn't realize Marco Ripper was going to be in the 411 BMW as well. So both of those pit, and now Eiko Scheitman's in the 194. So perhaps they have determined enough is enough, and here is David Migzorn coming in as well. Perhaps they have all decided enough is enough on this compound.
Yeah, they've all pitted now. Like, there's quite a lot of people already in the pits, and I think they just need the first person to bite the bullet, and then in they go, and we'll have to see who's actually going to survive the first few laps. And even if it is the right strategy to go now, they might lose quite a lot of time here, but I don't think they will. I think track is still greasy, but the temperature is increasing quite a bit now, so it's a good indication that I think the time is now to go onto those slick tires.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about that. What of the track temp is that causing sort of issues with the the tires' durability or effectiveness? It very well could be. Either way, more people in. Vincent Erbich in, Haynes is in, Hervinen in as well as some takers. Saklari has not made a move to the pit lane, but I'll tell you something that's very interesting. Tom Pottage, who was doing a double, who was as high as second earlier, fell back to third or fourth, in fact, behind the 18. Not only are they second again, they're actually closing in on our leader. That is a silver car closing in on the pro leader for the overall lead of this race. And if this continues, that's going to be a very interesting battle indeed.
Yeah, and I'm sure the silver car, even though they're P1 in their own standings, they would want to get the P1 overall, because that is just so much more satisfying to do. So they will definitely be fighting very hard to the end of the race to try and get that P1, especially now that we're almost 2 hours in and they're only 2 seconds behind them.
Well, of course, during our Crank It Up, we also changed broadcasters here. Now, Stewie with us in the box and bringing you the pictures of the action here today. And that has released Mike Jones to the pit lane. And he just texted me and said that he's going to personally confirm that Mikael Sundstrom is on a soft, slick compound. And I think most of the other drivers are as well. I don't think there's a single other driver that isn't. But Mikael was the first. So confirming that he was the first to start that. And be interested to see what his times look like and see if he can't gain on some of these teams that are not already on the slick tire. Here is Tom Pottage, who I mentioned earlier. Take a look at his fastest lap. It was a 59.2. His last lap was a 59.8. So that's not too far out of the realm of possibility, but a little slip there from the open visor 777, and that's going to cost him a little time. Make no mistake, folks, that Ferrari you can see just up ahead of Tom, that is Kevin Seclari. That is the race leader, but also don't make a mistake, that is Fulvio Berrezzini in the 126 right behind him, too.
Yeah, Berrezzini seems to have.
Oh, wait, excuse me, that isn't Fulvio Berrezzini. My timing had stopped. My mistake. That's Bauman in the Bentley behind him. My mistake. My timing decided to stop there.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. But yeah, I was gonna say Berrezzini. He's slowly been climbing the order a little bit. I guess also because some people have gone into the pits now. But he's definitely seeming to be okay now in that Bentley, especially considering it's not the greatest car around this track, but it suffers a little bit in the straight line, as you see Pottage actually struggling quite a lot there with that McLaren, and I think they're going to come into the pits this lap. Yeah, as he goes very wide there and goes onto the blue stuff, and yeah, I think those tires seem to be pretty much dead, and it would I would wonder if they wouldn't pit this lap, what they were thinking to do.
Well, it's very interesting. What is Kevin Seclari going to do rounding the final turn? Is it going to be a hard right turn into the pit lane? Yes, it is indeed. Hard right turn into the pit lane. Knows that they're hemorrhaging time, and a very quick decision by Open Visor to follow them in. And this is going to be interesting to see just what it looks like on slicks. Both of those cars are almost certainly going to be going to a slick tire. Here is Alexander Guglia in the 899 in relief of Mikael Sundstrom. Now that car definitely has lettering on the sides of the tires, as Mike Jones reported to you. And everybody else, for that matter, Mike Jones confirming, going on to the slick tire. Mike Jones, while you're down there, give me a hot dog, would you? I don't know if they have hot dogs in this part of France, but I'd love one either way. Marcus Lawrence in the number 12 for PCDC Motorsports, back down into the 5th place position, but I suspect up into the 4th place position now, past Marquez in the 59, and I think, I was just doing the math, that he might get up to 3rd here again. Depends on how the cycle's out. And if he doesn't get 3rd, he's going to be right up the back of them. And no, they are going to get 3rd from Fulvio Berrezzini. There it is. A little bit of a long stop from Fulvio there, I have to say. And that is going to promote Marcus Lawrence all the way up to 3rd now.
Yeah, this recovery drive has been amazing to watch so far. And he's only, give or take, 15 seconds or so behind the leaders now, and he is on an absolute charge. Best lap last lap, 57.1. So that is the current fastest lap of the race, I believe. And he's definitely driving with a lot of anger in him, trying to make up the mistake they made at the beginning, going onto the dry tires and then having to start in the pit lane.
Yes, indeed. Some of the cars that don't have their windscreen wipers and their headlights on, or not their headlights, but their rain lights on automatic, ones that have that on manual, you can see them still going. There's no spray that's being kicked up now. The track has gone to green. A flash of the lights. Matteo Catozzi will not care too much for that. Milton Stilvassen is going to have to fight for this position from Catozzi.
Yeah, and I just saw the track going to green, so it's definitely slick tires now, and I believe most of the drivers have pitted already. So I think this will we see rain again, or is it not forecasted anymore?
Well, 30 minutes from now, it's going to be cloudy. The drivers will know that, and that's all we know. Of course, it's going to be interesting. It definitely can rain again, Christian. It's all about will it, and here is the battle for 2nd place. It is very much not going to be a battle. Sebastian Brunier has given way to Marcus Lawrence in the 12. What I can tell you is Mike Jones, for once, has been doing the maths. He's actually, now that was not something you normally see right there, folks. That was Marcus Lawrence weaving his carb out in front of Seb Brunier in a sign of thank you for letting me by. And that was completely out of respect, and you love to see it.
Yeah, it's great to see respect on the track, especially between the two classes here. And I think now we're going to see Stil Vassen with the Aston Martin down the straight potentially make a move. It looks like he's already gotten it done before the fast right-hander, later on the brakes, and yeah, he gets the move done, sticks it through, and he's up a position.
What's happened to Fulvio Berrezzini here? Is this going to be an overtake? It looks like it is. Dive down the inside and a power move on the exit of the double apex and gets it done. And all of a sudden, the Orion race team is coming back to life.
Yeah, and that team doing very strongly as well. It's the leading Bentley, I believe. And I know I said it before, but this car definitely struggles on this track as I'm driving it myself for the pro split. And I think definitely down the straight, it's quite slow compared to the other cars, but yeah, they're doing a very strong performance so far.
Well, I'm going to go back to what I was talking about earlier. Mike Jones has been doing the math, and he says that the number 12 gained 2.3 seconds in the pit lane on the leader. So not necessarily on pit lane, but on the outlap, the in-lap, or the in-lap, the outlap. He actually lost a bit in the pit lane, about 0.7 of a second, but from the in-lap to the outlap, gained about 2.3 seconds. So it's more than just the pit stop timer, Christian. It's about how quick you can make your last lap before coming in, and perhaps more importantly, how fast you are on the cold tires on the outlap.
Yeah, it's basically just a quality lap on the in-lap and out-lap you have to produce to try and gain as much time as possible. I personally, I don't enjoy doing that because definitely in endurance races you have to get used to the car again with new tires and all that stuff, but they made it work, and they're definitely on a massive charge at the moment. It's great to see this comeback drive. It really is. I believe that is the last car in the pits, the number 59 Audi with Pedro Marquez in it, coming into the pits now to change onto those slick tires. Quite late, but you said earlier that you want to be the last driver to be on those slick tires. Is this one of those cases?
I don't think it is, Christian. I think that was a little too late, but I also think that they've done something brilliant here. They have not had to edit their sort of strategy at all. So while this will be a little bit of a damper on their top 10 run right now, I think in the long run it may play dividends because they, I think, have made it to their pit window, so they have not had to change anything. So who knows here in 4 hours and some time left over what that might look like. But right now, for Mollet getting into the 408 in relief, they are indeed, or excuse me, not Mollet. What am I saying? Marquez staying in the 59 Audi. That's very interesting that they were the last out there. But what will it be in 4 hours? We will have to find out. Taha Mollet for the H3 Racing team, closing in on Dedicek for 7th place, trying to get back up there with Berrezzini and Kennedy. Kennedy, by the way, the quiet one of the group today, the 247. We haven't talked too much about them in the first hour and 45 minutes, but the 247 going very well indeed up inside the top 5, getting a lot of points here, you would imagine.
Yeah, they're just slowly but surely been making the way as we're currently riding with the 59 and the 84. 84 trying to make a move down the straight, and I think they will get it with that overspeed. So yeah, straight out the pits on the slick tires, eBay Adaf swapping drivers as well with Pedro Marquez straight away has to fight. That is not what you want in an endurance race, but it's also one way to get into the rhythm and have some fun as well.
The other thing to think about the 59 is you think about having time now. Well, the 59 is going to have more life in their tires in an hour than anybody else, or, well, in less than an hour, probably. But they'll have speed at the end of the run where everybody else is struggling a little bit. So maybe playing that game as well. Meanwhile, Milton Stil Vassen in the 15th place is trying to overtake a leave here.
And he still got his wipers on.
Indeed. I feel like this battle's been going on for a little while.
Yeah, it definitely has been. I've been sort of keeping an eye on it because obviously it's a little bit of bias to my own team, but hey, they're doing about as well as they do as he takes out all the cones there. Olive does, trying to defend from Steel Vassen here, but yeah, they definitely seem very fast so far, and they were holding the fastest lap of the race a few laps ago, so they are definitely on a charge here. I believe up the inside, he makes the move stick somewhat. Yeah, go to overspeed, but still makes the move stick. Olive just sort of has to allow him through because otherwise there'd be contact. And I think he won't be too happy with that move. But hey, what can you do? It was a fair, clean move, and Steel Vassen is on an absolute charge at the moment.
Yes, indeed. And for Steel Vassen, that's exactly what he needs. Steel Vassen, who qualified inside the top 10, got taken out on lap 1. It has been a long day so far for them, and perhaps fortunate and unfortunate. There's still 4 hours of it to go for them, but they are trending in the right direction now, at least.
Yeah, it's always nice to have these comeback drives. It makes the finish much more satisfying, in my opinion. And also, sort of, it takes the stress off if you're a driver that's getting into halfway through the race, getting into the car. Because you don't have so much to lose. It's just give it everything, and if you lose something, oh well, it happened. We move on. But yeah, I definitely prefer this sort of driving from the backhand.
Speaking of a comeback drive, Martin Lawrence in relief of Vincent Erbich in the 12 piece for PCDC. They are gaining on Samuel Ratz in the 191. Ratz, the fresh driver in the Racing Line Ferrari. And Lawrence is gaining. It's only about a 10th or so a lap, but there's a lot of race left. And at that pace, obviously, you can do the math yourself. They will eventually catch them. But you know who else has been caught? It's Andre Dedicek. Talent Molly has caught him, and they're going to go side by side down the Mistral Straight. Down the inside, and easy peasy, getting it done is the 408. That's a well-timed overtake. Nearly loses it over the bumps.
Yeah, it was quite a exit there, as you can see now on the replay. Now on the bump, the car slides a little bit, but he catches it very well. Great piece of driving from him there. I will say, I have not managed to catch the car when it hits the bumps there, so I take my hats off to you, sir. Very good driving.
I normally do. I just end up getting a track limit warning for it because I go too wide. Again, everybody mindful of track limit warnings. You get 3 of them, and then the 4th one will get you a drive-through penalty, and that's going to be devastating. It is a 6-hour race, but I don't think anybody will be coming back from a drive-through, essentially an extra pit stop, if you will. I don't think anybody would be able to come back from that today. Speaking of drive-through, the 556 has one, and that's I'm not sure if that's from a previous. Nope, that is brand new. So that will have been just as we're talking about it, Christian. For track limits, I'm pretty sure that drive-through is for for track limits, unless that's still there from the incident that they had earlier. No, I'm being told by Stewie it is new. Okay, so of course they had the drive-through earlier for the incident with the 123 at pit out, but this is brand new. So that drive-through was for track limits, absolutely on cue.
Yeah, this track is definitely, I think, one of the harder tracks to avoid track limits. So I think within 6 hours, I would definitely expect more teams to have drive-throughs. But so far, all of them keeping it pretty clean, apart from 556 on track limits. But it's definitely it's a struggle for sure. I remember telling my team, leaving them to come here to the comm booth in the pit lane, just keep it clean, stay off the track limits, as we already had 2 track limits within the first hour, and that is definitely just goes to show how easy it is to get one of these on this track. And seeing now we're on this battle that I've seen before. I think I'm getting a bit of deja vu. The 194 on fighting against the 252 here.
Yes, indeed. And all of a sudden, Aliv is sort of the one that is getting halfway beat up out here a little bit as they're free falling through some of the field here. Fortunately for a leave, though, in the 252, this will not count for a position lost, even though it is on the track. That is a pro car, Katosi, who's on a recovery drive and will not really amount to anything. And in fact, I think very smart driving from a leave there, in my opinion. Realizes I'm not losing points, no reason to fight them, and lets them go.
Yeah, and it's not much else you can do really, especially with that Mercedes down the straight line. Yeah, it's a bit slower than the rest of the cars. But obviously this team, they don't have their star driver, Alexander Carson, this weekend, so they're really trying something new here. They've brought in a new driver called Nico Veldman, and I can't wait to see what he can do.
That's very interesting indeed. Always have a new driver and throw them into the fire, into the crucible for a 6-hour race. I absolutely love it. Fulvio Berrezzini getting past Kennedy for the 4th place position. You talked about Berrezzini earlier, about how they were coming back alive. Seems the dry is helping them quite a bit for Orion Racing, and they need to have a good day today, and they stand to gain a ton of points and are indeed getting that done right here, moving into 3rd place in the pro class, in 4th overall. And of course, in between Berrezzini and Lawrence, of course, for 2nd place is Seb Brunier in 3rd place overall. We'll be interested to know, or to see eventually, how hard Seb Brunier will fight Berrezzini. Knowing Brunier, I don't think he will, but you never know. Does Brunier value the overall podium that doesn't pay anything, or will self-preservation kick in? Because again, Brunier's only really fighting Haynes in 6th place, and he will still have a car between the two of them.
I think Brunier will do whatever he needs to do to lose as little time as possible so far, and I think that will be just letting Berrezzini by and trying to follow him through the track. And although I will say I have been in this situation before, being a silver class against a pro for the podium, and sometimes your racer instincts do kick in, and you just throw everything out the window and you fight as hard as you can. But I do believe Brunier, he's a very smart driver. We've seen it before. He will do whatever he needs to do to lose as little time as possible.
I learned a life lesson at a fairly young age on iRacing at a place that I don't even know if you've heard of, called Lime Rock Park. I was in a different class, and I was due to the pit cycle, I was leading the race, and I got removed from that by a faster class of car. And I tried to argue that, well, I was leading, you couldn't do that to me. He says, well, you're in a different class. You should know better than to race people that are in a different class than you. And ever since then, I've been scarred, and I have absolutely done what you've talked about and pull over. Not necessarily pull over, but make it easy on them is the verbiage that I'm going to use. And I suspect Seb will do something very similar indeed.
Yeah, and yeah, that's definitely a very tough life lesson indeed. I would argue against it that, hey, if I'm leading and I'm in a lower class, you should just be faster. But hey, anyways, yeah, I think Brunier will definitely make Berrezzini's life easy here, and maybe come back again in the later stages of the race. It still have 4 hours to go. There's a lot to see. Right there, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, you are watching the RCI 6 hours of Paul Ricard, round 5 of the GT3 World Endurance Championship. For those of you that are with us, we thank you for spending part of your Saturday with us, and hope that wherever you are in the world, you're having a good weekend. We certainly are, and we thank you for being a part of it. Just gone 4 hours of the race left at this time. We'd just like to invite you all to like, subscribe, hit that bell, and don't miss a single race here on RCI. And of course, if you do enjoy GT3 racing and would like to get involved, you don't have to just watch. You can join the Discord in the description below. and be a part of it. We've got splits from all the way from esports pros down to just learning, and we would love to have you in a split in the near future. And of course, a big thank you to all of our partners that bring this race and every race to you here on RCI TV, Race Department, AK Informatica, Raceface, Speed Labs, and Sim Racing GP. Thank you for all of your wonderful help, and go ahead and visit them via the links in the description as well. And what a crazy 2 hours it's been. Started in the driving rain. The pole sitter hasn't led a single lap today. In fact, was dead last at the end of lap number 1. And they have climbed all the way up to second. And despite earlier gaining time on Samuel Ratz, I fear that the gap now is going a bit the other way.
Yeah, it's been pretty equals for the past few laps. It's been around 7 seconds, so the charge definitely decreasing a little bit, but it's still a very long race to go. And I think maybe Lawrence here is thinking of preserving some tires, maybe to push at the end of his stint, to, like he did earlier, gain a lot of time when the pit stop window happens. So it's still quite interesting to see what is going to happen. And I saw earlier we were riding on board with Mike Williams and Antoine Olive, and Olive is just falling back behind the order. He seems to be really struggling out there in that car.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, how the swing has absolutely changed the complexion of this race. Christian, is that something that the 252 that you guys can fix?
Well, I mean, I guess it is. I remember trying to go through training with them, and they haven't done too much training for this race because they were sort of a little bit down, having lost their star driver. They were just, okay, let's just try and survive this one, make the most out of it. So I guess the mindset into this race wasn't the greatest, but with the new star driver, well, I wouldn't say star yet, but Nico Veldman, he's definitely a very fast driver, and I think he might be able to regain some of the positions Antoine has lost.
Well, that's interesting. We'll have to see if that pans out for them. And certainly, this is not what they wanted to happen, having to defend so heavily towards the. I would say they're still in the middle of the silver field, though towards the back of that, and that's not what they wanted in anything that can be done. Tire pressure, some minor adjustments, and hopefully find something that gives them just a little bit of an edge indeed. Well, Fulvio Berrezzini has got around Seb Brunier, which, as you pretty much spot on stated, Christian, Seb would not probably hold himself up. He doesn't want to lose a bunch of time to Haynes because, again, it's all about the big picture. Running in the top 3 overall as a silver is a very bright spot indeed, but for Seb Brunier, who is in the middle of the silver fight, it is the big picture indeed. A massive points table for the taking today, and they are all of a sudden getting the most of it, and they have no equal today. They are more than 13 to 14 seconds in front of Haynes right now. Class of their own is open visor, and they said early, I was questioning Tom Pottage, who started that car, who said about how quick they were. They were second and third on the overall board. And I was like, where did this speed come from? Seb Brunier told us, well, we practiced hard for this event. We learned a lesson from Kyle Lamy, and we didn't want to put ourselves in the bad position we did there. And basically, they just went back to school, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's all you need. Just learn the track a little bit more, learn the car a little bit more, and also what strategies you should use. And sometimes that's all it takes from being a midfield team to being a top team in a race. And definitely you can see it paying off for them for this race, and with them leading the class by 14 seconds. And also very smart driving there from Brunier, just letting Berrezzini pass without giving too much of a fight, losing as little time as possible. And I think he might be thinking about doing it again, as Matthew Kennedy is slowly catching up to him as well.
Yeah, it keeps going in and out, and that's very interesting to me because it went out for a period of about 4 or 5 laps, and now it's coming down again, and I don't know what that is for Samuel Ratz. It's not traffic. No, yeah, I'm looking at the times. It's not traffic, so it is strictly on pace. Now, we're looking at Rats now, and that is lap traffic in front of him. And of course, the leader always seems to get the worst of it. For whatever reason, the lap cars do not fight the leader as hard. Christian Stock, who we actually saw at the end of that image just now getting back on the track, has absolutely lost it here. Went all the way, 3/4 of the way to the wall. And I saw that because that Ferrari right there was the leader of the race. And I was very interested. And for Christian Stock, for the Butler Powell Motorsports team, that was a spin that they could very much ill afford, lost them several spots. And one thing that did do, or I'm pretty sure, that has moved, yes, indeed, Googlia up into the 11th place position, the 899, after the rather terrible start to the race that was the 899's day, has gotten just a bit better. And that just shows you how far the 557 has fallen. The Butler Powell's AMG all the way down to 17th place, lost 2 or 3 spots in class. Devastating incident. And that's the other problem. If normal tracks, Christian, when you wreck, even if you don't hit anything, you get to a gravel trap and you get back going. Here, you just crash off for millenniums, it seems like.
Yeah, it feels like ages for sure, and your tires will be screaming the whole way. I'm pretty sure that Christian Stock will probably have a flat spot of some sort now, as the tires absolutely hate when you do those sort of spins. So, first of all, you lose a lot of time spinning and trying to recover the car. The next thing is your tires will be ruined for the whole race, and they probably can't even use those anymore. As I know, you can only use 5 tire sets, and they will definitely want to cross that one off as do not use.
Well, documented Matthew Kennedy's day for the Optimum Motorsports gang, and the 247 has been going very well. Is about to take the 4th place position from Seb Brunier. Seb probably won't want to have this pass occur for the simple fact that that will mean Haynes is behind him, though albeit 13 to 14 seconds behind him. It's always nice to have a car cushion in between, but I feel like this is more or less inevitable at this point.
Yeah, and the Brunier's pace seems to be falling back a little bit, as well as Haynes has gained a few tenths here and there as well, so having that cushion between them would be very nice indeed, but it's not going to last for long, and I think we might see on the start-finish straight swapping for position here. If not, we'll definitely see it for the next lap down the straight.
Very conservative driver is Seb Brunier. He sometimes, as his teammates say, turns into Super Seb, and he's been Super Seb today, and Tom Pottage too, but not willing to put the car in much danger is the Open Visor team as a whole. They have been in a fair share of incidents, most of which not of their making, and they had a disastrous Kyalami where I felt like they had a Silverstone setup in that car, to be completely frank with you. There's something about that car at Kyalami. It just was not driving at all. And obviously that was a wake-up call for them. Spent a lot of time getting the car right, and it is absolutely shown they just do not have a rival in silver today. But all that said, still more than half of the race to go. Seb not pulling over here, Christian, but he's also not defending hard either.
Yeah, and I think also Matthew Kennedy behind knows this, I think he's just waiting to the long straights that both of the cars lose as little time as possible. And they're getting very close there on the braking. Goes actually quite a bit deep there, Kennedy, and that's going to ruin his run. So it might not actually be down this straight. We see an overtake. That's a bit of a mistake there that he didn't need to happen, but it's still very close. And I think maybe with the slipstream, and if Seb decides to pull over, that he can make the pass in this lap, because Haynes is gaining, and the more fighting Seb does, the less time he will have to Haynes.
Well, we have received word of our very first retirement after 2 hours of running. Pedro Marquez has retired to 59, and that is not at their own will. That is due to a connection technical issue. So they have had to retire due to losing connection, and that's a painful one. It hurts, Christian, when it's your fault. It hurts even more when there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that's definitely a very tough pill to swallow. Mechanical failures can happen quite often, and it sadly happened to 59. I was quite looking forward to see what the strategy was going to be. As Kennedy gets sideways again, he's really struggling behind Bruni here, and that's going to just give Bruni a little bit of breathing space. Yeah, as I was saying, the 59 losing connection, that's definitely heartbreaking for them, as had a pretty interesting strategy, and I would have liked to see that one unfold.
Once again, Samuel Ratz, the leader of the race, Martin Lawrence trying to run him down. And it appears status quo has been resumed. So for the last 2 or 3 laps, every lap, Marcus Lawrence is about a tenth quicker than Samuel Ratz. The gap now 6.5 seconds. As it is coming down, it was as high as 7.1 earlier, and it's been as low as 6. So coming in and out, but now trending in the right direction. If you're PCDC, Racing Line will not like that.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see these gaps go up and down, and I think just different stages of the race, the cars perform differently, and the drivers also, depending how much they concentrate. One mistake on this track as well is very costly, as you get a bit of oversteer, it can cost you about nearly a second, I think, depending where you get it. So, yeah, maybe a little bit of mistake from Ratz in the previous lap, or Lawrence is just getting the throttle down and going as fast as he can right now.
Tobias Geider here trying very hard indeed to get by Stock.
Yeah, it's a nice little battle here for P17, and I believe a little bit deep he goes there, and past goes to Ferrari.
Leader has to go.
Yeah, and he flashes him. Good
Oh,
luck.
that not Tobias Geider not happy there a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was a bit spicy move, but unlapping yourself, sometimes you have to do that, forces your way through. You don't want to lose too much time, as these lap cars are costing Ratz quite a lot of time to Lawrence, and you will want to get through as quickly as possible. So you have to sort of feel for both drivers, not the optimal situation for either of them.
Well, it wasn't the full Vindaloo, but perhaps a Jalfrezi that move into the final turn. I don't think it was the whole thing, but for those of you that may not know what in the heck I'm talking about, it wasn't the most spicy of moves, but it was still fairly spicy indeed. And what about this? Tobias Geider trying to make a move off the track a little bit, comes back on it. There's going to be a touchdown the straightaway, and it's going to be 3 wide here, because here is Sharp. Stock has held Geider up to the point that Sharp's getting in there, and it's a 3-way battle for 17th place. Out of the middle is Stock. Stock's going to drop back down to 19th place, surrendering the spot to 2 people. Geider now leads Sharp, and for Sharp, that is a move that came out of nowhere. A lap ago was 2 seconds down, and then all of a sudden is right here fighting for 17th place. The inside given, but it will not matter, as I think Sharp has the move done for now. And for Geider, absolutely delighted for that, I bet.
Yeah, it was a very quite intense racing down the straight there, and being in the Mercedes, you just cry as both the cars get past you. I know this car is not the fastest down the straight, and there's nothing you can do apart from just seeing your rivals go past you. So he was trying to fight back a little bit, but definitely struggling. I believe he's on those flat spotted tires, so they are not very happy right now in that car.
Well, not a great day for Dusan Slizik in the 107 either. Stewards have just given them a warning for not respecting blue flags and moving under braking. No penalty there, but if you amass too many stewards' warnings, of course, that may turn into a penalty of some sort. Just warning them. Pay more attention to the blue flags. Don't move under braking. Something that we did not see, but the stewards definitely did. Well, you can fool us, Christian, but you can't fool the stewards.
Yeah, the stewards are doing a very good job as always in these endurance events, and it's great to have them with us here to make sure the cleaning is as clean. Well, cleaning. The racing is as cleaning as. Oh my gosh. The racing is as clean as possible. Sorry for the jumping up my words there. But yeah, shout out to them. And you can see Stock, he's really struggling with this Mercedes. It's quite bouncy down the straight. You can see on the window wipers there, they are all over the place.
This is interesting. I wonder if there's something wrong with the Butler Pal 557, because this is completely different than what we were seeing. This car was in the middle of this field, and now all of a sudden it's in 19th. Is there... I can't see damage, Chris. I don't know about you, but I don't see damage. There's... we know that the car is ill handling. This is the car that had the issue spinning off, but even still, it is very slow. Could they have damaged the tires that badly?
It's definitely possible. The tire temps could have, or pressures at least, could have increased by quite a lot, and then you'd never really recover from that in Paul Ricard. Oh, as Kennedy goes quite wide, almost onto the Rouge stuff, and that's gonna compromise Brunier, but he goes...
look at this!
Up the inside, makes the move stick, but this sort of fighting is not what he really wants, not the optimal situation. But it's definitely a great little scrap between these two McLarens. Yeah, as Brunier lets him past again, as he does not want to fight Kennedy anymore.
This is the point where I would be on the radio or any sort of official communication I could have with that car in front of me. Be like, look, I'm willing to let you go. It's just you're holding me up as well. Now, I'd prefer it if you stayed on the track. Is my message would be my message to them, because you're making me look bad.
Yeah, it's definitely not an optimal situation for either of the drivers here, and I think Brunier he's lost quite a lot of time doing that, as Haynes is now within 9 seconds of him, so Haynes is catching as well. So life is not as easy anymore in that Open Visor Racing team there, and they're definitely gonna have to get their head down and I guess hope that Kennedy also pulls away from them as to not lose any more time that they have.
Well, we talked about at the top of the show that this is a track that you lose a ton of time on when you get to racing people. It's just the nature of the corners that if you are racing somebody, you will lose seconds. We saw that earlier for a fight with the lead, and we're seeing that now here. Seb again at a 14-second lead, near enough to Haynes for the silver lead. And like you said, Christian, it's down to 8.4, and they were only side by side for 2 corners.
Yeah, they're definitely very costly there, and I think Kennedy's got the pace under him again, reset his mind, and then they're good to go again. But Brunier, I think they're going to be shaking a little bit in their boots now, as Haynes seems to be faster and gaining quite significantly each lap.
It's the worst feeling in the world. Everything going your way, and then all of a sudden somebody flips a light switch, and all of a sudden it isn't going your way anymore. Track temperature 31 degrees on the track, 25 ambient. The sun is coming out to play, folks. Mostly cloudy, but a little peak of sun every now and again. Track is completely dry at this point, optimum even, and the wind that was fairly fierce crosswind down the back straight is all but gone at this point. Just a nice little breeze here in France, but the track very warm indeed.
Yeah, getting a little bit closer to that southern France summer weather you know of. A bit uncharacteristic for the rain to happen at the start of the race, but it is clearing up, and the skies are beginning to become more blue, so it's definitely nice to see. And it's great for us here in the commentary booth, because we're just sitting nice and cozy with air conditioning, so no matter what the weather is, we are all set in here.
Yes, I gotta say, I love France. Very few people cater to people better than the French do, but it's very nice weather indeed. After what was a muggy, rainy start, has given way to sunshine. Here is some of that sunshine, by the way. As you can see, the sun actually bouncing off of the cars now, in a very unimpressed Olive here in the 252, asking Williams what gives, man. I think is the synopsis of what that flash meant. Excuse me, that's Williams and Katosi, excuse me, not Olive. Olive is, well, just there in the background, in fact. But yes, a little bit of a flash of lights from Williams on Katosi, that is. And in that case, just sort of, come on, I've caught you. Why are you fighting me this hard? Not even in your class.
Yeah, and I guess this is back to the argument of pro versus silver class. The pro driver would obviously not want to let the silver driver pass, even though for them it doesn't mean anything position-wise. But there is a little bit of a hierarchy here, and some drivers do think about it more than the others. So Williams losing time here behind Katosi, and definitely wanting to get past as soon as possible. But I think it could be possible, especially with that little mistake there from Katosi. That's going to compromise this exit onto the straight. And we might see Williams, if he gets a great exit here, in the slipstream, potentially make a move. He seems to be a little bit far back though, but it could happen.
Speaking of a leave behind in the 252, that little move right there, that one corner incident and having to follow Katosi down this straightaway halfway down it, lost these two a second to the 252 behind. That's how easy it is to lose time. But the 84, nevertheless, getting the move done on Katosi. Williams down the inside, and as easy as you like, doesn't even have to leave the racetrack. Pass made, and go ahead and mark Katosi down to 15th and Williams up to 14th, as all of a sudden the Jardier community team that had fallen through the ranks is starting to trend in the right direction again.
Yeah, and I think at the beginning of the race, they're making some quite daring moves as well. I think it's definitely a team that's been making quite a lot of passes, and they have showing some good pace. It's good to see, for sure. And again, this Brunier versus
this is
Kennedy
frustrating.
battle, this is definitely frustrating for both drivers, and especially Brunier. But hey, the gap to Haynes has not come down. So I think it's okay for now, but definitely not an ideal situation.
If I'm Brunier, I'm sitting in that car going, now wait a minute. He caught me to the tune of 5 seconds. He passed me, and now he's sitting in front of me. What is going on here? And all the time, he's looking at, that was a rhetorical question, Stewie. You can't hear Stewie, but he's mouthing off to me in my ear, and I'm not having that on Saturday. I'll take that on Friday, but I will not have that on Saturday. All jokes aside, Brunier is looking at the time to Haynes, hoping that it's going out, and it is. But I think Kennedy just keeps making little mistakes, perhaps, because Kennedy now is gone. That's the only thing I can come up with, is maybe Kennedy is doing sort of slow sectors going off the track. We saw him do it once or twice already, and that's backing him back up. And that's not helping Brunier's case, as now, of course, that most recent incident, as they got to the timing loop, that lost him about a second again, being stopped behind him.
Yeah, and Kennedy making these small mistakes, I think every mistake he makes, Brunier is just going to get more and more frustrated, and even driving frustrated is going to make yourself prone to mistakes. So he definitely needs to keep a calm head in there and just try and do all he can to stay ahead of Haynes and hope that Kennedy doesn't make any mistakes. But yeah, it's definitely very bizarre that Kennedy gained quite a lot of time and then suddenly can't really seem to gap Brunier anymore.
Well, actually, Stewie brings up a good point. I'm going to pass that along. Seb seems to be losing time in Sector 3. Kennedy is losing time in Sector 1. They're dead even and brought together in the middle sector. And I make this joke every race, I feel like, but it's a story of I can't quit you even though I should.
Yeah, definitely one of those stories happening right here, and frustrating for Brunier indeed. But I think Haynes will be loving this. He's just going to be cheering them on. Like, yes, please, fight more. Show them more battles on stream. We want to see more fighting. And he will just slowly but surely try and make his way up to that P1 spot in Silver class.
Well, of course, the Open Visor team is 10th in the Silver Championship, but by no means out of it. And a win today would put them in the conversation at Suzuka in 1 month's time. You talk about the 18, the Cryonics team. Well, they are even further back. They're 15th, but this second place that they're running in is pretty fantastic for them. They could be as high as about 7th or 8th at the end of the day. And I think the Open Visor guys can get to about 5th. So it's a great day for runs for people that need them. And, of course, some of the teams that did not show up today due to scheduling conflicts, very understandable indeed. But I think their loss is going to be big gains for some of these guys, that, especially in the silver class, that needed a good run.
Yeah, and I think they've also taken this opportunity. As you see, there's quite a lot of silver drivers compared to pro drivers today. So they see there's a chance to make some more points than usual, and they're gonna take it because championship fight is now over till it's over, and 10 hours Suzuka, anything can happen there, especially considering the nature of the track. And right there we saw Geiler passing Olive, and that was the difference between the Lexus and the Mercedes down the straight. Just the Lexus completely flying past them.
And just a quick clarification, all of the top teams that are still in this championship to win it are here today. The top 4 in pro, I think the top 3 in silver, and most of the middle of the silver field is here as well. So we have lost a few cars. We actually just lost 2, I've just noticed. I'm unsure which 2 we just lost. But also additionally, Slizik has been given a drive-through penalty. I don't have anything on my desk by Steven DeVos, so I'm assuming that that is track limits, and that is the second person we've seen hit with that today. I can't imagine it's going to get any better the further into this race we go.
Yeah, it's. I think we're just going to continuously see them pop up more and more, and now we have Kieran Sharp here on the back of Olive. These two actually raced together on Thursday on the same track, so it's going to be interesting to see familiar faces again, but this time in RCI Endurance. I'm sure they'll probably give each other a little wave, passing each other through the windows, but yeah, Kieran Sharp definitely gaining Olive quite a lot. Olive really struggling with these tires now.
Well, being told by one of the members of the 556 team that they have sadly had to retire that car. No reason given necessarily, but they did say that they are going to retire, or they had retired and they have now retired the 556. So that's unfortunate for them.
Yeah, there's also, I think there's been another time, I can't really see who it's been, as we're down to 19 cars now, but yeah, it's the nature of endurance racing. You can't finish all of them, and sometimes luck just isn't with you on the day, and sometimes you don't want to continue, or the car gives up on you, and yeah, that's the end of that race.
Of course, started with 22 cars, and we have lost a couple of them now. Of course, the 556, you'll remember, I believe, was the one that was involved with the leader at the time, FFS Racing's Mike Noble. Mike Noble coming out of pit lane after completing a stop. 556 is coming through. The pit lane is dangerous, to say the least, around here. And there was a massive collision, one of the hardest collisions I've ever seen in an RCI race. And the 123, I believe, is in 9th place. Jarkko Torvinen has gotten into that car. I know him as Jarkko Torvinen, but Mike Noble was sure he was a potato earlier.
Well, he thought all his teammates were potatoes, but so far it's a very fast potato in that car. So yeah, I'm sure they'll all be happy with him at the end of the day. P9, I believe, is what they were after fixing the damage after that huge impact. I'm pretty sure that Mike Noble's neck is still suffering from that impact. It was absolutely massive. But anyways, Torvinen doing a pretty good job there. He's only 9 seconds behind the P8.
Well, I can tell you, Mike Noble, after he got out of the 123, was vocal about his displeasure with the events that occurred. And I mean, you can't really blame him. You're the leader of the race, and you get taken out in a bizarre incident. I think we can all agree that was very bizarre, and never how you want to have your day go. They were not confident about how the car was going to run in the dry, but nevertheless, a very strange incident has taken them not only out of the running for the win of this race today, but outside the top 5 and very nearly outside the top 10. But all things considered for Racing Line, who were left scratching their heads looking for answers early, it has come to them, though sadly, it looks like it is going away. Every sector, every lap now, the 12 PCDC piloted by Lawrence is gaining and gaining quicker now.
Yeah, I can't wait for these two cars to meet each other on track. We're gonna have an absolutely great battle on our hands when that happens. But I've just been reading the chat a little bit, and a familiar face of Sam Chumley is complaining the Mercedes is very slow down the straight, and he says they gained 0.5 seconds on their Delta, but still was not able to manage to pass the McLaren, even in that slipstream. So they are definitely struggling with the setup they've put on at the moment.
Well, here is Samuel Ratz, who actually just gained a chunk of time. Very interested indeed about how he did that. I'm not sure how he gained nearly half a second there. So you would assume something happened to Lawrence in that case, because definitely Samuel Ratz was quicker around that particular sector by quite a large margin. But here is the second place Marcus Lawrence, qualified pole, started from the pit lane and has driven all the way through the field from 22nd to second. It was always a question of how fast would they be. Well, the question has been answered. They are fast enough to still win this race. And if this race was a 3-hour race instead of a 6 hours, this would be very spicy. But of course, not bad at all, gaining about 25 to 30 seconds in a 3-hour time span and coming through the field. Incident free, mind you, for Marcus Lawrence and his teammates. Not bad at all.
Yeah, and it's great performance from them so far, as we see another drive-through for Mike Williams in the 84 car. Is that from an instant, or is that just from track limits?
Yeah, that's looking like track limits, Christian. I don't have any sort of news from the stewards. And normally I get the slip of paper right as it gets sent through. So I'm forced to assume that that is another track limits. We talked about at the top of the show. We thought that it was going to be a big day for track limits. Very easy to run afoul of them here. And here we are, not even halfway into the race. I think that's victim number 3.
Yeah, it's and I think the victims are just gonna continue falling. It's been a slow and steady increase in the amount of drive-throughs, but they're gonna, especially come at the end of the race, I think, be quite a hefty for some of the teams. And we've just received news that Kennedy is running a tire on 29 psi due to a mistake in the pit lane with the tire pressures. So this could probably explain his pace difference compared to when he was trying to overtake Brunier to now, with the pressures being basically roasted alive due to the track temperature increasing. And yeah, definitely unfortunate for them, but yeah, it's that's a tough situation.
I gotta tell you, 29 psi, that's about like microwaving a hot dog for a minute and looking at the results. That is going to be one plump tire, and a very unhappy one, and one that's going to wear prematurely as well, and not grip effectively. So that's what they're dealing with. Nice to have that information. So thank you in chat keeping us abreast of that. But all things considered, doing very well. That would explain some of the mishaps, overrunning some of the turns. But all things considered, they've finally managed to put a 3-second gap on Seb Brunier, and Seb's not going to like this. He has clean air, and he continues to lose time to Haynes behind. 7.1 the gap now as that continues to go down the past 7 laps or so. We've lost nearly an entire second.
Yeah, and I think, are we reaching that time? Because we had pit stops midway through the second stint. Are we reaching that time where drivers are nearing the end of their stint time now and could potentially be looking for undercuts, or definitely something along those lines? And I think if that was to happen, Haynes would definitely, their team would definitely be thinking about it, because the more time they can gain on Brunier, the closer they are to that P1 spot that they really want to get.
Yes, we are. We are getting very close to some of the people that came in sort of before the cycle some of the first ones should be coming in the next 2 to 5 laps. There will be others that will go to the top of the hour and perhaps a little bit beyond even. We talked about, who was it? The 408. They were the last to come in. They're up to 7th place. They have gained. Talked about how they might have the correct strategy of coming in last. I was told that usually that is the best thing to do. And for them, I think it is going to work out because not only were they the last in, they were the last to put slicks on, which means they have more grip than anybody else. And so apparently the 408 was not the last ones to come in.
Yeah,
But either way, okay. So apparently the 191 and all of them have come in again. That is correct. That's right. So Mollet was the last onto the slicks, but then Rats and Lawrence and the rest of them have come in again, I believe, because interesting here. I don't know. So Stewie's informing me. You can't hear him, of course, but Stewie's informing me that what I've written down is not correct. But that's weird because I write it down when I see it happening. So I'm not sure what's happened there. I've sort of lost the plot here a bit. Christian, help me.
Yeah, I did. I'm just looking at the timing sheet and the delta and all that. And it seems like the 191, the 126, and the 777 pitted on lap 49, whereas Mali pitted on lap 45. So according to that data, these are the last guys onto the slick tires. So we'll just have to go with that for now. But yeah, a bit bizarre, that confusion.
All I can assume here is that I've written down the wrong number of a car when I meant to write another number is all I can assume.
Yeah, and it's an endurance race. You've been commentating already for nearly 3 hours. It's okay to make small mistakes. That's allowed as a yeah, and I think we're seeing the first of the pit stoppers now as Steele Vasson comes into the pits and Mike Williams goes into the pits, but I think that's to serve a drive-through. So yeah, he will probably get into the pits the next few laps, and I'm interested to see, will this undercut, I guess you could say, for Steele Vasson, will that help him out in the end, or is that going to ruin their strategy? Because they still have to pit I believe 3 more times, maybe 4, depending how long they can extend their stints.
Yeah, I don't know. I would not favor them as the first to come in. I would not want to be doing undercuts in an endurance race like this when you're not directly battling somebody, when you're not directly like trying to overtake somebody in a battle. I wouldn't suggest it, and I don't think it's going to work. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work out for them, to be fair. I would definitely want to extend this. You get a 70-minute stint timer, and I would definitely want to be right up against the back of it for every single team here. Pitting a bit early, unless they felt that there was a problem that they needed to address now to have more time after they addressed it, such as tire pressures, etc. Like, if you had a bad tire pressure, then sure, come in early, get that fixed, but I can't assume that that's what they've done. They might just be falling into their strategy, though mine would be that I would stay out as long as possible.
Yeah, and that's definitely something I've learned from doing these endurance races. Staying out as long as possible gives you a lot of playroom at the end of the race to see, do we do an undercut? Do we do an overcut? Do you swap tires? Do you not? Do you just come in for a splash and dash with 10 minutes to go? Stuff like that. And it's nice to have these strategies to play with, so you have very many options to use, especially considering the situation you have on the track. If you're fighting someone, you could potentially gain a nice advantage if you, well, let's just say, spend 10 seconds in the pit lane doing a splash and dash rather than the standard 30 seconds of changing tires and perhaps drivers as well.
Well, I'm being told that the 962, driven by Keeble here, has had their share of technical gremlins as well. A wheel disconnection for the 962. has put them all the way back into the 18th place position and well off the back of anybody that they would be racing as well. As far as a day for mistakes, it is starting to be a big one as the mistakes are mounting early here. A wheel disconnection, it's just not something that you can really plan for, is it? It's just one of those things that just sort of happens.
It's definitely not an expected scenario to happen, but it can happen, of course, and it's definitely scary when it does, because suddenly you lose all control of the car, and it takes you a few seconds just to get over the initial shock, and then it's time to quickly make a plan to recover as well as you can, but you can't really recover from wheel disconnection as you have to go in and take the wheel off, put it back on, all that stuff, reset the computer, and then off you go again. But yeah, definitely a very unfortunate failure they had there.
Yes, indeed. Milton Silvassen, of course, was in the car at the time, I'm told. And after that disconnection, Keeble has gotten into the car. Thanks to Jason Kellaway for the heads up on that one. Do appreciate that, Jason. And sorry for the bad luck for the MSV team. And of course, that is going, again, 3 hours left, but that could have huge championship implications now.
Yeah, and small things like that, even if you say endurance races or long races, but a thing like that can completely ruin your race and potential championship as well. That's how close these championships are run, and it just makes for absolutely amazing racing. And we can see here that Mali has come up behind Haynes here, and that might be a blessing in disguise for Brunier, as he will be starting to fight Haynes for that P6 spot now, and that's only going to cost him a little bit of time, and Brunier is going to get some breathing space.
Well, for Mark Haynes, it was all going your way, though the gap has stabilized in the last 2 or 3 laps between the 777 and the 18. This is not what Haynes wanted. A very fast Mollet behind him in the 408. And this could actually make the gap go the opposite way after it has stabilized. And Seb never really did fall too far off of Kennedy. It's only 4 seconds. I expected it to be, well, quite a bit more than that, to be fair. But 4 seconds is still 4 seconds. Haynes actually did gain a tenth or so. But when Mollet eventually gets there, well, that gap is definitely going to be going the opposite direction. It's talking about the 962 and the problems the MSV team has had today and how big that wheel disconnection for Still Vassen is. Of course, the 962 is leading the Silver Championship. They're back in 10th in class. And Seb Brunier, who is hanging on to a top 10 in the overall championship, is leading the race. That is a huge swing of points. We're talking several hundred points difference between the two.
Yeah, so definitely this race, if there has been one race this season, I think this race has really been the one to switch up the championship, especially as it's the penultimate round, and it's definitely very exciting to see, and I'm pretty sure that people are loving it as well, as you can never really predict who's to win, and we love to see a championship fight go all the way to the end of the race. And as you see here, Mali getting really close to Mali getting really close to Haynes, and Haynes having lost a decent amount of time actually to Brunier on that lap.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't supposed to be here anyway past that point, but I'm going to step away, go down to the pit lane and have a look. Christian, it's been a pleasure commentating with you for the first time. I'll give you a humorous joke on the way out the other day. Somebody said, "You're going to be commentating with Christian," and I went, "Who?"
Well, yeah, now you know.
It's been absolutely fantastic, a pleasure and an honor. Well, I'm going to step away from the booth here, just shy of the 3-hour mark, and give way to Mike Jones. He's had to wear many hats today: commentator, broadcaster, statistician, and troubleshooter. Well, he's back in the comm booth. Take it away, Mike Jones.
Thank you, Jesse Lee. We will see you back here in just a couple hours to finish off this race, of course. And Nate will join us here pretty shortly as well to alleviate Christian from his first stint here at RCI. Hello, Christian. Hello. RCI TV viewers, we are here for about the halfway mark in this 6 hour of Paul Ricard. Marcus Lawrence in the pit lane. He's been rolling down Samuel Ratz in that 191 Ferrari at the front of the field here over the past hour and a half or so. Of course, since the temperatures have dried out, it looks like that Ferrari has been struggling just a touch on pace versus the PCDC Motorsports team. Of course, Till Vornum still has to get in the car for that number 12. And I do believe he, we'll have to see how he does here on Paul Ricard. I think generally he's just a touch, not much, but just a touch slower than Marcus and Vincent will be. And of course, Merrick Shins will be the last driver in that 191. And well, Merrick Shins is about as fast as you can get. So it's going to be a very interesting race here for the last half. Here's Hamza Bellassane for the 408 H3 Racing Ferrari. The third Ferrari on the grid, in fact, and Bellassane has gotten a pretty decent drive, though has just kind of suffered on position just due to the fact that there's obviously a lot of the pro cars on the field are here of some of our front runners in the points championship, and it's just been difficult for him to kind of catch up and get the positions that he needs to get. But you know, in the end, he's out here. He's trying to get out ahead of the Team Zero. Bad luck. Matthew Kennedy, 247, of course, who has those tire pressure issues, and he came into the pit lane, has fixed that up. Let's see how that 247 does. But pit stops are rolling. The CDA car in the pit. Gwiglia for that 899, and FFS Racing Jarkko Torvinen in the pit lane as well. I'm curious to see, Christian, if they end up doing single stints on the back end here, because Matt Samuel has not driven that 123 FFS Racing car either. And they need to make up a couple positions after getting brutally smashed earlier at a P1.
Yeah, it's definitely, that was very unfortunate for sure. And I just want to quickly say hello, Mike. Welcome back to the booth. And yeah, it's great to commentate here with you. And I've really enjoyed my first stint commentating with Jesse. I didn't really manage to say goodbye in time as he had to leave pretty quickly. But yeah, I'll try and do my best for the last few laps or so now. Yeah, it's been a great race so far, and a great little summary you made right there. And I'm quite excited to see what's going to happen towards the end of it. I know this is my bias kicking in, but Nico Veldman now in the 252, I can't wait to see what he can do, because he is definitely a very fast driver, and I am sure that it's going to be doing wonders for Team Red to try and regain the positions they lost earlier with the struggles they've had with Olive and the Mercedes setup they've had in general.
Yeah, of course, a 2SLR team, or 2SRL team, rather. Just, you know, not the best race for them overall, Christian.
Nope.
They've done decently throughout the championship. I don't want to say they've done, you know, they've finished great in everything, but they're in P9 in the points is that 252. And this has just not been the race for them overall. That said, obviously, with the low grid count that we have here in France today at the Paul Ricard circuit, they're still going to get quite a bit of points. So they'll still be able to pick up the positions in the point standings going into the final at the 10 Hours of Suzuka next month. So, you know, regardless of that, the sheer act of not retiring the car and just finishing the race is really what's going to gain the points. Of course, we've seen 3 cars retire so far, and at the very most, they will only get points for the first 2 hours of the race. So that means that the 556, the 59, both those cars had to retire. There's one other one as well. You know, granted, sometimes due to technical issues, right? Such as with the 59, with the technical issues that they had, but they won't get points for the remainder of the race, and subsequently that will put them farther and farther back on the overall points field. Whereas the 252, the 21, the 107, yeah, you might be in last place, but hey, I mean, the 252 is still fighting the 21 for position. They're only a couple seconds back, and they've got plenty of time to make that happen. And as long as they finish the next 3.5 hours, well, hey, points are points, right?
Yeah, points are points indeed. And I always live by the philosophy of, in order to finish first, one must finish. And that is something I've also drilled into the teams I manage here at 2SRL, and I think we always try to finish a race no matter what happens. We can be 10 laps down, we can have a really broken car, but we will still try and finish because we know that points are very valuable no matter how many they are. So yeah, I hope to see them finish this race at least. and I think they can be very happy with their performance, considering they've lost their star driver of Alexander Karsten, who is currently in Belgium currently, and doing duties for the Excel Racing by Renwelten team, who are not here today, sadly missing out because of them being in Belgium. But yeah, that team, I believe, is doing quite well in this championship.
They are. They're in P3 in the silver points, about 120 back from GC Racing and MSVR. They're going to lose quite a bit of points here, obviously, not being here in France today. And I'm sure they will lose a couple positions in the points. But the Excel Racing by Renwelten team definitely put on a better showing than their pro team did. Of course, the Renwelten pro team did have to sign out of the championship. We spoke about that a couple hours ago, Jesse and I, very briefly. That Samir Ibrahimi, Chris Huque, and the team decided that they were racing in at least one, if not two, endurance races a week. And, you know, it was, it was a bit much. They were kind of suffering through our championship here, just having bad races, self-induced and other car-induced incidents, and decided that it would just be better for them to focus on other things. Pop on back by for the next World Tour next year. But of course, their sister team, the Excel Racing team, has been doing really well, and I've been very impressed by them and the team. And of course, we spoke to Samuel Chumley last month during the Monza race, I believe it was, live on air, him talking about how Karsten was going to be over at the Excel team after this championship finishes. So, yeah, it's unfortunate for them. They're definitely losing one of their quick drivers, but Karsten, he's just damn quick, and being realistic about it, I think you hit it on the head. He's definitely their star driver, and sometimes your star driver, well, they might find somewhere a little bit quicker. Unfortunately, not that 2SRL is slow, but they're in the silver class still.
Yeah, for sure.
and it's going to be unfortunate for them, but they're still here and they put on a good show.
I will say, to hype things up a little bit for next season, they're gonna get there's currently the yellow team. We have a star driver, quote unquote, as well. He is on pace with Karsten sometimes, if not faster, especially during quali, and he's gonna be joining that team for next season. So hopefully that will reshuffle things a bit, and they'll be able to perform a little bit better than they have done this season. But again, 2SRL esports team is I think RCI World Tour is the first endurance champion that we're doing properly, so it's all a learning experience.
Yeah, and of course Jesse and I talked about that during the pre-show and during the qualifying, about how there's just a couple cars that are in this championship that may not have that long-term endurance experience. As we're of course seeing the leaders come on in. We saw this 777 come in just a lap or two ago, who actually lost quite a bit of time to his rival in the number 18 in the pit lane, by the way. I'm curious to see if that shakes itself out at all. But here's Berrezzini taking in the lead very briefly for the moment. Of course, Samuel Ratz or Merrick Shins, depending on who is going to come out in that 191, will very much take the lead back over. But that said, we're going to see the Racing Line team drop the jacks. It is going to be Samuel Ratz in the car still. But yeah, so Jesse and I spoke about this a lot, how there's a lot of teams here that don't necessarily have a ton of experience in these long-term, consistent endurance races. And this championship has really shown that the teams can come in and they can learn. The 59 is one that we were talking about, the Sims and Riggs team, the Ada Esports team, how much both of those have just improved so drastically over the season. And on top of that, all the other endurance races, of course, that they've been doing. And it's been fantastic to see that progression through even some of these drivers here in the top split, as we're seeing the Bentley come out of the pits, the BMW just barely dodging him. Of course, we saw a very bad incident early on in the race with the Butler Powell car versus the 123 who was leading the race at the time. And we do not want to see a repeat of that, but 411 Schumacher manages to dodge that for the moment until Vornum is in that PCDC Motorsport car. Samuel Ratz is behind him, Christian.
Yeah, I believe we just saw the overtake for the lead there, and the undercut that the number 12 car has been doing has paid them away massively, and they just make the overtake before the long straight, get a good exit. Maybe the Ferrari can come back at them. We'll have to see after the replay. This is going to be a very good fight, and indeed he has. Ratz has come back past Vornum here, and this is a fight that we're going to see for the next few laps, and I can't wait.
Yeah, they picked up 1.4 seconds in the pit stop, did Till, and on top of that, I think that, like you said, that undercut just paying them dividends. So now it's just going to be the battle of wills. Samuel Ratz, of course, and massively quick driver. Till, not to say that he's any slouch himself, but it's just going to be the question of can he keep up with Ratz. The DT just came out for the 126, by the way. That is a drive-through penalty for track limits. So the Orion race team, Montalbano, is going to go ahead and he's going to have to come through the pit.
Oh, no!
The 191 gets spun around. The 12 taps him on the back end as they come through. I think we're going to get a bit of a replay there from that. And the 191 gets it back straight, but a couple seconds lost. Let's see what actually happened here. The 191 comes in. The 12 goes for the major dive, taps him around. Till catching the inside of him. And I'm going to, God, that's a tough call. I think that's a late dive by the 12, but the 191 suffers for it. And there it is right there. He did let him back pass, so Till realized that he went for the dive. The stewards will probably still apply a slight penalty for the contact, but at the very least, a significantly lessened penalty, probably a 5-second at best, if it even gets reported by the Racing Line team. But Till is still going to put Ratz under fire here, but that just means that if he's got to prepare for the potential of that 5-second penalty coming out now for that touch, and he's going to have to be careful. He can't do it again. If he touches again, gets another penalty, he's probably out of the lead at that point. There's going to be no way he can make that up. But this PCDC team has really shown strength in the dry, and that they can do the time and make up the positions. Can Till, however, is still the question. Can Till consistently put as fast a lap down as Marcus Lawrence was and subsequently put himself 5 seconds ahead of Ratz in case he does get that penalty? Well, we're going to find out here because I'm very curious to see how the lap times go for Till. I'm starting to track him here. Lawrence running, of course, in the 54s to low 55s. I want to see how Till does over the next 5 laps or so. The 191's tire pressures and tire temperatures should be up to about optimal at this point after the couple out laps. Not too bad of a spin from him, so no flat spots should have been had from the incident. But you can see how fast Till is through Sector 3 here. He gets the nose under him, and this might be the move he needed. There it is. Last time gets the tap on him. This time gets the nose under before he even gets into the corner. Ratz takes a look, sees if he can go on the inside of the switchback, but is not able to get it done. And Till getting the move into P1 properly this time. He will not have to give that one back to Ratz. A very clean pass, and he needs to check out and get up the road because the German cannot sit too close to this Italian team, or the Racing Line Motorsports is going to slap in Merrick Shins and say go. And well, Merrick Shins does going very well in that Ferrari, and the PCDC team needs to be worried about that.
Yeah, I don't actually think this is over yet because the Ferrari is still very close, and we know the slipstream down the main straight is huge, and we could potentially be seeing another overtake for the lead again, though, although they have fallen back a little bit now, so maybe I'm just hyping something up that might not happen here, but definitely still playing mind games with a little bit of a tap in the previous lap, so that way Ratz knows that he has to be careful on the next one until just making the move stick up the inside like he should have done on the lap earlier. And yeah, up to P1 for now, but look at Ratz coming back at him. This is I think we're not seeing the end of this race yet.
No, I don't think so either. The slipstream is probably going to happen here. He's going to pull out. He's going to try and slingshot past him. The question is, can he make it stick down there on the apron? Of course, you want to run wide here and carry as much speed as you can, and the 12 does that. Till hitting that corner perfectly and staying rather out ahead of Ratz for the moment. And this is where he's been quick the past couple laps is through Sector 3. That 191 hasn't been. So I'm kind of curious, can he gap him by just a couple of tenths here, which is really what you need, right? If you can just get a couple tenths, you can really make it work. It doesn't look like he's too much quicker here than Ratz, but you can definitely see there's just that little bit of hold. There's about a car length there between the two of them as they're coming into the final corner, but it's not enough that he's going to be able to get too far ahead, and Ratz should be able to circle back for attempt number 3 out of however many is going to happen here in the next 4 hours as these guys race nose to tail. But attempt number 3 going to come on the Mistral Straight. He made the first one succeed right after he came out of the pit lane. Last lap wasn't able to get it done. Can he get the run onto the straight this time? is what the question will be. Looking back through the field a little bit as well, I'm looking at the 158 and 899, who are getting pretty close to each other down the Mistral Straight. That is not for position, but Belisane, though, and Brunier are fighting for P5, P6. Again, not for position, for the points. What is interesting, however, is that Kennedy in P3 is losing a bit of time to Montalbano. We're going to catch a bit of a replay here, and yeah, that Seb ran just a bit wide there, let Belisane by. And, you know, again, that's not for points position, but it's still for on-track position. And I think Brunier definitely has the speed to take over Belisane there, even if it is not. So, doesn't look like Rat's going to get the run on Vornum this time. Just not enough slipstream there. It must have been an excellent Sector 1 for Till there. He got a bit of a gap, and looks like that's all he needs is just a bit.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit of a gap, and then you're out of the slipstream, and then you're basically safe to go and race as you want. But definitely very exciting stuff between these two. But actually, Rats seems to be gaining a little bit as well on this final sector, so this is not over yet. But mentioning earlier with Brunier, me and Jesse have been talking about how he's been fighting a little bit with the pro class drivers, and it's just been costing him a little bit here and there, and the number 18 McLaren has been gaining on them ever since. They used to have a 14-second gap, and it's now down to 5 seconds.
Yeah, 5 seconds it is, and we are seeing, even though we've got 19 cars left in this race, fights happen all throughout the field, halfway into it. Flipping back over to that Brunier-Belisane fight, seeing them come off the back of the straight here, still nose to tail. Brunier does not look like he made the move this time. And that 777 is actually going to fall back just a few tenths off the 408. So maybe I was lying, and the 777 does not have as much pace as that 408 car does. Belisane, of course, he's a pretty quick driver. Jesse and I saw him in Season 1 of the Night Owl Championship, and subsequently he's been in the top split of the Friday Championship as well. He tends to be a little bit more of a hot lapper. He's good at lapping by himself, and sometimes isn't quite as good at being out in traffic, though he's, again, another one of those that I've seen him just improve pretty well across the World Tour. We're seeing Till just go super, super defensive all the way down the Mistral Straight, left, right, left, right, left, right. He's going to look towards the outside again. Is Rats coming through the double right, but just not able to get it done again. Till hitting the mark, getting the brakes just right, and sliding out ahead again of Samuel Rats in that McLaren. Of course, the Ferrari just not as good on the brakes as that McLaren ever will be. The Ferrari probably one of the worst cars on the brakes inside the GT World Challenge Europe Assetto Corsa Competizione game, and that is not going to play into his favor if the run that he's getting is at the end of the straight, because Till is shown that he's very, very good on the brakes so far. Now, that said, Christian, I do believe it is about your time to dip out of the box. It's been fantastic listening to you and joining you for the past 15, 20 minutes or so over your first stint here at RCI TV. And, well, I suppose you will perhaps be back soon. Perhaps we'll see you for Suzuka next month.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've really enjoyed this one. And, yeah, I've kept my seat nice and warm here for Nate. And I believe he is ready to come into the commentary booth, and yeah, I'll pass my mic to him. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much for the chats for supporting me as well. And yeah, goodbye.
Well, Christian Schicker, all the way from the Netherlands, heading out of his first commentary stint here at RCI TV. And Nate, you got your microphone hooked up yet?
I am here. I'm ready to go. There's always something really uncomfortable about sitting in someone else's warm seat, isn't there? It's not natural, is it? You're like, why is this warm?
Lee's chair, so I don't want to hear it.
If it was suede, I'd be worried, you know, like, oh, what kind of mess is in this? But no, I'm here, comfortable, and yeah, ready to go.
Yeah, well, it has been a fairly action-packed race, of course, for the first 3 hours of this, Nate. We're currently fighting for position here for the last step of the podium. Of course, Matthew Kennedy for Team Zero Bad Luck Racing out ahead of Montalbano for the Ryan Race team in their 126 Bentley after a rather disappointing performance in qualifying to that Orion race team had, and a bit of a rough start. They're now fighting for the podium. And Nate, we obviously had the tire pressure issues with the 247 earlier. They've since fixed that, but they're still losing time to this Orion race team. The question is, can the Orion race team make this stick? Because we've seen the outside line work here on more than one occasion. It doesn't look like it, though. The Bentley very hard on the brakes, but we have the switchback happening as he goes a little too deep on the brakes, and the 247 is going to slide back past. And again, 3 hours into a Paul Ricard race, and I'm going to say that again, Nate, 3 hours into a Paul Ricard race, and we are still seeing battles up and down the field.
All right, you said Paul Ricard, and I fell asleep instantly, and then you said it again, and I fell into a coma. I don't get me wrong, this track is amazing to watch racing happen, but as a driver, I've never meshed with it. There's only a handful of tracks that I've meshed with, and this is not one of them. Like I said, the action's amazing, and every time I've come here, I've had good races with people. But there always seems to be a bit of time where I'm just on my own. And I'm like, oh, right, Paul Ricard, yeah, okay.
By the way, I've just noticed. Sorry to interrupt you, Nate. I've just noticed that the incident report did come down from Stephen DeVois, and that 5-second penalty did indeed get applied to Till Vornum for that earlier contact with the 191. Not surprising. We knew that was going to happen. It was a bad tap from Till onto the backside of Samuel Ratz as they came across the last corner. We fully expected that 5-second penalty to get. But the good news is that Christian and I were talking about is that he understood that it's like, okay, I screwed up, take the position back. It meant that he probably would have gotten a 15-second penalty if he had not, due to the RCI stewarding rules. So he's about 0.8 up. He's got 4.2 seconds of loss there at that point. He's gonna have to make that up in his stint, and he's so far shown that he can gap it out. We're gonna see a replay of last lap, just switched around a little bit here. That's now the McLaren on the inside. Who's gonna be braver on the brakes this time? Last time it was the Bentley, and this time it is going to be the Bentley one more time. How wide will he run? Well, he runs wide about perfectly, and the Bentley of the 126 Orion race team gets the move done up onto this final step of the podium. Halfway through this race, Matthew Kennedy demoted to P4, and now it's just the question of, can the Orion race team gap out the 247 as they finish out the back half of this race? They've got plenty of stint time remaining to do so, and plenty of quick drivers in that car to do so as well. But they should be pretty happy with that, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, I mean, he'd lined that up the lap before, didn't he? Just to sort of get a feeling, right? It's sort of kind of, right, if I go on the outside, if I go here, where are you going to go? And he sort of figured that move out the lap before he got it done. So this time when he went into it, he's like, right, I know exactly what you're going to do this time, and I know how to get around you. And, you know, cut and dry. I don't think there's any simpler overtake than that. Just later on the brakes, keeping it tidy and clean, and just driving off into the distance.
Speaking of driving off into the distance, the 777, as Stewie points out to me, has been absolutely gapping the 18. Now 8.2 seconds ahead is Sebastian Brunier. He's got P1 pretty well locked down in the silver class at the moment. Of course, Tom Pottage handed him everything to lose, basically, and Seb Brunier has gotten in the car and shown plenty of strength here at his home circuit in France. Brunier, of course, the Frenchman here at RCI in that 777 OVRC Racing Club team. Well, he's done really well so far, and I'm happy to see it. And, well, we're going to find out, because he just lost a few tenths to the 18 on whether he can keep that up over the back half of the race. Samuel Ratz has picked up a few more tenths on Vornum again since the last lap started as they cut through traffic. And I think that, you know, without there being a ton of traffic here, that's one of those interesting mechanics here, Nate, that obviously in endurance racing in general, we see traffic play an absolutely massive factor most of the time, right? But this is a very big track with 19 cars on it. Traffic just isn't as impactful today, and I think that might affect some of the cars.
Well, it depends where you catch the traffic. Obviously, if you catch them on the back straight, no issues at all. If you catch them in the third sector, sort of with all the left, right, and the technical part of the track, you can lose a lot of time, which can still impact your race. Obviously, as you said, back markers can play an effect in the race. Obviously, commentating Diamond Drive, I've seen it happen on 1 or 2 times. But yeah, it depends where you catch them. It's all about where you catch them, even regardless of the track. You know, you could be racing Monza, which has like 4 corners total on a good day. And if you just catch a car coming into, you know, the chicane or Lesmos, it will completely ruin your race. You'll lose so much time, especially if they are that much slower than you. For example, when I race with some of my friends, they are often 3-4 seconds a lap quicker than me. But if I catch that, or if they catch me, sorry, at the wrong part of the track, I can hold them up and cause them to lose a solid 2 seconds just in a few corners because of how much quicker they take them. They're later on the brakes, earlier on the throttle, they carry more minimum speed, and we could see the same thing here. Again, like I said, Sector 3 is quite a technical sector, especially if you're in the dirty air as you come into that really fast right-hander off the back straight. A little twitch and you could be, well, not in the wall because there's so much runoff there, but you can lose a lot of time trying to regain the car, especially if you're sideways, backwards. You've got to get it going again, get back on the track, and then you've got to take it easy because your tires have overheated and you just haven't got the same amount of grip. So I do believe back markers will play more of an effect later on in the race than you believe there, Mr. Mike Jones.
Very well could be. Bart Macha, though, not taking any second chances with the 18. He slides on past him and makes him a back marker at this point. Bart Macha wants to go catch Seb Brunier and put that Connection Loss Racing 404 Ferrari up on the pole position of the silver class. 18 bleeding time left and right to the 777. Quite a bit of time between them and the 158 at this point. It is, in fact, around 30 seconds or so. But 30 seconds in 3 hours, well, that might happen realistically if Thiesing isn't careful. Bart Macha in the Connection Loss team, well, he just ran a 156.1 even with having to pass that guy. Seb Brunier ran a 156.6 on his last time by. That's about a half a second gain between Macha and Brunier. And, well, if that keeps up, it's not going to be too much longer towards the end of this stint that Macha will be up on the back of him. And we're going to see a fight for P1 in the silver class. Thiesing going to try and hold on to that podium position in silver. He's got plenty of space. He needs to do it. Just needs to keep it consistent, get his head down, not worry about the car in front, and just put some laps in. No slipstream, no lap traffic ahead of him at this point. Bart's going to be just out of that slipstream range as they come out onto the straight, and that's going to lose him a little bit of time. And again, just looking up the field, Matthew Kennedy has fallen off a couple seconds of the 126. Brunier only a few seconds behind Bellasane, but definitely just not as quick as that 5th place Pro Class car as he might like to. And I think Brunier is scrubbing a little time off here as well. Looking at the pit window, we have obviously still got quite a bit of time here. Still about a half a stint to go. So if these guys are losing tires already, well, you still got plenty of time to go on them, and he's going to have to be careful. And maybe that's what Brunier is doing, as the McLaren is, notorious for not being too nice with its tires.
Yeah, definitely. I find people complain it either chews them up and spits them out for a pastime, or they just seem to be weirdly under pressure and they just lose pressure on one side for no apparent reason. But speaking of McLarens, I'm noticing the gap extend at the front of the field, Mike.
1.5 seconds it now is. That puts him 3.5 seconds behind once the pit stop shakes out with the 5-second penalty. PCDC has consistently, however, done a little bit better, just a little bit better than in the pit stop on the last time around. And I was looking at it, I wanted to say consistently, but it's actually on pit stop 1 and 3, PCDC gained a second. On pit stop 2, they did lose about a second. So there's a lot of potential there for PCDC or Racing Line to just make this up in the pit lane. We have not seen Till make a pit stop yet, obviously. But Rats did a little bit slower of one than Marcus Lawrence did on lap 81 and 85 respectively. But again, 15 laps into the stint for the PCDC team, still got about 15, 16 to go. And if he keeps this up, coming across the line at 154.825, Samuel Rats put down an 8.55 for reference. That is 300ths of a difference there. That's all he gained last lap. But the important part is that he's gaining. And 300ths of a second, even over 3 hours, can probably make up that 5 seconds, especially with the lap traffic and slipstreams and every other thing that you can probably pull in. Because he is catching a bit of a lap traffic, and he might get a little bit of a slipstream this lap if he can catch the Bentley, especially since that's a teammate Bentley there.
See, that's what he needs on the back straight. I did notice on the last lap, while the McLaren seems to be making up his times in sectors 1 and 2, and I will verify that, it does seem to be that the Ferrari is just being able to go a little bit quicker on the back straight, whether that's the slipstream, obviously just being tucked up in some of that slipstream behind the McLaren, although given how far back he is, I don't know how strong it will be, but even still, a little slipstream is better than none, so it's going to be hopefully neutralized by the fact that the McLaren now has a slipstream from the Bentley.
Yeah, a little bit at least. Not too much of one that time by, but Till, I'm sure, will be communicating with his teammates going, hey, this is the other racing line car that we're catching up to. Let's make sure that we can get past these guys easy. We do not want that 191 teammate car to get more of a slipstream than us and have him catch us, because that will be dangerous for him at this point. He's lost a little bit of time through the lap so far. It's come down from 1:45 seconds to 1:20 seconds. And of course, the 720S has been, when he was behind Rats anyway, was gaining so much time through Sector 3. And I think you're right, Nate. I think that since they've switched positions, it's not been quite as impactful. Though, well, actually, that might prove us wrong. Just gained about a tenth and a half there in Sector 3 again. So maybe this McLaren is just that much better through Sector 3. But he still lost time that lap, and that is not good for him because he's still got that 5-second penalty he needs to be concerned about for his next pit stop. Matthew Kennedy, of course, in the 2:47, 3 seconds behind Montalbano at this point. He's just lost all sorts of time. But Bart Macha is catching Sebastian Brunier for P1. Not quick enough that we're going to see him fight out this stint, I think. But through the next stint and the remaining couple hours of the race, they're definitely going to have a scrap to go for if it keeps going like it is. But look at that gap. This really showcases how big that gap has gotten.
Yeah, back up to 1.5 seconds now. So there seems, I mean, I'm watching the sector times from lap to lap. And it's odd because the McLaren doesn't really seem like it's quicker or substantially quicker anywhere across the lap. But we always seem to see through the first timing beam, the McLaren makes up a lot of time and then loses it slowly over the lap. So whether that's just a characteristic, it's really good in the first sector, which is, maybe a given. And then the Ferrari just seems to be able to handle this direction change a little bit better. But then
different lines there. You see that? Just very different lines through Sector 3.
Maybe it just comes down to the drivers. Maybe the cars are evenly matched and the differences we're seeing are all in how the drivers attack the racetrack.
Well, we're going to come across the line here in just a second. It was 1.4 seconds through Sector 2. Let's see what it goes up to through Sector 3. I'm going to imagine I was going to say 1.5. So he did gain 600ths of a second there through the final sector, did Vornum, and definitely catching up to the back of the 194 Racing Line Bentley at this point. Here's the helmet cam of the race leader, Till Vornum, for the PCDC Motorsports number 12 McLaren 720S. You're staring at the back of the 194 Racing Line Motorsport Bentley, and out ahead of them, I do believe that is that a Mercedes out ahead, I think.
No, it was another Bentley.
No, it was the Bentley. It's the 158 Bentley, yeah. And then out ahead of them, about 15, 16 seconds up the road, is Mikhail Sundstrom. Mikhail Sundstrom, God, speaking of which, that CDA NOP team, a rough race for that team They had some contact that they caused early on in the ascent. Sundstrom very displeased with himself, I think, and through the remainder of the race, they've just not had a fantastic time. Alexander Guiglia, of course, doing the last stint, and I don't know if Joe has been in the car yet. I don't think I've seen him while I was out on my break, so I don't think he's been in the car. So he might be taking the final couple stints. Is Joe McCauley, and perhaps he can get his head down and pick up a little bit of time. As Joe's definitely good at that. He finds the pressure and wants to get and gets that done basically. And hopefully he can pick up a couple positions. And of course, the FFS Racing team back in P9, again, a team that looked amazing at the start of the race with Mike Noble behind the wheel. Their two more silver class drivers are in the car for the back half of the race, as Andre Frankie could not be here this time around. So only one of their proper aliens has shown up to the race as we start lap 100 here. 3 hours, 20 minutes into the race, lap 100. And Nate, let's say we take a ride with Till Vornum for a couple laps around the Paul Ricard circuit. Stewie, crank up that audio. Well, that's Till Vornum the German for PCDC Motorsports, number 12, 720 McLaren 720S. And we're going to take one more on-board lap with him, looking for that 100-meter board on the right into T1, braking just after it, slamming down on the brakes, and then coming through the little bit of an S-curve here out to Virage de Le Hotel. Forgive me and my French, we are going to butcher that here today, and then through Ducamp out onto the hard right-hander here. This is a very difficult corner to get right. You really have to touch that apex perfectly to carry the speed out through the final right-hander, and then subsequently through the left onto the Mistral Straight, up into fourth gear as he comes out onto the famous Mistral Straight, and just float it as best as you can, keeping it as straight as possible down the straight. Do not lose any speed as much as you can. One of the fastest spots in the GT World Challenge Europe circuit. You can see him about ready to hit his rev limiter there, and he's not even close to the end of it yet. 200, 150, and on the brakes about 125. Get down to fifth gear. Run it as wide as possible out to the little dollops out there on the left, and then hard on the brakes. So you got to get all the way down to second gear before you finish the double right. And then sector 3, the sector that everybody hates because everybody gets it wrong. You come out through Bendor and then through Garlaban and then into Detour and DuPont. And this is, again, some of the more difficult corners here, I think, on this track. I hate that left-hander, but Till Vornum doing it perfectly as he comes across DuPont and out across the line one more time. The leader of the race, he gained about, about a tenth and a half overall on that lap to Samuel Ratz out behind. That lap was a 154.894. His best lap in the car, by the way, or this guy, I think this is actually Marcus Lawrence's lap, a 154.267. Till Samuel Ratz out behind him. Nate did not have a great last lap. It was a 55.2, so that's quite a bit of loss there from Ratz to Vornum. But we were talking briefly during our onboard audio up about how it's very much still with these two just a slingshot of like you gained a 2/10 here, you gained 2/10 here, you gained 2/10 here, and it's just stayed consistently like that. But almost 2 seconds between them now.
Yeah, I think it may have been exaggerated by Rats trying to get through the back markers there, especially seeing as one of them was the other car, the other PCDC car. You always try and help your friends out a little bit, like, oh no.
Other way around, that's a racing line car.
Oh, is it racing line car? Oh. Yep. Apologies then. But even still, you always try and get in the way to try and, as sportingly as you can, a la Formula 1 style, when they just leave Bottas out to run 5 million laps on tyres he's had since 2016. Like, oh, just hold up that Red Bull for us. Just get in the way a little bit. And it's sort of the similar sort of situation here. You always try and, as sportingly as you can, help your friends.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is, especially since the 194, they suffered a disconnect. They're multiple laps down to the 899, which is their next class car. They've got so much time to make up at this point. They're just getting points and potentially out here helping the 191 out a little bit because, hey, that's the perk of having a sister team in the race. Of course, the PCDC 58 team have not made it to the past couple races. They used to also have a sister car out in the race, but the silver class entry for the PCDC Motorsports team decided that they had just not had enough personnel to keep it consistent enough here for the remainder of the championship and have so far checked themselves out. Tobias Geider for the GC Racing 514 Lexus has caught up to the back of Martin Schumacher in the 411. This is GC Racing number 1 out in front, GC Racing number 2 out behind, and Tobias Geider does not want to be number 2 much longer. They might have to rename themselves after the race here by the time that Geider is done, as he is reeled in Schumacher, and he's ready to go. That Lexus versus BMW is going to be an interesting matchup. Of course, both front-engine cars. And we've seen this Lexus, at least the Lexus of the 1-2-3 earlier on in the race, be very quick down the straight versus what we saw out of the BMW when he was fighting with the 2SRL team earlier. And let's see what happens once we get out on the straight. We're going to stick with the wing cam here on the back of the 411 BMW. Will the Lexus be able to catch him up? He is in the slipstream, but it's just not significant amounts of slipstream. You know, he doesn't have the full-on value of it at the moment. He's definitely gaining a touch, but flash of the lights there. Not too happy with the lack of slipstream going on there. Hey teammate, give me a little bit more. No, wait, hang on. We're fighting for position. Towards the end of the straight there, you can really see the Lexus hitting the upper range of its rev limiter, and he really gained right there at the end. The BMW just not quite as quick on the brakes as the Lexus was. And this is something that they're going to have to come into the pit lane here pretty soon as well, here in about another 5 to 6 laps. And Geider wants to get out ahead before that happens and say, hey, we've beat you before the pit lane. It's our position now.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised the Lexus, I say, made up little ground. Well, didn't make up as much as it is, because that car is a monster in the straight line, honestly. I feel the only thing faster than the Lexus in the straight line is quite literally the speed of light itself. It's just, you get a good exit.
There's always the Lamborghini.
No, see, I mean, well, pray tell to last weekend, Mr. Mike Jones, when we were in the CHSR 6 hours Bathurst. And what car were you driving, Mr. Jones?
I happen to be driving the Lexus, Nate.
Strange, because I was in a Lamborghini, and I remember you absolutely monstering me down Conrad every single lap.
Yeah, I had a quick discussion with Mr. Mawson about that one as well, if I'm not mistaken, and he was not too happy with it either.
It was crazy. It was like, okay. Let's get a good exit of Forest.
Too.
Well, okay, good exit of Forest Elbow, right? Go. And it's like, okay, yeah, we got a bit of a gap. And then you just watch the Delta come down. It'd be like 0.7, 0.6, 0.4, 0.2. Oh, okay, he's behind us now. Okay.
And he's past us before we get to the chase. Hey, I had one benefit in that car last weekend, and it really was my straight line speed. It really helped out. Straight line speed, by the way, from Geider here, floating all the way up to the back of the BMW. He decides not to go for the move, though. He'd really have to dive into it this time around. Of course, the BMW, I mean, it is quick down the straights, but the Lexus in the slipstream is going to get pretty nasty for him. That's something we didn't have last weekend, was a lot of BMWs out on the circuit at Bathurst, which I suppose isn't quite surprising. Could you imagine having to wrestle a BMW around Bathurst?
I don't think I want to.
Yeah. Same. BMW or a Porsche? No, thank you. I will take it. I'm fine with my Lexus or the McLaren if need be. Martin Lawrence reminding us, of course, that the V12 is a, quote, straight line monster. However, the problem is you have to get out onto the straight if you want it to be a monster on it. So not something I've ever managed to do, nor ever will want to attempt to do again. I don't know about you.
No, I mean, I drove the Lexus once at Nürburgring, and I've never quite experienced the Schumacher S's that quick. But we see the number 18 McLaren there getting a drive-through. Would that be for track limits, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, I did not see a penalty report come in from Mr. DeVoice. So that will be a track limit drive-through for him. And, of course, this out ahead of him is not the number 18, by the way. We're watching Bart Macha, who has caught all the way up to Sebastian Brunier. Brunier struggling in the back half of his stint here to keep Macha behind him, though I think this is more of a case of Macha just being incredibly quick rather than Brunier being slow. He goes for the dive into T1, and Brunier says, you know what? Yep, you caught me already. Boop. You go ahead and go on past. Seb doesn't want to lose any more time than he needs to. He doesn't have the will at this point to fight against Bart Macha, who is just blazing quick in that Ferrari. The number 18, they don't have to worry about him anymore. He's going to lose about 35 seconds or so in the pit lane through here at the Paul Ricard circuit. He's got to do that within the next lap or two. He might even drop a position or 3. If I'm doing my math here, I think he's going to be back near P12 by the time that shakes itself out. Geider took a look on the outside of the BMW that time around, getting closer and closer each lap, but wasn't able to get it done quite yet. And, of course, these teammates not wanting to wreck each other out necessarily, But of course, the GC Racing #1 team, which is the 411 BMW, they're P2 in the points, and the GC Racing #2 is P11 in the points. So you almost got to wonder if there's going to be a bit of team orders there at the end of the race, depending on where they end up.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, everyone should do what's best for the team overall. I mean, they're the ones who are paying your wage and giving you the opportunity to absolutely destroy a GT3 car around a racetrack. But we are all very selfish people at the end of the day, and regardless, we want to finish ahead of our teammate or sister team, be it teammates for the same car, teammates in different cars. You always want to be better than the guy that's around you. So team orders, yeah, they can tell the drivers, but will the drivers listen? That's a different story.
Well, Tobias the Flasher Guider is on a mission. So says Farrago, his teammate. And Shanti reminds us that there's no team orders. I didn't expect there to be actual team orders. I was just messing with them. But in the end, they're well ahead of or well behind rather, the 962, who is of course in P1 in the championship points. It'd be a stretch for them to catch them at this point. 15 seconds up the road is that 962. But hey, 2.5 hours left here. Plenty of track limits to get, plenty of pit stops to screw up, and plenty of stints left to go. 15 minutes or so before the full pit window would open, and Stewie's giving me a bit of a replay here. This is Samuel Ratz through Sector 3, and we think he went off track just a little bit there and lost a bit of time back through the end of the Mistral Straight, perhaps, as we are catching up on the timing board that he is further behind than he was a little while ago. So Ratz losing time here and there. We're not seeing him be off circuit through Sector 3 here. So I'm going to imagine it was probably at the end of the Mistral Straight or through Sector 1 on the last lap. And we're going to cut back to live and look at that gap here momentarily. Let's see. That is, what does that say? That says 3.4 seconds. Well, that looks a hell of a lot bigger than it did a couple laps ago. That's even more than a half a second.
So maybe now though, now that he's had the accident, it's not an accident, excursion, that's the word I was looking for. It may now allow the McLaren to break free now that the Ferrari's no longer getting the benefit of the slipstream. The McLaren may just be able to pull away. We'll have to watch the gap, see how it looks after this next lap. But that may have been the break that Warner was looking for.
Yeah, at this point, he's now got about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds, and that's more than enough to really make this work here realistically. I mean, the 12 has shown strength. I believe that Airbitch rather is probably going to get back in the car at the end of the race unless he's had to leave for some reason. These teams can do up to 3.5 hours per driver. So theoretically, they could leave Vornum in for the remainder of the race, barely. But I think at Airbitch, who only did a stint and a half at the beginning because they did the early pit because of the weather change, I think Airbitch is going to get back in the car, and that is who you're going to want in that number 12 car out lapping by himself, realistically. But that said, maybe we'll get a repeat of the 3 hours of Silverstone from race 1, where we're going to see the 191 and the 12 fight all the way up to the final hour, and Marcus Lawrence back in the car, and he's going to get a last-moment pass and get up into P1 right at the last minute. Lawrence with a fantastic job on his final stint. I remember talking to him after the race. He said it was just a complete blur. Was that last hour of that race? Got past him with not too much time to go. We might be seeing a repeat of that here today. 2 hours 22 minutes left on the clock. We're watching the 158 scrap with the 962. This is for P4 in class of the silver. Back in P11 overall. Ada Pro Esport versus MSV Racing. Keeble and Zanchi really going at it here. Keeble's a pretty quick driver, but he did not get the good exit out of that corner as he kind of exited side by side. That's going to cost him down the straight, and that should leave the Bentley one more time, but maybe not. Oh, no, he's going to pull over. I think he realized, Zanchi, realizes that Keeble's a little quicker than him. Decides he wants to go ahead and pull over, maybe get the slipstream off of him rather than fighting for position. and losing the time. That touch, just a little bit of a touch there. I don't think that would have played into it at all. But in the end, position gain for Keeble for the moment. And the Ada team, well, maybe they've got a plan to make that up later on in the race through the last couple hours.
Yeah, it's always better if you know a car's faster than you. I say this all the time, every commentary I do. If you know there's a car faster than you, there's no point fighting them, because not only do you ruin their race, but you actually ruin your own race, because you start braking at weird points to try and keep the lead against the car behind you. You pick up the throttle maybe a little bit too. Oh, personally, I'm guilty of this. I'm picking up the throttle too early because I'm just so eager to get out of the corner, stay ahead of the car behind me, and then you ruin your tires because you're just being overly aggressive, and it ruins your race. It ruins their race as well, because they know they're faster than you, and then eventually when they do get past, they just disappear off 2 seconds up the road within the first sector, and it's sort of like, well, why did I fight that? So ultimately, it is better. It's difficult, but it is better to let someone who is that much quicker than you just go through.
Well, what has not gone through is Geider by Schumacher. 7/10 between them now. Geider's lost a little bit of time to the BMW out ahead of him. I know the Lexus isn't necessarily the kindest to its tires at the end of the day, so if he's been sliding around a little bit, we are near the end of the stint, and that could be costing him a little bit of time in that Lexus. We are approaching the pit window, about 30 laps into the stint, perhaps a little bit more for some of these cars. So we're going to see a couple of them start diving into the pit lane. The two GC Racing cars both pit on the same lap. Lap 81, last time by. And I think Simon Keeble is probably going to be our first one into the pit lane. Let me see. Yeah, he's 35 laps deep into his stint. The car behind him, the Ada Esports Pro for Zanchi, 34 laps into his stint. So that means that these guys got a lap or two left before they're going to be coming in, and we're going to see all these pit stops shake out. Some of these guys are going to try and stretch their pit stint timers out as far as they can, because, of course, if they can make it to about the 15 mark, that gives them plenty of breathing room to do 2 70-minute stints at the end, as well as any sort of overtime that might happen, including the pit delta timer. So realistically, the pit window is open here on the next lap for everybody to come in and be just fine until the end of the race on one more stop. I don't think we will have to worry. I'm trying to calculate this out. So we had an hour and a half of rain, which means 4.5 hours of dry, and the qualifying was in the rain. So that means that the 5 tire sets are not actually going to matter here, unless people have had to come in and short stint tires for some reason. I don't think that's happened. So I think that that's something that we're going to see just fine, is not having to worry about going on used tires. Stewie's pointing out to me, by the way, 4.2 seconds now between Rats and Vornum, Nate.
Yep, I did notice it did creep up. I did notice it hit 3.9, I think it was, before I looked away. And yeah, now we're back to 4.2. So it seems to be that he's broken the slipstream. The Ferrari just doesn't have an answer to Rats doesn't have an answer to Vornum. They were closely matched, but I think the slipstream did help more than we would like to think it did. But it could just be the fact that they've been racing each other so hard, and like you said, we are coming to the end of the stints now, that maybe Rats has just pushed that little bit harder and eaten up his tires, and Vornum, while still pushing hard, has managed to just treat them a little bit better and eke a little bit more life out of them.
Yeah, well, on the couple of onboards that we were watching of Rats, I did notice him having to counter steer a bit, especially into Sector 3, so it very well could be. You could have hit the nail on the head right there, that he's just slid his tires around a little bit, and, you know, the Ferrari is not kind at times, and so we're back on board now with him here, and he's not having to counter steer too much here, but I think he's just, because at this point he's kind of understeering a little bit. Let's watch him come through the final part of Sector 1 here. As he comes out onto the straight. So into the right, into the left. You're not going to catch too much counter steer here. It looks like he's gripping pretty well, but he's definitely pushing a little bit off a track there, and I don't think he's moving quite as fast as he was. He's that touch of counter steer there through the right-hander as he just loses just a little bit. And that's not going to cause you any damage to your tires being that quick necessarily, but if you continue to do that over a stint, there's going to be a lot of graining there through an hour, especially with the track temperature being at 33°C. That's pretty toasty on the Pirellis.
Yeah, pretty warm indeed. And I did notice as we were breaking down into the final part of Sector 1 that the back end didn't quite look planted. I don't know if that was maybe just a trick of the camera, but maybe, yeah, I think his tires are going. It does seem like he is doing a lot of work on the wheel. Looks like the front just isn't quite biting the way he wants it to, or that might just be akin of his driving style. I can't say I've been for very many onboards with Rats, but it definitely does look like you said, he is struggling with a little bit of understeer, having to take a couple of bites at the corner before he can get it turned in.
Well, 4.2 seconds held steady this lap at least. We'll see what happens when he crosses the line here. We are going to see Vornum cross the line here about right now. 54.9 for Vornum. And we're going to see Rats come across the line with a 55.0. So yeah, about a half a tenth lost in that lap again. 100% at this point, it is down to the pit stop. 100%, because if Vornum can nail his pit stop, that will, and Rats even loses a second, misses his box ever so slightly, doesn't kill the ignition quick enough, doesn't hit the starter quick enough, whatever happens, if Vornum nails it, he's still going to come out ahead. And like I said, Merrick Shins is going to get into that 191, I think, for the final 2 hours of the race. So Merrick Shins he's pretty much just as quick as Saklari is. I want to say Rats is probably the worst out of the three. Not that that's saying, or not that that's saying a whole lot, because Rats is, if he's the worst out of the three, I think it's a 10th. But Merrick Shins is a extremely consistent driver, and him getting into that Ferrari after Rats here, if Vornum stays in the car, can he keep it as consistent and fight against someone such as Merrick Shins? Well, I don't have as many hope for Vornum versus Shins as I did Vornum versus Rats, at least. Well, we're going to find out here, obviously. As we said, pit stop window is open. Any of these teams can come in a pit at any point, knock out their 70-minute stints. Of course, they'll want to try and make it as long as possible, I imagine, so that the final pit stop can be as short as possible, or at least fuel possible, even if they do decide to take tires, depending how late it is. But considering people are going to have to pit here with 2 hours left, I don't imagine we'll see double stinted tires and a half tank of fuel, especially considering we're sitting here talking about tire degradation.
I hope Vornum stays in the car for the next stop, because if he stays in the car and he manages to stay ahead of the 191, he'll be on his own little cloud, and I reckon that will give him the boost he needs to fight off whichever driver is trying to chase him down. Because I'm sure you know the feelings well when you make a mistake. For example, obviously he nudged the 191, got the penalty. You really beat yourself up over it. You're like, oh, that was really stupid, I shouldn't have done that. And you just start getting inside your own head. You get mad, you make a few mistakes for a couple laps, and then you settle down, but it's still in the back of your mind. But now, if he can get that penalty, go through the low of going, oh, I made the mistake, and then still come out ahead, he'll be buzzing. He'll be so happy. And I think that boost, that morale boost, will keep him fending off the attack from P2.
Fending off something Schumacher's used to at this point as well. The 411 BMW still out ahead of his teammate Geider in the Lexus. These guys, of course, have been fighting for, I don't know, about the past 30 minutes or so at this point. The Lexus has not been able to get past the BMW and show that strength down the straight that Nate theorized he might have. He just got a better exit onto the straight, though, I think. Maybe not. The BMW did pretty good getting out of there, even if he did run a little bit wide out of the corner, and I don't think the Lexus is going to be able to make it up. We're seeing the rev limiter almost hit on the Lexus already, deep into the slipstream. The lights are going to start flashing over on the left side of the dashboard. He might have the run here. Going to go for the inside. Will he be able to make it happen? I think he will. I think he's just going to drive past him. So there it is, Nate. Well, it took him about 30 minutes of runs down the Bristol Straight to really get that run off the corner. He finally made it. And that promotes the 514 out ahead of the 411, at least for the time being. GC Racing number 2 has become GC Racing number 1 and thrown Schumacher in his BMW out behind him. And it'd be funny if they both came to the pit lane right now, too.
Yeah, imagine it's sort of...
That'd be what would happen, wouldn't it?
It can't be a case of, oh, do what he doesn't do. Like, okay, he's passed me, I'll pit. And then the Lexus is like, oh, okay, I've passed him, I'll pit. Oh, one of them did go for the pit. Wait, okay,
oh,
no.
Yeah, I thought Guider was going to, you know what? No, he's going to go one more lap.
I really thought
Oh,
really thought you jinxed that then.
Yeah. Well, the 158, there it is again. The DT strikes again. Ada Pro Esports going to go ahead and get themselves a drive-through penalty for track limits. That was not a stewarded issue penalty. I'm just confirming really quick that Steven didn't drop anything. He did not. So that means that 158 is going to have to come through, take their drive-through here within the next couple laps before they pit, or potentially after they pit, and bring that back. We're going to watch Jarkko Torvinen. Bit of a replay here. See what happened to the 1, 2, 3 FFS Racing team. I think Stewie's just kind of pointing out the bad entry that Jarkko had into the corner more than anything. And, of course, Sundstrom now breathing down his neck. That's not quite as surprising as we expected. The 1, 2, 3 is actually going to go ahead and dive into the pit lane, realizing that he's under attack. Says, you know what? I'm slower than you, Mikhail. You go ahead and take that position. Takes the pit exit board.
Oh, what did the pit board do to you?
I'm wondering if somebody else knocked that over and it was just in the middle of the track, or if Jarkko decided that he didn't like that board. It's the long game, right? They can't. The 899 can't be ahead of him if he speeds into the pit lane. He gets a stop and go.
Yeah, that is true. But then you could argue that 899 could go, well, there was no speed limit sign there. How was I supposed to know where to slow down? But I feel like the students would take a dim view on that one.
Yeah, I don't think race control will be very, very pleased about that one way or another. About speeding in the pit lane, safety hazard, of course. Don't want to run over any poor pit crew members. That said, the 899 is going to get a good lap here, I think, because he's got plenty of slipstream coming off the back of that 411, who has fallen back just a little bit off the back of. Oh no, he just pit. That's right. I was like, wait a minute, he fell back off the Lexus, but no, yeah, he pit on the last lap. So, Jarkko Torvinen in the pit lane, obviously. Guider.
Oh no!
411. Oh, Jarkko. Jarkko. No. He played himself. He played himself. He took the pit sign, the pit speed limiter, and said, okay, no, here's what it is. All right. Jarkko Torvinen playing the long game here. Realized that he sped coming into the pit lane, decides to take out the pit sign to make sure that he's like, oh, well, somebody knocked the sign. The sign was over there. I didn't know where to slow down. It looked like it was here. Like that was where the sign was, right? Well, race control decided that he wasn't going to be too happy with that. And now Matt Samuel has to suffer the stop and go 30 for Jarkko Torvinen's failures. And I'm sure that pretty soon here we're going to see Mike Noble spouting up in chat, whether that's on Discord or if he's listening to chat here, making fun of the potatoes. Till Vornum coming into the pit lane, 5 seconds ahead in the last sector, 79 hundredths of a second ahead of Samuel Ratz. After that 5-second penalty is served, we should be seeing Samuel Ratz pit in about another 4 laps. I'm really, really curious to see this pit delta from the number 12 and see how quick it is in comparison to what the averages have been. Looks like the quicker pit stops are a very high 107 in to out to a very low 108 in to out. So Till has a little bit of damage from that tap on Ratz, and Ratz subsequently will have a little bit of damage as well. Do you think he repaired that 2 seconds, or do you think he remembered to tell the pit crew not to repair that 2 or 3 seconds of damage he may have gotten? Because that could cost him right there.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I've been told and been led to believe the McLaren suffers very badly from aero damage because obviously it being such an aero-dependent car. So I can't imagine any reason why you would not repair the damage.
Oh yeah, he
but
repaired.
Yeah,
114.
113.
114.0. 6 seconds. He had 6 seconds longer stop than normal. So yeah, definitely repaired. Sorry. That's plus the 5 seconds. So actually, only he actually did not repair then, because that would have been a 109 with the 5 seconds. So a little bit of a slower stop than he got last time around. But they just put Fast Boy in the car too.
So it would have been a 108, which would say no, unless because of it was such a slow speed accident, it was only marginal damage. There was just a guy out there with a cloth and a bit of spit and just buffed that one out. But we'll have to see now, what is Rats going to do? Are they going to stay out for another lap and try and eke their stint out as long as they can to have time? Yes.
He pit 4 laps later than the number 12 did last time, so I think he's going to extend that out to the end of his timer.
But then will he extend past that, though? Obviously, not to the end of his timer. You can't extend past that. But if he's got some time to play with, will he do so? Or do you reckon they might come in on the hour? Because the fresher tires you have at the end of the race, the quicker you'll go.
Yeah, I think he's going to extend it as far as possible. That seems to be very typical of the Racing Line team. And honestly, a lot of teams, right, is we'll see them they pit at the last possible second no matter what. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the 191 do that here. He's not losing that much time, right? Like, he's running low 55s. Let's take a look at this overtake here. Here's the 158 behind the Lexus of Matt Samuel, who caught the very tail end of that. What happens to Matt Samuel? He runs just a touch wide. Whoa, look at that run from the Bentley. He planted that throttle as early as possible, and Matt just had nowhere to go off the corner there. Down the Mistral straight, the Lexus does have the legs on him, but it's not quite enough there. This is not a battle for points, by the way, just a battle for position on track, which is sadly about all that Matt is going to be able to do during his couple stints. Of course, the Butler Powell car, I think it was the 556 version of the Butler Powell, caused that incident on him earlier as they were coming out of the pit lane and gave them critical damage. They had to do a very slow lap into an extra pit stop for repairs. And then subsequently, the stop and go 30 of the Yarko Torvinen just gifted over to Mr. Samuel has put them near last place all the way from first at the start of the race. And Bart Macha in the pit lane. I noticed the 777 did make the swap 191 in the pit lane as well, so he is proving me wrong and short pitting just a little bit there, Nate.
That's the thing. Is someone watching the lap times of the 12 and going, well, actually, they're gaining so much more on you that by the time we needed to stop, they would have jumped us anyway? Or are they just short stopping to get the next driver in the car? We'll have to see, and we'll keep an eye on the pit stop time as well, because that will definitely play into it.
Yeah, Vincent Airbich we're gonna watch him as he comes across. Obviously, he is the one fighting for the lead. Rats in the pit lane. The question being at this point, will Rats, or subsequently what should be Merrick Shins, once that finishes, be able to get in? It is indeed Merrick Shins in the car. Watching Vincent Airbich come out of the final corner right now, it's a reasonably quick time for Rats, and that is going to be actually a very significant gain from them, if I'm not mistaken. He's got a little bit more of the pit lane to go here. Coming out of the pit lane now. There he is, and there goes the number 12, past Merrick Shins. Vincent Airbich with a blazing lap on his opener, a 55.0 for an outlap. That is a damn quick outlap on cold tires. The pit stop from Samuel Ratze, 112.168. Nate, you know what that tells me? They fixed that 3 seconds of damage, and that just put him 2.5 seconds behind the number 12 to start the last third now of this race.
Yeah, so are we going to see the final last lap lunges? We have to see because now the McLaren obviously pushed on their outlap on cold tires. Have they now grained their tires, and are they going to suffer later on in the race, or in this stint, I should say?
Well, here's the problem. You've got to pick up 3 seconds on Vincent Airbich before you can even get there. You've only got 2 hours to do that. That's 3 seconds. So I think it's more the question of can he catch Vincent by the end of the race at this point? And granted, there will still be plenty of time for stuff to happen here, right? They've got plenty of lap traffic, plenty of drive-through potentials from the track limits and everything like that. They're gonna have to pit. They're gonna have to pit at least one more time, and make sure that he's gonna stay good. He's got 2 hours to get track limit penalties, and if he's not careful, he could get himself a drive-through with that number 12 could, and that could cost them that as well.
There is endless possibilities. Back markers, drive-throughs. What are we going to see? Is it going to be a quiet one to the end for these two? Or is it going to be an action-packed last few moments as we close the race later on? But for now, it is what it is. We'll have to just wait and see how it goes. And again, we see these two nose to tail. If you're wondering why, we don't know. We're hoping one of them can pass the other one.
Well, we have 2 passes so far in these GC racing cars because the BMW seems to have made it up in the pit lane. 411 back out ahead. 411 out ahead of the 514, and I apologize. Stewie's telling me as I was looking at my replay and timing board that he actually came past on the straight, not in the pit lane. So the 411 doing the move out on the straight and getting on back past the GC racing team. So I think that this is going to be the fight of the race right here. These guys are not giving up at all against each other as the 126 of Montalbano pulls out of the pit lane for the Ryan race team. That's actually Berrezzini in that car now in the 126. So they're going to go sprinting. He's pretty far ahead of the 247 at this point and pretty far behind Merrick Shins. So he's just kind of needing to cruise at this point, not getting himself a drive-through penalty in that 126. Joe McCauley in the 899 CDI Pete Bentley. He does have time to make up over the next 2 hours. And he can make up the time on Malley, as Malley's not too far ahead of him at this point, and he could find himself potentially up to P5. I'm curious to see how Dalton and Dedicek go now that they've both done the driver swaps. That's going to be very interesting to watch. I think the 777 and 404 as well. A lot of just interesting little battles are going to break out here in the last 2 hours. This is we don't know nobody knows what's going to happen at this point. Stewie's trying to tell us that maybe Stephen Key has come past that BMW one more time, and
V12 power.
Well, I mean, you're about 4 less cylinders in that Lexus, but yeah, it's just ridiculous. The speed of that thing versus the BMW down the straight, if you can get in the slipstream, is a lot. Here's position number 1 for Joe McCauley. John Dalton done and dusted. See ya, and I don't want to see you again, Mr. John. That's 1 position. 10 seconds up to Dedicek out ahead. 5 seconds or so between Dedicek and Malley. So Joe McCauley's only going to make up 15 seconds to the next position through the race. And I would not be surprised to see him doing that. Malley on his last lap, best lap of the race for that 408 car, 155.2. Joe McCauley putting in a 155.0 on the last lap. And his time is definitely trending downwards this lap, obviously, just because of the lap traffic. Well, I don't want to say lap traffic. It was for position out on the track. But the silver class car he had to pass before he could get out ahead. And John's staying with him, though. Pretty impressed with that, at least for the moment, till he runs wide there. That might cost him a little bit of time.
Anything can cost you time. It just depends if you want to be a glass half full or a glass half empty kind of guy, I suppose. But sorry, I did miss half of what you said. I had to remove some of my clothing. I was quite warm here in the comm box.
Okay,
so much action going on.
You just inviting Jesse Lee back in the box.
Yeah, Jesse's a bad influence on me.
Jesse has dedicated his time and effort to making sure that we do a poolside commentating stream one day. He wants everybody stripped down to bathing attire at best. That said, of course, we'll have to make sure our broadcaster stays out of the water. We don't want his PC getting wet. No splashing in the commentary zone.
No splashing, no diving, no running at the pool.
Well, Joe McCauley, again, I think he's going to be plenty of time up on the couple laps he's going to do here, and he's going to get out and start catching Dedicek out ahead. Dalton has fallen off 1.2 seconds behind him. Vincent Airbitch has gapped Shins by about another half second. Looking at the lap times, Airbitch put down a 54.4 last lap. That is faster than any lap that Ferrari has put down the entire race. Well, I did tell you, did I not, Nate, that Vincent Airbitch is the fast boy. And at this point, he's really showing that. I would not be surprised to see Shins here in a couple laps get comfortable and start picking up fastest laps for that 191 team as well. Yeah, it's going to be tough to beat Airbitch when he has clear air like this at this point. And he's got 2 hours left. There's plenty of time here for them to do anything in this race. Something could happen with the back marker, anything like that.
Yeah,
But
like we
these
said,
leaders are about ready to
Marcus-
lap the gate.
Oh, sorry, carry on.
Oh no, that was it. They're about ready to lap P8. I'm seeing they're catching the 777 there.
I was just going to say back markers, drive-throughs, track limits that result in drive-throughs will determine the race. Hopefully, these drivers have got it nailed in enough. They're not low silver scrubs like myself. They can keep it within the white lines and outside where allowed. But so hopefully drive-throughs won't play an effect. But you can never count on lap traffic to play nice. So, are we going to see an incident? I hope not, but you can never rule it out.
Well, at this point, what I want to do is I want to take a quick on-board lap with Merrick Shins. So why don't we say we crank up the audio here and listen to this Ferrari try and catch Vincent Airbitch out in the distance. He's lost 0.3 this sector. The question being, can Merrick Shins make it up over the next hour and 55 minutes over his last couple stints? Let's go to the full on-board audio here. Merrick Shins for the Race Night Motorsport 191 Ferrari 488 Evo around Paul Ricard. Well, Merrick Shins in the 191, you can see how much he's kind of struggling a little bit there versus Vincent Airbitch. Last lap for him, a 54.5, a damn quick lap, but still not gaining on Airbitch. 54.543, 300ths slower than the number 12 PC/DC Motorsports. 2 hours, well, less than 2 hours at this point left to go in the race, and it is about that time for me to check out for the day. Jesse Lee has migrated himself back to the comms box for the remainder of the 2 hours. And Jesse, well, this is still a very interesting and drama-filled race. Battles going on up and down the field. And I hope you've got your pencil, pen, paper, sticky notes everywhere, as I'm sure you do, ready, because math is going to need to be done quite a bit here in the last 2 hours, and I wish you luck.
Well, thank you very much. And hello, everybody out there. Jesse Lee back with you. It's going to be Nate and me and Stewie with you for the next little while, next 50 minutes or so anyway. And, well, it's basically DDC on Sunday. Nate, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Jesse? I missed you this Wednesday because obviously no DDC this week, but reunited once again. Sim racing knows no bounds.
I think Stewie called us three the dream team or something, or maybe Ryan Gill's the one that called that said that. That's very I don't know exactly what they meant by that. That could be one of those backhanded compliments, but one way or another, we're definitely a team of dreams. And I was always told not to let my memes be dreams, so I think it all sort of works out. A little less than 2 hours to go, 2:20 in the afternoon, and when the track dried out, well, it has shown no signs of raining again. The morning showers has led to afternoon sunshine, and I feel a little bit like a weather forecaster, so I'm going to continue. Winds are going to be out of I think that's the west, at about 4-kilometer breeze. Nothing too major. 33 degrees the track temperature at 2:20 p.m. here in France at Paul Ricard. 25 ambient. It's going to be a great day to wear some shorts and a short sleeve shirt and go out to the parks and get a fresh breath of air. And it's going to be partly cloudy as well. And that pretty much does my weather forecast. Can you tell in the time that I was gone, folks, that I enjoyed my time away, sort of paying attention to some of the more detailed parts of the track? I was looking down at pit stops a little while ago, and some of the battles are very interesting. Vincent Airbitch, who had that 5-second penalty, would not be denied the lead, and that was very touch and go between the 191 and the 12. I cannot believe the 12 had that little error in the final turn, but of course, knowing the rules, gave the position back. Only ended up being a 5-second penalty. Brilliant move, Nate.
Yeah, obviously, had he not given the position back, penalty would have been much more severe. I think Mike was saying probably closer to a 15-second
Yes.
stop and go. Oh, not stop and go, sorry. 15-second penalty added on to the pit stop, which definitely would have dropped them behind the 191 Ferrari. But sensible sportsman, allowed them back through. This is the right thing to do. And again, I always commend drivers that in the heat of the moment have enough awareness about them to, instead of going, oh, well, he just turned in on me, that's not my problem, they go, well, actually, maybe it was a little bit of a dive, I'll let them back past, it's the right thing to do. So yeah, 5-second penalty handed out, pulled the gap, and have got away with it. So now we get to see what's going to happen for the last hour and just over hour 45 minutes.
Yes, and I don't think we're done with the drama so far. Earlier, of course, you saw the 404 pass the 777, and I was thinking to myself watching that, I was wondering just how hard the 777 was going to battle, considering we all know Seb fairly well, and he's usually not the one to defend when he doesn't feel like he can. And it was a good battle, and I'm curious if maybe just the 404 found their pace in the drying conditions, or if maybe the 777 lost a little something when it dried out. But one way or another, Andre Dedicek in the 404 leading the silver class over Dalton in the 777, and Michael Muthen in third place, of about 20 plus seconds behind the 777 now. And right before we came back, you noticed that a couple more cars had received drive-through penalties, and I had lost some because I'm trying to keep track of how many have had a drive-through, but now it's becoming numerous, and I start to wonder, as we get closer to the checkered flag today, how many of the top running cars might find themselves running afoul of the track limits warnings.
Well, hopefully we won't see any more, but it's always a possibility, especially towards the end of stints when tires are getting a bit old, a bit used, and you just don't quite have the grip you want, and you could wash out wide. It's been known to happen. I've seen it done. Just lose it. You get a bit of a slide on, correct it, but that correction takes you off the track, and the game's like, sorry, excuse me, you lost a net 4 seconds, but you technically gained an advantage, so that's a penalty for you. And you just sort of question it. You go, why?
Well, there are certain sims that shall remain nameless that always seem to challenge my mental psyche with such things. You go off track, you have a spin, you come back on the track, and then all of a sudden you have to, well, as they say, slow down and give up the time gained. It makes no sense to me. But that's, obviously the difference between an electronic brain doing it and a human brain. A human brain can take a look at that and go, oh, well, they lost time, whereas an electronic brain, well, it's ones and zeros at the end of the day. It either does or it does not.
Off track equals yes. Time penalty applied. Yes. That's pretty much the gist of ACC stewarding.
Yeah, I always say, or I always heard, the difference between a human and a computer is a human says maybe, and a computer does not. I don't know how realistic of an expectation that is. I'm not the world's biggest computer expert, but apparently that's the difference. A computer either is a yes or a no, and a human can add the sometimes but quality. Manuel Cardinal, the 158 team, the Ada Pro esports team, has had a day. They've been as high as, I think, top 5 in silver, and they've been as low as, well, I think nearly last, but now they find themselves on the offensive of LaCour in the 21. Nothing doing there. Tight part of the racetrack. Hard to make that move, but the speed from the Ada Esports team and Cardinal is definitely there. Just got to have a nice place to do the pass. And is it here in the final section of the track? It almost looks like it was. And now it's down to a drag race.
Well, I think the Bentley wins that one. McLaren not known for its straight line speed. But it just depends. Is he going to hang on in there for the inside? No, it's too big of a gap. It'd be a bit of a lunge now if he tried to hang in there. But he's there. A little bit of rub in his racing there. But through cleanly enough. No one's facing the wrong way. They're both facing the correct way. McLaren still just in the mirrors, getting large. Going to be later on the brakes. Oh, little bit of a lunge, little bit of a turn in. Both the cars are carrying on though, but I think there'll be 2 drivers in 2 different cars going, well, that was never something you should have done.
One thing about this race, it's kind of gone away in recent races here at RCI, and I'm sad to see it sort of less of a thing, but today it's been in full force. The flashing of the lights. We all know that Tobias Geider loves to flash lights at you when he's trying to come around you or disagrees with a move that you've made. And it's not just him. We have seen many a driver flash the lights today, perhaps in frustration. I don't know what it is about Paul Ricard. I know a lot of people dislike the track. I'd like to hear where you stand on that, Nate. But the people that, whether you like it or not, as an interesting move, their defensive drive down into the corner, and it won't work as LaCour is going to get past eventually. Cardinal all but forces his way brute force style through that and absolutely makes it into 13th place. But what a move, and a move that LaCour would not have seen coming.
No, I mean I didn't even see that. That didn't look like that was on the cards. But then the Bentley was like, I've had enough, just stormed on through. But now is he gonna? I mean, they're not side by side coming across the start finish straight this time. So I'm gonna say Bentley's checked out. Just gonna wave bye bye now.
Well, where do you stand on Paul Ricard? I know a lot of people dislike this place. Apparently, FFS Racing actually really enjoy Paul Ricard. Where do you stand on the circuit with apparently 124 variations according to Mike Jones?
Or what you said, Paul Ricard? I fell asleep.
Well, that explains that. That was the Nate tells us how he feels about things section. It was a little short this week. I actually don't mind it. I was talking to Mike Jones earlier. I was like, I much prefer the touring car circuit. It was the first circuit I ever ran here when I was, let's just say I was too young to enlist in war or smoke or drink or do anything interesting. And I had the touring car circuit in some game, and I absolutely loved it. Didn't realize there was an even bigger circuit, which is obviously what we're racing on now. And then it went through a change where it's called the HTTT Hyper Test Track whatever thing. And now they've more sensibly went back to Paul Ricard, which is, a very smart move. And then at some point they decided to add chicanes on the Minstrel Straight. And I'm not so sure about that, the F1 version of this track.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's just so okay. I don't hate Paul Ricard. Like, yeah, I bash on it for the meme because haha, Paul Ricard. But I also don't like it. It kind of just exists in a space where it's a racetrack that you can go to and you'll turn laps there. But will you enjoy your time there? Probably not. But I don't know. The back straight is cool-ish because it's like, oh, I wonder what the top speed of my car is. But then you've got the horrible Sector 3 as we're coming into now, where it's just weird tightening radiuses to horrible offset cambers. And okay, maybe I do hate Paul Ricard.
Starting to think you do there. I think you talked yourself into it.
I'm glad I convinced myself.
I've got to do this for Stewie. He's giving me a hard time. Of course, we are in France, and this is a French circuit, so it's very important that we say say what the circuit is correctly. I don't know how you would particularly say Paul Ricard in French. Paul Ricard, perhaps. Paul Ricard. I'm not sure. But I do know in French the Mistral Straight as you call it, which I'm not going to say what Stewie thinks I'm saying, but you kind of get the picture. That's how you would say it in English where I'm from, and that's not how it's pronounced, though, I'm afraid.
French words often don't translate well into English. I'm going to be honest, Jesse. I don't quite know. You're like, oh, that's not. It's spelt this way, but it's not pronounced that way. That's how other languages work, Jesse. But you are the king of mispronunciations. I'm gonna be honest.
I am sorry. What did you just say? The actual name of this ridiculous straightaway, of course, is the Ligne Droit du Mistral, and it's very long indeed. And I gotta say, it's. I don't even think it's in the top 3 now for the longest straights in F1.
Okay, first of all, I want to apologize to any of our French viewers out there for Jesse butchering your language.
But Nate, I didn't.
Oh no.
So on this track, you have the S du la Verre, okay, which I didn't even attempt in a French accent there, and the Village du l'Hôtel, which I assume it means hotel, right? And then the Village d'Eau Comme, Village du la Sambouma, which is apparently some saint in France. And then you have the Mistral Strait and Corbe du Cygne, I sound Italian, don't I?
That was that wasn't French.
And then you have one. You have a. They actually call. I think it's turn 14. They call it a double curve, is what they call it essentially, if you translate it. But obviously, the back end of the circuit, the turns that nobody knows what they're called. There's the Gare la Bonne, and then there's the Deux la Tour and the Dupont, as well. The Dupont being the final turn that I have never gotten right.
And today will not be any different. I avoid this stuff because I just don't try and pronounce the names because I know I cannot.
Oh, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Come on, say it with me. Village do Bondour. Go on.
Okay, I'll tell you, right. I will say something to you in French that I do know how to say.
Go on.
And it's in response to you asking me to join in. No.
That's very, very great. Most people, I just realized I shouldn't say that. I was gonna say some things in French that I probably shouldn't say. Can you at least say pont, Dupont?
I can say El Rouge and not Al Rouge.
No, it's Al Rouge. It's Al Rouge. It just is. It's Al Rouge, and it's the Malzahn Strait.
Oh.
Not Malzahn, it's Malzahn. It's the Malzahn Strait, and it is the Ligne droite du Mistral.
Okay,
straight.
Jesse, can you cast your mind back to the first race of DDC Season 2?
Is it Anor or something else?
No, what car was Rose driving?
Wasn't it a Jaguar?
Was it a Jaguar?
I've never pronounced it like that. You're thinking about Mike Jones. I know all of us Americans sound the same, but I've never said Jaguar.
Jaguar.
Matt Samuel being overtaken here by the 84 Setcher, trying to get the pass. They're on the correct side here to get it done. And I don't think Matt Samuel is fighting too heavily here. Matt Samuel, who earlier today, or not Matt Samuel, I was told earlier by team manager Gergo Panker that Matt Samuel has not driven in a serious sort of sim race in about a month. He said he at least knows for the month of May, and he cannot account for the last race he ran in April. So he reckons it's close to about a month. So welcome back, Matt Samuel. Matt Samuel, of course, busy with real life work and other things. So he races when he can, getting it in here today at Paul Ricard. And it doesn't look like it's going too great for them, though, to be honest.
Yeah, but it's one of those sad things. It's through no real fault of their own, other than obviously getting the stop and go for the pit lane speeding infringement. But unfortunately, they had a strange accident earlier on in the race that I wasn't in the box for, but I got shown where they were unfortunately taken out as they were leaving the pit lane.
Can I ask you a completely off the subject question, Nate?
Oh, go ahead. I love this.
If we banned Bongo Berry from our YouTube chat, do you think anyone would notice?
I don't know. I was trying to think of a witty answer, but I just...
So I'm not sure if Conway is taking a jab at anybody or he's just stating a fact. He says, Triple R not participating in this race. Is this what it takes for the 404 to have a good race? Very interesting indeed. And oh boy, I've certainly been there. I've had several races at the Nürburgring where we did quite poorly, and then I had to sit out a race, and they won. So you have to wonder, am I the problem? Oh dear, everybody making fun of me in our from our commentary position. about how I say no. It's ah. It's AHH rouge, as in the color rouge, or the makeup, if you will. It's not our. It's not our rouge. It's and it's not O either, Nate. It's AHH. You got rouge right though. I'm actually quite proud of you. We're all sort of losing it here today. Please bear with us. There is a race going on.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There is a race going on.
Well, we talked about it, the drive-thrus, knowing that we were not done with them, most likely, considering the frequency that we had them, and a day that was going so well, qualified inside the top 5, ran as high as second in this race, has the 777, but they have triggered the track limits penalty for going over the limit too many times, drive-through for the 777, and this is Michael Muthen for Cryonics Racing, and they are going to get by Dalton. So up into second place again is Muthen in the 18, and down to the third place position in class is John Dalton, and I don't think they've been this low in the overall running order and in their class all weekend to this point.
Unfortunately, Jesse, I wish I could back you up on that one, but I haven't seen. I've been far too focused on the battles further up the line, which is terrible of me. It makes me a terrible commentator for focusing on one point and not seeing the bigger picture. But I'm very simple. I'm very simple-minded. I can do one thing at a time, and that is me.
Joe McCauley is I have a simple mind too. I can't talk and type at the same time, Nate. I can't do many things while doing many other things. I don't know what that is. I always just thought that was a limitation that everybody had, and then I eventually saw people talking and texting at the same time, and I was wondering if it was witchcraft. Joe McCauley for CDA. This team has been run through the ringer to this point. If you weren't with us earlier, spun on the opening lap, penalties after spinning other cars, and it has been a uphill battle, but luckily trending in the right direction, trying to take sixth place back. And talk about rebounds, the 408 with Mallet behind the wheel has done a fantastic job getting back inside the top 5, the entire top 5, all now pro drivers. And all of a sudden, Dedacek is the only one stopping Joe McCauley from making it 6 for 6 for pro. Pretty much putting the classes back together. Obviously accepting Katosi and Samuel, of course, who have had their fair share of dramas. I suspect this will end up in a pass coming into the right-hander at the top.
I think he's too far back. There's no way. That would be quite a silly lunge if he were to. Yeah.
I expected him to gain more, I guess.
But those with the keen eye, Jesse, would have seen that the speeds were coming to their end. Here's one for you, though, Jesse. This is quite controversial, and please don't fight me over it. We love a little bit of controversy.
I do indeed.
Right. The steering wheel on the Bentley is on the
Stop
wrong
it.
side of the car.
No, it's not. No, no, Nate.
For a race car.
Nate.
Yes.
So, 67% of the world, okay, drives on the left, right? The Bentley is a British car made by Germans, sort of near Germany for most of it. And they put a little British badge on the side and exclaim that it's British. Is the Bentley a German or British car? I know it's a British manufacturer and a British marquee, but would you consider it British or German? I could ask the same question about a lot of cars, like the Mini, for instance.
Well, I mean, first of all, Jesse, you're wrong. Yes, it has many German components in it, and it is part of the Volkswagen Group, but they are all assembled in England.
Yes, they're all finished in. It's the same thing we've been doing in America for years. It's how we say all of our vehicles are made in America. They're built in Mexico and Canada. The final assembly takes place in America, and that's exactly what happens with the Bentley.
No, it's all in one factory. Is it not over here? I'm sure it is, because you can. You
have a German engine.
Yeah, which
German
they fly over
electrics.
from Germany.
That's what I'm saying. It's all from other places, and it's assembled.
Right, I get
assembly.
what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
That's what
now.
we do here, because it's apparently cheaper to make things in a factory in Canada. So they make them there, and we hire somebody for minimum wage to assemble it here in America. Did I say that out loud?
Jobs. But it's owned by Volkswagen Group, which therefore makes it more cost effective for them to use the same parts that they're putting in the rest of their fleet. However, the chassis and the body panels and all the things that make it a Bentley are designed here in the Queen's Land. So I would therefore say it is British built and British because it's put together by the men and women of England.
You almost said by British people, and you realized you couldn't confirm that because of all the migrant workers.
Well, they're here. They're British people.
Are they Barkers or Mulliners?
I don't know how to answer that. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you.
Do you not know what I'm saying?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
I am more British than Nate. You have just heard this live. If you know what I'm on about, keep it to yourself. It's rather boring and dreary. Moving on. If you pay attention to the weather forecast, and certainly I am, I love the weather. Not only is it cooling off a little bit mid-afternoon here, it is going to start raining in 30 minutes, which is more than certainly going to throw a big monkey wrench in everybody's plans here today. It's going to be very interesting. It has completely clouded over, which is why it's a bit cooler. And the wind is starting to pick up as well. Rain in 30 minutes, Nate. What are you doing now? I assume everyone's having to have a strategy conversation at this point and a rethink.
Yeah, I mean, we had the rain at the start of the session, which lasted, a little bit over an hour, and I, along with I'm sure most of the teams, thought, right, well, that's it. The rain's come and gone. We're off to the races now. It's dry until the end. We can just focus on running our stints to whatever plan we've got, be it the maximum or on the hour, depending on how the teams decided to do. But now, like you said, everyone would have seen that little rain cloud pop up, and heads are going to be being scratched to try and figure out which is the best way to try and nail the strategy down. Because we have the cars that stopped a little bit later, so we've got those spare sort of 10, 20 minutes in hand that they can go a little bit longer into the race to get to the rain, because there's no point having to stop the car, well, unless obviously you run out of time. There's no point stopping to pit and change driver to then pit 2 laps later because it's raining. But you also can't put wets on the car while it's still dry, because you'll just burn them out. However, if you can go until the track changes over, you gain a pit stop on those around you, you'll be on the right tire at the right time, and it doesn't interfere with your strategy. So there's definitely going to be a lot of teams trying to, in the words of one famous Jesse Lee, do the math and work out how they can do it.
My favorite thing about this is our broadcaster Stewie reckons that it's going to fall right on when they do their pit stops, and I think he's correct looking at the last pit stop. But you know how ACC loves to rain, but the track actually doesn't get wet enough to put wets on, and it is only light rain in 30 minutes. So I wonder if there will be some that do gamble and go for the wets, hoping that it will continue to get wet and get wet fairly rapidly. And I'm sure somebody, perhaps in the mid-pack, if that were to be the case, would gamble and leave the slicks on. I think most people would. leave the slicks on if it's raining, but it's not quite wet enough. And certainly until the track is fully wet, there is some grip, and I reckon it could be very interesting. Well, Vincent Erbich has gained themselves a 5-second penalty, no doubt, by the stewards. And of course, the 777 has a 5-second penalty. And just to add insult to injury for the 194's already terrible day that they're probably going to want to forget, drive through for them as well. Let's take a look at the penalties. Oh, yes, indeed. Penalties abound here. 5 seconds for the 777, aggressive overtake and contact with the 12. Now that's interesting. I wonder if that 5-second penalty or a warning that's converted into a 5-second penalty for forcing the 777 off the track, up to a 5-second for multiple warnings. Yes, indeed. So what has happened here, Nate, is the 12 has come around to lap the 777, and they've made contact, and the stewards have deemed that they're both at fault.
Well, like I said, sometimes it can be. I don't know if I was with you or Mike Jones, because my memory is a sieve.
Oh, we're American. We all sound the same. We know.
You joke. I have a story about that, but not now. This is another time. There was 2 cars. I cannot remember who it was. Anyway, I digress. Where both of them were sort of at fault. It definitely wasn't the 2 that got time penalties. It was 2 different cars. But it's one of them had a dive. The other one saw it come in, turned out, and then turned into the corner. And while they didn't have contact, they avoided each other. Like I said, two drivers both at fault will be blaming the other one. But obviously, in this case, the stewards have gone, well, yeah, you are both at fault. Cut it out. Stop being so silly. And have given them both penalties for it.
Yes, of course, the 12 did not get a 5-second penalty. Just to clarify, they didn't get a 5-second penalty for causing a collision or running the 777 wide. They got a warning for it, which, because of the accumulated warnings, if you're with us earlier, I explained that a warning, they stack, and if you get X amount of them in a race, you end up getting a penalty of some variety. It turns out in this case, it's a 5-second penalty. And because they have got to that threshold today, that was converted into a 5-second one, and the 777 for having contact anyway was given a 5-second penalty for that. So it just so happens that they offset, rather unfortunately, and now the 12 is going to have to make sure that they keep that gap they have.
Yeah, hopefully they can. But what do I say, Jesse, when we do DDC? Black markers will decide the race.
Yes, the big difference between DDC and today is, well...
Is we're on Paul Ricard, and there's plenty of runoff.
Yeah, well, also that, and obviously there's driver swaps, and you're accountable for what your teammate did today. DDC doesn't have to really worry about that, as it's only one driver in the car, so it's a bit unfortunate. All the penalties stack, and again, for Erbich, he's got to keep that gap. He's only 1.8 to the good in front of Merrick Shins as they run. I know it says 6.8, but keep in mind, their next stop is going to be 5 seconds longer, most likely, because they'll serve the penalty thin. So that'll only be 1.8 seconds in front. So if Erbich has a slow stop or Shins has a great stop, they're going to be right on top of each other again.
Yeah, but judging by the last pit stop, obviously I know different drivers, everyone drives differently, but the McLaren was actually overall taking off their 5-second penalty a second quicker in the stop. So all signs point to good for the number 12 McLaren at the moment.
Yeah, so the day that started out so great for the 777, they were winning all of their battles. Well, it hasn't gone that way now, and with that 5-second penalty, they're only 4 seconds in front of Simon Keeble for 4th place in class. Keep in mind, the 777, on a day where they could find themselves picking themselves up, if the 962 gets around them whenever full points are awarded at the end of this race. Well, the MSV team is looking like they're coming good at the end, and Dalton will be with the, of course, 5-second penalty and the relative closeness. They will be demoted, I should say. I was going to say promoted, but they'll be demoted back to the 4th place position. But that 777 was really good in the wet, Nate, at the beginning of the race. I wouldn't count them out just yet. It's not like Dedacek is that far in front. Moving right along, Emmanuel Cardinal. I feel like every time we cut to Cardinal today, he has been in a fight with somebody, this time with Kwai.
What happened here?
And what happened to Merrick Shins here, I wonder? All alone.
We're being told that we think...
In an invalidated lap, what has happened to Merrick Shins? I wonder if the replays caught it. But he lost a ton of time. He lost a second. And yes, and now he's lost more time. So one can only assume a mistake, Nate.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get the famous death at the end of the straight here. It turns in. Does the back step out? No. So, how odd. If it wasn't there, then I wonder where. Maybe just too deep on the brake somewhere, but are they still losing time to the car ahead? Or it seems that the gap has gone up a fair bit.
So it was 6.8, and then when I noticed it, it was 7.4, and now it's 8.7. They were losing time anyway. But as our broadcaster pointed out, they lost a ton of time in Sector 1 last lap. And yeah, that tracks. So like you said, Nate, perhaps missing one corner pretty severely would lose you just about that amount of time.
Yeah, and it's easily done, especially if, as we were looking at, when you're coming up to lap traffic, if you're trying to go around someone and they brake earlier than you, it catches you off guard. It really does. And then you take evading action or avoiding action, depending on whether I'm right or wrong. And it shoots you off the track, and then you lose time because obviously you're on the track, you're on the marbles. So then you come back onto the track and the grip's not there, and you slide in the next corner, and it's just a compounding effect of issues, and it's a bad time for you. And then you see the car you're trying to lap just merrily drive off, and you're like, can get back here.
Oh, well, for Stefan Zero, what a day it's been. Back and forth with several cars. It's been very exciting to watch. The only BMW, and they will now have a Lexus in front of them of Kwai to try and get around. Kwai, who was right up the back of Cardinal, has fallen back. Now that's interesting. So I wonder if something happened to the Lexus. But anyway, Stefan Zero will be little consequence to him. And now a battle, or an attempt, or a chance, I should say, at 12th place all of a sudden.
Who's your money on, Jesse? The 411 or the 514?
Oh, here's the thing. I like Zero and Kwai. Be very difficult to pick between the two of them. GC Racing teammates and all that.
You know how you get out of this? You simply go, Nate, I imagine one of these cars will indefinitely finish ahead of the other.
Well, yeah, I mean, inevitably the person that crosses the line first is going to win the race. But no, I think it's interesting. I love it when teams do this. RCI does this when we go abroad and bring our teams and race, where there's no consensus of car, no consensus of livery. They allow them to pick whatever they're most comfortable with, and they go out there and race. And that's great. And we've already heard today that of the teams that have sister teams, there's no team orders here. I assume that is still in effect for this battle as well. let them race as Cardinal has pulled away from Kwai and continues to do so. But Zero is not really falling off the back of him. Merrick Shins is falling back ever more. It was 8.8, it was 8.7 seconds or so, a lap or so ago, and now it's 9.8. So that 5-second penalty that PCDC got for the converted warnings turning into a 5-second penalty for repeated offenses will be of little consequence. Again, now 10.2. So lost an additional 0.4 of a second in a single sector.
I'm wondering, we saw this around this sort of time last time. This time last time? There we go. I think it's a tire issue, Jesse. We saw it last time when the McLaren started gaining chunks of time over the Ferrari coming towards the end of their stints, and it just seems that that Ferrari just eats its tires a little bit more than what the McLaren does towards the end of the stint.
Find it interesting, two representatives of the 12 and the 777 who had that contact that gave them both the penalties. Obviously Marcus Lawrence, or is it excuse me, I don't want to misquote here. Yeah, Marcus Lawrence, a little frustrated in the chat, but talking to the 777's representative Seb Bernier, and you know, I can definitely understand the frustration there, trying to win a race, a big points day for PCDC. It would be absolutely fantastic. It would confirm their challenge for the Endurance World Cup, and with just one race to go, that's a big thing. You know, the 191 leading the championship, the 12 chasing, the 12's done a great job today. And it's always nice, though, to see the drivers and the teams talk it out. You don't usually get to see that. That stuff normally happens behind closed doors, but for them to amicably be able to agree to disagree and still respect each other, well, basically it's the opposite of what we do in the box, Nate.
Yeah, I never like see drivers fight. I know people get heated.
Oh, see, that's where you and I are wrong, or different.
See, I don't like conflict at all in any way. Like, I know people get heated, and sometimes you say things you don't mean or you know, necessarily want to say, but it's the heat of the moment. You know, you boil over. But like you said, it's great to see that. Yeah, it's a little tense, but they're still talking to each other rather than hurling insults at one another.
Well, Merrick Shins on the stint timer. He's got about 20 minutes left on his. And talk about driver drama. There's a little bit for you. And for me personally, I love it when drivers get into arguments. I once told, this is not related to RCI anyway, but I once told a driver that whenever his whenever his mother told him his goldfish went to the farm, that was a lie. The goldfish actually passed away, and it was the other driver they were feuding with that did it. And I don't like to pour kerosene on a fire. I pour gasoline because it burns better. All jokes aside, though, it is in the best interest of everybody that if you can't agree, you have to gentlemanly agree to disagree. And I respect any driver or teams that have that ability to, like, look, I'm frustrated. I'm going to explain to you why I'm frustrated. I respect you and your opinion, and we're going to leave it at that. There's a right and a wrong way, all jokes aside, to get your point across and disagree with somebody. And I think that both Seb and Lawrence did a great job of that.
Yeah, like I said, it was a little bit tense because it was kind of like well, I don't understand why you're doing this, but they talked it out, well, in the relatively, like, few sentences that were said to one another. But yeah, like I said, there was no hurling of insults. They were, shall we say, professional. Like you said, they had a gentlemanly agreement to, well, it's not even to disagree. It's just sort of kind of like a grievance, isn't it? It's like, hey, you've annoyed me. I'm just letting you know I'm annoyed by what you did.
The definition in my mind of a gentlemanly argument is an argument that is carried out without cursing, but also proving your point at the same time. Whether or not they accept that point is rather besides the point. But without having to curse out your adversary, but also explain to them why you're upset, that's the sign of a gentleman, and very much the case here, as Zero continuing to try and get into what is now the 11th place spot, and got very close into the S's, but nothing doing, not quite yet. Meanwhile, Simon Keeble is already on the back of John Dalton. So that was about 4 seconds a few laps ago and has evaporated. And I don't know what's going on with the 777, but they have just lost all of their pace.
Yeah, it may be, obviously I know I said earlier the McLaren was better on its tyres than the Ferrari, but that was the number 12 PCDC car. Obviously, that can have a completely different setup to the car of the 777. So it could or see a little bit of a squirm, a little bit of a slide out of the corner there. Is there going to be contact here? No, well avoided.
John Dalton.
Woof.
John Dalton hard down the inside, caught him napping, and Keeble now is demoted back a place. And I didn't see that coming. There's no way he saw that coming.
No, well, he did because he avoided the contact. It was well avoided, and the flash of lights there. Not Keeble, not happy. Going, look, I caught you. I made 4 seconds up to you. Why are you now?
Look
why
at
are you
this.
fighting me this hard?
The frustrated flash of the lights, all of that time getting there, the move made cleanly so, and missing a corner ever so slightly, giving it up, the flash of the lights, the frustration of, man, you got a penalty anyway. Why are you fighting me? I love it, though. That's the kind of driver frustration that I enjoy. I can't read his mind, but I can read his headlights, and I know what he's saying when he flashes those lights. And by the way, we talked about rain in 30 minutes. How about 10 minutes and a confirmation that it is going to get heavier 30 minutes from now. So rain imminent. We expect lead lap pit stop somewhere in the next 5 to 10 minutes to start. And there's nobody here that's crazy enough, Nate, that is going to put... Oh, excuse me. Pit stops are going to start in about 15 minutes. There's no way that anybody is going to likely put on rain tires for that. I don't think the track will be wet enough at that point.
No, this is what I was talking about when we heard that there was going to be rain in 30 minutes. As we see Dalton really overly fighting this position with Keeble. I don't really understand why he's fighting this hard.
Look at this though.
Maybe he's bored of just lapping alone, and he's finally happy to have a friend. But it just...
Have you ever met Oriosh, by the way? Who is John Dalton?
I have not, no.
Look at this! Now, was that a touch? Was that a touch between the 962?
I don't know. Maybe it was
that
just...
caused him to go off, because that's such a strange place to go off.
Maybe he just thought that the... Yeah, so he got deep on the brakes. Because it looked like the McLaren was sending one up the inside, and it's just, I don't quite understand, because now, yeah, so Keeble's pitting to pull himself out of that situation is
smart.
Yeah, it's just a bit of an odd one. And back on with Stefan Zero, these two have been nose to tail for the last 2 hours, and they don't show any signs of leaving each other alone anytime soon.
Well, but you gotta.
Yeah, sorry, carry on.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say Zero in the pit lane, perhaps looking for a little bit of a reprieve. And meanwhile, pit stops are starting for the mid-pack. In fact, pit stops are starting for the lead, some of the lead lap cars. Vincent Erbich comes into the pit lane, has that extra 5-second penalty. That will be of little consequence to him after having a massive lead. The gap going out all the time, and it's very puzzling what's happening to the 777. It's also puzzling what's happening to the 191, as they all seem to be falling off into the run. I must also say about Dalton for the 777, he has been a bit off the pace compared to his teammates in general. But of course, that is the difference of what a silver team and a pro team is.
It was just an odd fight between Keeble and Dalton. Though I don't quite understand it. Oh no! As we see the leader, the 191 Shins, picking up a drive-through.
Well, we talked about it. We talked about it some more, and it's going to continue happening. And if you think this is the last one, well, you would be on the wrong side of history. Merrick Shins for Racing Line Motorsport and the 191 have been given a drive-through penalty for track limits. Again, that is an ACC assigned penalty. And all of a sudden, the hopes that they had start to dwindle ever so slightly. And what will this mean ultimately for the championship? Will Fulvio Berrezzini, will Molly get through? What about Joe McCauley? This could change everything.
Backmarker's not interfering too much, but yeah, as our broadcast studios pointed out to us, and as you may have all just seen from the graphic, the McLaren has gone back out on dry tires, which, well, realistically makes sense because it's not even raining yet. But now that means they're going to have to make a second pit stop, which will put them out of sequence.
So this is interesting. Does Merrick Shins come down to serve the drive-through but not come in? Yes, well, he's going to have to serve the drive-through anyway. He only has 3 laps. But does he then stay out after this in an attempt to get to the point where it starts raining, put the wet tires on, suffer through it for a few laps, and hope that the track gets wet in a hurry? We know in 30 minutes hard rain is going to come, or heavy rain is going to come. Stefan Kwai has got a stop-and-go 30 for speeding in the pit lane in the 514. That'll stop that Kwai Zero battle that we've been seeing, and we'll promote Zero. It is all kicking off. Well, Nate, I think it's been an absolute pleasure. I will see you back here on Wednesday at our normal time, normal place. Diamond Drive Cup, by the way, this Wednesday with Nate and myself. And we hope to see you there.
Always a pleasure, Jesse. And have a good one. I need to go. Ryan is glaring at me from the corner like some weird little gremlin. So I will relieve my seat for the gremlin. And I wish you an exciting last hour of the race.
Well, thank you very much, Nate, on the way out. Ryan Gill on the way in. Ryan, if there was one person I didn't think I was going to get to talk to today, it's you, and I'm pleasantly surprised. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good, Jesse. Thank you. Thank you for asking. I've been enjoying our trip out to France. I went down to the bakery not too long ago. Got myself a cake.
I saw this.
And a coffee. I was enjoying myself, and then Mike Jones came up to me and he said, "I'm gonna die today, so you need to take over for the last hour." And I was like, "Oh, okay." So yeah. I guess here we are. But I've enjoyed our trip out to France. The racing's been exciting from what I can tell. It's a shame that we haven't had as many cars on the grid today as per usual. But it hasn't made the race any less interesting from what I've seen.
Yes, indeed. How was that chocolate confection that you had? How was that?
It was lovely actually, and the coffee was a very nice compliment. They even offered to warm up the cake in the bakery.
Oh,
it was absolutely lovely. But getting back to the topic at hand, our producer has been yelling at us whilst we discuss French bakery, and he's been saying that Vincent Urbrich did not change tires, just went into the pit stop and refueled. Had a 50-second pit stop, so that plays into the strategy that you alluded to just earlier, with the fact that it's going to rain within the next 10 minutes and get worse progressively over the next half an hour.
Well, this race is going to turn on its head because the rain just didn't quite get here in time for this pit cycle. So I like that strategy, not taking tires, knowing that eventually you're going to have to, and the rain does start to come down as Joe McCauley and Mollet comes in, the 408 and the 899. The 514 coming down the pit lane, finishing there, or exiting pit lane, I should say, clearing their stop go 30. Tobias Geider gets back on that car, and that will promote Samuel Chumley in the 252. And Matt Samuel, among others, like Dimitrov and Atkinson, up several positions. And, of course, cannot forget about Zero, who's now in 12th place, 9 seconds back behind Kellaway in the 962. I like that strategy, Ryan Gill. Don't pit for tires. Just get enough fuel. Perhaps even just get enough fuel to get to the point where you know you're probably going to have to put the wet tires on. What do you think?
I think it is a good call. You know, to come in, you know, fill the tank up, maybe 20, 30 liters, something around that. Depends on the car, of course, and what your fuel usage is. But I do like the strategy if your stint timer is coming towards its end. You know, just take that fuel, save yourself seconds in the pit lane. There's no point switching to a fresh set of dry tires now, knowing that you're probably going to have to change off them in 10, 15 minutes time. And, you know, I agree. I like the call. Come in, get some fuel, and, you know, you already know you're going to have to come back in anyway. So why take the extra time penalty when you don't really need to? So, from me, looks like a very sensible decision, and we'll have to see how it pays off, because I'm not quite sure all the other teams have done the same thing. There are a couple of teams that do seem to have taken tires, Jesse.
Yes, indeed. I was just looking at the stops myself. I am pretty sure Fulvio Berrezzini has taken tires, and probably the same with Dedicek. Well, actually, no, Dedicek hasn't been in for quite some time. But yeah, there are some cars that I don't think had. I don't think Team Zero Bad Luck with David Kelly on board, the 247. I definitely don't think they took tires. I'm pretty sure that Merrick Shins has taken tires. And I'm pretty sure H3 Racing, yes, a lot of the pack have. Some have not. And I think those that haven't, if they can time this out right, I think that they've hit it right on the money. Fulvio Berrezzini for Orion Racing, he's second right now, the 126. They haven't pitted in quite some time.
PCDC back in the pit lane. The number 12 McLaren, just noticed that.
They must reckon it's time.
Yeah, they must do. So that was kind of what I alluded to just a moment ago. Go in, take some fuel, don't change tires, save that time in the pit stop, and then literally come back in a few laps later and switch over to those wet tires, and you should be good to go. And obviously refuel the rest of your tank as well. You wouldn't have put a full tank of fuel in during that quick stop that they did earlier on. You'll only want to take you know, just about 5 or 6 laps worth of fuel, and then refuel the rest of it in this final stop, which should be the last scheduled stop for all of these teams in the race.
Strategy coming alive here in the closing hour of the race. The 6 hours of Paul Ricard looks like it's heading towards a fantastic finish, and I don't think this is decided yet, as it looks like, yes, Till Vornum has got on board the 12, and I think they'll take the car to the end of the race. Merrick Shins flashes by in the second place position. Now, it'll be interesting how long they push it. I feel like the correct strategy here is stay out as long as you possibly can, but I don't think that's going to be more than a lap or two from now.
Yeah, so gaining time, the Racing Line Motorsport team on the McLaren of Vincent Erbrich. Or, sorry, Till Vornham now, in that car, by the looks of it. And, well, Marek Shins, what do we think, Jesse? 3.5 second gap seems to be the difference between the two of them at the moment. And, of course, these are the two protagonists, aren't they, for the lead of the championship and going into the final round at Suzuka in just about a month's time as well. Realistically, it's going to be one of these two teams that wins the championship. I can't see either of them dropping out for the final round of the championship, and it's going to be close in a month's time. But I'm sure Nate asked you this earlier on before he dipped out. But who would your money be on in this situation?
Well, I know that PCDC has won races this season, but it's going to be really hard to beat Racing Line, and it's going to take a significant turn of events. They've weren't the favorites coming into today, and I still don't think they are. I think that's PCDC, but over the championship, I just find it really difficult to bet against the 191. Even when the 191 hasn't been favored, they've certainly been in the mix. Ergo today, I just don't think the 12 gets beaten, despite the penalties, despite all the misfortune that they've had. It's not going to change today. But overall, the 191 for my money.
Well, I have Jesse Lee putting Racing Line Motorsport up on the pedestal of success in his mind for today. And I mean, it is hard to judge, isn't it, between these two teams? I mean, both of them have been practically bulletproof all season long, is probably one of the best ways to put it. Both of them have had very, very good results in basically every round of the World Tour so far. PCDC Motorsports have had, what is it, 2 wins they've had so far this season? And Racing Line Motorsport have had 1 win. And I think it's 3 podiums and 2 podiums apiece, respectively, for those two teams, and obviously a couple pole positions here and there for either side as well. So they've definitely been the 2 big contenders of the season so far. They probably were 2 of the biggest contenders that we thought going into this championship all the way back in January, but I can't lie in thinking that I honestly would have thought there would be a couple more teams a bit closer to them in the standings at this point in time.
Well, I will tell you this. There certainly will be, at the end of today, there will be more players. Of course, the 191 doing as well as they are, but you have to also take into account, folks at home, that we were giving away points at certain intervals in the race, and the 191 did not necessarily score as highly in the opening stanza as they are now. So that's going to be very detrimental to them, at least in the short term. And of course, losing out today, it's looking like, to your biggest championship rival, that's not going to help you in the points. It's going to make it very close indeed at the final round, at least between these two. But I reckon we could have as many as 4 contenders that are all still viable in the final round.
Yeah, going to be very, very interesting for sure. And of course, we will have to keep an eye on the silver battle throughout the final race of the season as well. It was the 962 car, the Milton, or the MSVR rather, as it's actually known as its proper name. It's the Milton Steel Vaston Racing team. They led the championship in silver class coming into this race, followed by GC Racing and then XL Racing by Renwelton. XL Racing not here today. The full 1-1 off the podium as it stands. The 962 just on the podium as it stands, but very good points up on offer for the 404 here today. And of course, the 556 retired earlier, and the number 1 pole position racing car not present either. So we could have, what is it, a 3-way battle potentially coming into the final round of the championship for the silver class. That'd be great to see. as well, and it would be very, very nice to see for us on a personal basis, I guess, to see the Connection Lost Racing team pick up a win in class so far this season. They haven't had it easy, and I think the last time we saw Connection Lost Racing pick up a win was in the GT4 class at the 3 Hours of Spa, if I'm not incorrect on that one.
Yeah, I believe that to be correct. I was just monitoring chat, and we have the 404 team in the chat remarking on their good luck and good fortune today, wondering how they're not dead. Well, you've got some incredibly talented drivers, and all jokes aside, it's been a very fantastic challenge by the 404 Bart Macha in that car. I suspect to the end. I'm sure Martin Lawrence and Dedicek could confirm nor deny that if they wanted to, but Macha it back in the car, and it was an excellent march to the front of the silver field today. And boys, if you do hang on to win this, and I think you might, it has been fantastic to watch the 404 Ferrari. It wasn't always in the lead, of course. They definitely had to rebound and overcome some adversity today. Seeing a lot of cars getting sideways on some of these corners, Ryan, the weather is definitely coming in.
It definitely is, and some of these cars obviously struggling in these conditions. Some of them not quite what they used to be in these wet conditions. I do remember a time when the Bentley was probably considered one of the best cars in the wet, to be running, but it's quite far from that now in the wet conditions. It really, really doesn't like it, and to me it's kind of sad in that sense, because teams like the Orion Race team and the 899 team, the Coach Dave Academy Nearly on Pace team, that I expected to do really, really well this season. Well, I mean, Orion Race team have struggled. There's no other way to put that. They haven't been as strong as I would have expected them to be. They even had a DNF at the Kyle Army 24 hour, which I believe that's the first time they've DNF'd to run RCI Enduro race. But the Coach Dave Academy Nearly on Pace team, 3rd in the championship, but 5th on track today. And could have been lower down than that if not for a few things going fortunate their way, like the 123 Lexus getting caught up in an incident earlier on in the race, which obviously took them out of contention for a win here today. So it definitely seems like that Bentley lacking a severe amount of horsepower around here, especially on the straights in these wet conditions, as kind of just seen there how struggling to catch up to the Ferrari on the straight.
I think your assessment is correct about the Bentley. I do recall a time where that thing was nigh on unbeatable in the wet conditions, but that was ever so long ago. And you can see just how sideways Macaulay's 899 is trying to get up to Briggett's 408. And it's absolutely sideways in some of these corners, very different than the Ferrari's sort of body language.
And of course, this is a battle for 4th in class and 4th overall. Joe McCauley hunting down Briate at this point in time. The H3 racing car. The H3 car hasn't had much luck this season either. They sit 20th in their class at this point in time, 215 points. They're almost 700 points off the lead of the championship. But I tell you what, a 4th place would go a long way towards an improvement on their season so far. This is Stefan Zero under attack from the 777. This is Tom Pottage in the OVRC McLaren at this point in time, and that's a very nice move into the final corner, and the 777 McLaren makes its way past and looks like it will start to make its way off into the distance. The BMW fairly quick in a straight, but I think the 777 should have the job done. And here is Joe McCauley going to have a look for the outside line, turns into the inside line, and he will get the CDA NOP Bentley ahead of the H3 Racing Ferrari, and that's Joe McCauley up into 4th place.
Couple of quick passes there. Tom Pottage back in the 777. Tom qualified that car inside the top 5. And oh boy, was as high as second. And all of a sudden, Briat getting back into it, and a flash of the lights. Folks, this race is not done. Oh, and a little bit of a bump there, I wonder, perhaps. A little bit of a touch, and then all of a sudden the battle is reignited. Not happy is Joe McCauley as he continues to get by Briat here in the 4:08. And of course, this is big, huge championship battle. 4th place in the race. And for the 899, they have a chance to salvage their day. In the 4:08, they're trying to salvage the season here a little bit. They just couldn't get anything to go their way. The 4:08, definitely one of the bad luck sort of drivers or bad luck teams this year. As Bart Macha going to try and make the pass, gets loose, goes wide. I don't think they'll get a track limits warning for that. I think they made it back onto the circuit in time, but position lost in a very scary moment, or time lost, I should say, in a very scary moment nonetheless. And I think that was a position loss to the 247 of Kelly, I'm pretty sure, as well.
A loss to overall position, but not class position, fortunately, for Bart Matcher. And I think the more important thing for the 404 car is that there was no massive accident there that could potentially take them out of this race-winning position in class. Seeing the Ferrari get back past the Bentley on the Mistral Straight a lap ago kind of just reinforces the point I had earlier about the Bentley just struggling on the straights, especially in these conditions. And Mikhail Sundstrom in the chat saying the Bentley would struggle to catch a stationary car on the straight. Kind of sums up Mikhail Sundstrom's feeling about his own car as well.
I don't think Mikhail likes Paul Ricard. I don't think Mikhail likes tracks with giant straightaways on them, and for good reason. And I love the colorful sort of language there. Just in general there, it's pretty good. I like Martin Lawrence's comment as well about his feelings about today as well, particularly how the race is going. Oh, going to be body contact right there between the two of them. The 408 continues to fight Joe McCauley. And just a couple of touches and maybe a dive down the inside here. You got to be careful. It's easy to turn somebody around, but nothing doing there. And position still with the 408, and it's been several laps. And if you are Joe McCauley, you are going to get more and more desperate. Defensive move by the 408, trying to go around the outside of the S's is Joe McCauley. If he can hold position, he might be able to pull this off, and he's just about going to do it. And for the second time in 3 laps, Joe McCauley up to 4th.
Yeah, the problem is for Joe McCauley, though, is that it might be a repeat of what literally happened 2 laps ago. The Ferrari close enough on the straight to make the difference. It went around the outside of Cygnus towards the end of the Mistral Straight. Will we see the same thing repeat itself here again? The Ferrari Evo, a much better car in the wet than its predecessor. The Bentley, not the behemoth it used to be in these conditions anymore. And now, in the slipstream, we will start to see the Ferrari inching closer and closer. You can start to see the power of that Italian stallion now coming through, out towards the inside. Joe McCauley defending the inside line, doing everything he needs to do right. It will be the outside line.
He missed the corner a little bit.
Off. The lift slightly off for the 404, and that's cost them. And Marek Shin's back into the pit lane whilst this is going on, but I think Joe McCauley, now that he's managed to keep ahead of the 408 on the straight, may have done enough to finally start putting some pace between himself and the Ferrari behind. But I tell you what, he's had to work hard for it.
Well, it's put up or shut up time. Less than an hour to go in this race. Less than 45 minutes to go in this race. Everything you do now has to be done with purpose and gusto. And it took 3 laps and 2 different moves to get that to come off, but it has. But is it over yet? Can Briat come back again and try something down the inside? If they can hold this position through Sector 1, they might have a shot on the Mistral Straight, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to, as the gap is widening just a bit now. But what a battle from Joe McCauley. I don't think the stewards would find any fault with that, with a little bit of contact. I don't think anything was won, lost, or given up with that contact. I think that's perfectly fine. I mean, after all, you know what they say, cars have fenders for a reason. Though you're not supposed to crash anybody, you should be at least be allowed to touch. And for Benjamin Bauman, it has been a up and down day for the Ada Pro Esports team. 158 now having to show his defensive might. Of course, he's got all manner of cars behind him and getting past zero himself, trying to run away from them as well while dealing with lap traffic, or him being lap traffic, I should say, with cars all in between them.
So replay here. Frank Briate behind the likes of Joe McCauley. Ooh, that Ferrari getting slightly out of shape. And just having to hold on to it. A lovely view of the sky there just for a moment, which is peppering us down with rain, and that is expected to continue throughout the end of the race. In fact, it's going to get progressively worse over the last half an hour of this race now. 34 minutes to go. And it is the PCDC Motorsport McLaren, number 12, that leads the way so far. And Jesse, I mean, it's probably been mentioned at this point in time now, but from the start of that race, the team that made a blunder, started on the wrong tyres, forced themselves back into the pit lane because of that mistake, to be right back up there at the top. It's the kind of champions mentality that will go a long way in trying to win this championship.
Yes, indeed. And talking about that comeback, it was pretty fantastic. You would have seen them in qualifying and in practice and knew that PCDC had something special today. Don't know if it's the driver, the car, the conditions. It's a mix of all things, I would imagine. But I said that at the top of the show, I felt like if anybody could do it, they could. And they definitely did. It took them 3 hours to get back into the fight. It's taken them longer to secure it, but they have done that now. 12 seconds, the gap between them and the 126 of Orion Racing and Matthias Egger. And I've been sitting here crunching numbers and doing math and trying to work out strategy and figure out why the 191 came down pit lane, and there's just no reason for it, Ryan Gill. So one can only assume that Shins came down the pit lane to fix an error with the car, whether that be tires, fuel, whatever it may have been. They had to come down pit road because nothing else changed for them. So certainly something amiss there, and that has demoted them down to third. And they can ill-advisedly afford that, as their nearest championship rival is running away with it.
Frustrating indeed, and I think Bart Matcher, currently a bit frustrated as well, seems to have the pace over the likes of David Kelly. And just stuck behind the pro car at this point in time, and I think this is kind of a good thing for Bart Matcher, though, and the 404 team, in my eyes, because whilst I can understand it's probably a bit frustrating to be stuck behind a car that's, A, not in your class. If you're faster than them, you definitely feel like you can get past them and start going further up the road. If they're not under threat from Muthen behind in the number 18, and realistically, unless Bart Matcher has a very, very bad next half an hour of the race, they're not going to be under threat from the 18 behind. He can kind of just enjoy the next 31 minutes of the race, kind of just sit behind David Kelly and take it easy. He doesn't need to push the car too much, doesn't need to put himself in a dangerous position at this point in time. But what is your favorite phrase, Jesse? Racing drivers like to be racing drivers, and they want to be ahead of everyone they can be, even if they're not in the same class.
Yeah, my favorite phrase actually is "I'll have a steak medium rare." But other than that, on the racetrack, of course, that is very true, and the rules of the game often change, but one thing stays the same, and it's the squishy thing made out of bone and skin in the cockpit of these things that never change, and you want positions. And if I were Bart Macchia, I would be paying attention to Tom Pottage, who is, unless I'm very much mistaken, the quickest car in silver right now. Oh my goodness, and Bart Macchia nearly losing it right there. A list of just slower traffic in front of them. Macchia nearly losing it, trying to keep up with Kelly in front, trying to keep up his lap times. He doesn't want anybody to have a chance at a comeback today, but he has to keep the car on the road. Very wet indeed. Look at the spray coming off of the 247. And look at just how treacherous the conditions is. I am glad I am dry in this commentary box.
Yeah, definitely does make you feel good knowing that you're up here where the heating is and it's nice and dry. And I mean, I went down to the bakery whilst it was still sunny. You know, I got out there whilst it was still nice and dry, whilst it was good, and it was lovely to be out there. But I can tell you that I'm glad I did get back in an undercover before the rain returned. And I'm sure there's some cars out here and some teams rather wishing that the rain hadn't returned at this point in time. But a few other teams will be very, very glad that it has come back. And I imagine that the one such car is probably the 123 Lexus car, which obviously suffered earlier on in the race due to an incident. But they were going very, very strong in the wet. Obviously, you had Mike Noble in for an interview whilst he was in the car earlier, and I'm not too sure
his teammates potatoes.
Well, I mean, a lot of people could be potatoes compared to Mike Noble, Jesse. But I'm not sure you'd want to drag Matt Samuel into the commentary box for an interview right now for his feelings.
No, I'm sure Matt Samuel, who, again, you were listening, you heard that Gergo said that Matt Samuel hadn't participated in a quality sort of esports race or any race, probably for that matter, since April sometime, thrown into the deep end here in the 6 hour and not going too bad at all. And certainly I feel like that 123 is coming alive in the wet conditions again. We talk about the Open Visor team some more. They led the majority of this race in silver down to third. They were as low as fifth after their pit stop, and they have climbed back up to the third spot at this time. I don't know if they're going to get anywhere. I can confirm, though, they are the fastest car in silver by a second, though their last lap was invalidated. So it's all good being quick, but you do have to be a bit careful, don't you? You don't want to get drive-through penalty in the last 30 minutes, and I think that's in play for every single driver in this race right now. Got to be careful.
Well, Bart Matcher ahead of the 247, and considering the pace that he was showing earlier on, he'd much rather be ahead. This is Tobias Geider under pressure from the OTL Racing McLaren. Slight little tap. And that will see the McLaren through of Atkinson on Tobias Geider. I'm pretty sure Tobias Geider won't be too happy about that one. And I'm pretty sure that the stewards will have a little look into that one, Jesse. Just to see what they make of it and see if they think that was enough to be deemed unnecessary contact.
David Kelly here trying to make the move on Bart Macchia after Macchia made the move on Kelly. Again, it is for overall position, but it doesn't count for in class. Kelly in the pro class, and of course Macchia in the silver. But nonetheless, Bart Macha did make the move, and it has come off. It has stuck. So put Macha in front of Kelly, and even after the contest down the Mistral Straight, it hasn't amounted to anything, at least not right now, between them. And going back to Tobias Geider, we didn't get to see it, but I would have imagined if we could have had a front-facing view of that Lexus, we would have saw his lights flashing after those moves. But Bart Macha now, you can see this is Bauman now, who I believe is on a different lap. I think Macha is Macha and Kelly are a lap ahead of Bauman, but even still a lap behind. This is a fantastic, well, it's not a fantastic view, it's really hard to see, but it is a very interesting view of what's going on in front of them. Just enjoying the sights and sounds there for a second. Ryan, I was just listening to the car, trying to listen to the engine and everything. And look at that, a little bit of oversteer in the rain. Very easy to lose traction and spin the car now. Got to be very careful in the final 25 minutes.
Yeah, definitely do need to be careful. And touching on the sound of the cars, I mean, as someone who's had I would say a bit of experience, probably not as much as some, but as someone who's had a bit of experience hearing these cars in the real world, obviously been to Donington Park for the last couple of years for British GT. It is amazing how close ACC does model the sounds of these cars. And one thing that does kind of disappoint me is for the size of the car and how amazing I think it looks. I'm actually quite sad about how mellow the Bentley seems to sound when you hear it trackside. Definitely not as impressive as some of the other GT3 cars, like for example, the Mercedes GT3 Evo. Quite honestly, didn't think the Mercedes sounded that good until I heard it in the real world. But definitely a fan now, and I think it's kind of a testament to Kunos, really, with the way they have replicated the sounds of these cars in ACC. It's absolutely beautiful. So we see Till Vornum putting another lap on Stefan Zera in the lone BMW on the field, and this is another car that sounds absolutely fantastic in the real world as well.
It is indeed. I'm not a big fan on quietening down the GT3s, which happened, some years ago now. Of course, we all know the infamous Porsche noises from a few years ago that were ear-deafening and horrifyingly loud, but I absolutely love them, and now obviously they're a lot quieter for some very valid reasons that I still disagree with, the same way a small child will disagree about going to bed at 8 p.m. I disagree that the Porsche should still be screaming, and a lot of the other cars are very subdued indeed. You want to talk about disappointment? I was at Daytona whenever they unveiled or whenever they debuted the current Daytona prototypes that they have, and I was looking at them and I was like, oh boy, these things are going to be tremendously loud, but they're not. They're actually incredibly subdued. And they almost sound like diesels, like the Audi diesels, if you remember those from whenever the LMP era came about, the LMP1 era originally arrived. Very subdued, though they are not diesels. They're not loud at all. And it's almost disappointing that cars that are this immensely powerful sometimes do not have the grunt you may expect them to have. But if anything, it just adds to the mystery a little bit. It's very strange to hear a car that is very quiet be so powerful. The same thing too, if you consider Formula E, those cars barely make a sound other than the drivetrain whine, and those things are tremendous fun indeed. But some of the cars here, though, I will agree with you. The McLaren, for instance, make a very, very fantastic noise. David Kelly, though, is a little frustrated because he is behind Bart Macha. Macha passed him, but hasn't been able to leave him since he passed him 2 laps ago. And Macha will have to take care here. You don't want to get into a tangle with a car you're not really fighting. That Ferrari is absolutely dynamite down the straightaway here, leaving Kelly just a little bit. The two on their own, nobody really around them. Macha really doesn't have too much hope to catch the 408 for 5th, and Muthen I do not think is any threat to Kelly in the 247 either. So these two fighting the only fight that they have left for the day. But the car sliding around. Our broadcaster is pointing out just how sideways everybody is getting now in the downpour that we're having, and he's very much correct. Nearly everybody losing a little bit of traction at least and having to countersteer. See that from several of the onboards so far.
Definitely have, and just under 20 minutes of the race to go now. Bob Matcher hasn't pulled away from David Kelly as I probably would have expected him to after getting past, so maybe being slightly held up by the 247, but not enough to the point where they can pull any sort of significant gap from them at this point in time. And considering the gaps that Bart Matcher has between himself and the 408, doesn't look like he'll be holding up the 247 for a chance to finish in the top 5 in the Pro class. So I think for these two at this point in time, it's kind of just cruise towards the end. And I think when you're in a race like this, Jesse, you get to the last 20 minutes of the race, you're probably, feeling a bit tired at this point, a bit fed up of driving around in the wet, especially if your car isn't particularly fond of the wet, and you're probably just counting down the laps at this point in time, going, yep, there goes another, and another, and another, and that's one less, and then eventually you get to the end and you say to yourself, well, that's a job well done for today.
Well, for me, it's just about maintaining. It doesn't matter if you're Macha. You have to know what's at stake here. If you get spun, you're going to lose a ton of time, and you never know. Maybe Muthen could catch up, or maybe even Tom Pottage. Tom Pottage is 37 seconds. He's about half a lap down to Macha, I'm pretty sure. And Muthen, of course, is significantly behind as well. I think Tom Pottage is about half a lap, maybe even 3/4 of a lap down. But that's what I'm talking about. That is what Stewie was mentioning to us. He was pointing out, see how sideways Bart Macha got coming out of the corner. It doesn't help that this track is mainly flat in the corners, so you can't really carry a ton of speed. You have to nail it. Otherwise, you're going to be losing traction anyway, and in these wet conditions, it is not helping at all. But you can see, as hard as it is raining, and it is going to continue to rain harder right up until the end of this race, but there is clearly a defined run-in line. It's not dry by any standards, of course, but it is sort of drier. There's no standing water on it. You can get significant speed, and there you can see it there. The difference between the shiny part of the track and the more matte part of it. And ask and you shall receive, people in the chat. People wanted to see Vanko Dimitrov in the 84 for the Jardier Community Team 2. Jardier not here in his race today, but his community team still here and performing in the middle of the pack there in silver pretty much. 84 has been towards the front, towards the back, and I feel it's poetic justice that they sort of finish somewhere near the middle. But Dimitrov going to take this car to the finish today. Looking a bit racy here late as well. getting past the Lexus of Matt Samuel, who is really struggling in the rain all of a sudden. So, not a position that will pay him extra points, but sense of pride nonetheless. 13th place for Dimitrov.
Yeah, Dimitrov soldiering along at this point in time in the number 84. Has Samuel behind now, and obviously that's not a fight for position in class, that's just an overall position for which points are not, well, not awarded. But the satisfaction of finishing or being ahead of a pro car will not be lost on them, and we saw Mike Williams doing some impressive overtakes in that car earlier on in the race in these kind of conditions. And they'll be looking forward to a decent result, with, of course, quite a few teams missing from today's race. And I think that's going to be kind of the story for a lot of these teams, Jesse, is today is just a day about picking up points where other people haven't been able to because they haven't shown up today. And you know, whilst some teams won't particularly mind that too much, you know, some of these teams are going to be looking at it and saying, you know, this race is a bit of a blessing, even if they didn't do too well in terms of relative position to everyone else. They'll still be gaining some very, very good points towards the end of this race.
Well, because this is a team championship, I know some of the teams had switched their driver lineups around. They're dealing with multiple races on the weekend. Mike Noble, who we talked to earlier, mentioned that, yeah, I'm in 2 races at once, but I'm actually going to be in 3 at once by the end of the day. All 3 events will be going in some fashion. So it hasn't worked out for the 123, but you got to admire their dedication, even though it definitely is exhausting. Some teams pulling double duty, some pulling triple this weekend, and it's very it's one of those things where you definitely have to make sure you are up to the task. Marcus Lawrence in chat asked, why did Merrick Shins in the 191 pit again? And just like RCI TV in chat said, we don't know, and we don't know. I tried to swing the strategy play any way I could on paper, and it just didn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense for the 191 was that they either were going to run out of drive time, or they had a mistake with their initial pit stop or something, because there's no reason 10 minutes after a stop that you just made you would have to come in again, unless you made a mistake or you were in danger of going over a drive time limit or something like that. Though I suspect it's not a drive time limit, it was something mechanical that they had made a mistake for. But the real answer is, we just don't know. It's going to be interesting to find out post-race exactly what happened to Racing Line, because they were very solidly in 2nd place, but all of a sudden are going to find themselves on the 3rd step of the podium, a podium finish nonetheless. Till Vordum has got that lead out to 16 seconds now, and with only about 12 minutes to go, victory is looking ever more certain, and the finish line, the light at the end of the tunnel, is very, very clear indeed.
Light at the end of the tunnel indeed. And Nico Veldman sitting in 17th place overall. The 2SRL Esports Team Red, and we had Christian Stricker in for commentary earlier, didn't we, Jesse Lee? Who is he's part of the I believe he's part of one of the 2SRL esports teams that's running in the pro split for this RCI World Tour. If I'm remembering that correctly, do correct me if that is incorrect, but I do believe he is part of the 2SRL esports team, so going to be interesting to see how their team has done in the pro split. Their team obviously here in the invite split, and in the pro class, not the pro class, the silver class. Not having a particularly bad race in terms of overall position for their class, but again, probably just thinking that they could have made up a few more points on a day where a significant portion of the field is missing.
Yeah, and that would have been the goal coming into today for all of these teams. No matter if you're involved with the overarching championship or just trying to make up some spots to sort of pad out the stats for the season, you would have been very joyous about the opportunity to make up points. You're still going to make up some, but not nearly as much as some of the other teams. Keep in mind, the top 4 pro teams were all here today, which pretty much made up all the ones that had a legitimate shot. We had 4 out of the top 6 silver teams that all had a shot here today. So most of the top running teams still found a way to make it here and make a run at it. It is unfortunate, though, if you came into today looking to make up some points and it hasn't panned out the way that you expected it to. That would be a bit frustrating. Well, the 408 is continuing this battle as they're trying to retake the position here. Almost coming off, didn't quite, and Joe McCauley still holds on to the 4th place spot, but it's just about that much, a fender's width perhaps, between the two of them as we ride along board the rear window cam for the CDA team in the 899. Looking back at Briat in the 408. And with 10 minutes to go, Ryan Gill, you have to favor the pass here. You got to think it's coming at some point.
You do have to think it's coming at some point, and considering how quick we've seen that Ferrari on the back straight, on the Mistral straight, you can't really put it out of the realm of possibility at this point in time. Joe McCauley fought so hard to get ahead of that Ferrari, but just hasn't been able to shake the 408. And as the clock trickles down, as the minutes go down, as the laps get shorter and shorter towards the end of the race, the 408 now starting to put itself in a position to potentially take that place back. And if they do take the place back within the final couple laps of the race, I'm not sure Joe McCauley's Bentley will have the pace to kind of make a difference or say anything about it at this point in time. We're on to the back straight now, and Joe McCauley starting to go defensive. We'll start to see the power of the Ferrari Evo kick in at this point in time. The slipstreams start to close down here. You can see this is where the Bentley starts to struggle for top end. Gonna go to the inside line, and this looks like it's gonna be fairly simple for the 408 to do on the inside line, well ahead as they arrive to lift for the corner. And that puts the H3 Racing car, driven by Briate, in front of Joe McCauley, up into 4th place with 8 minutes of the race to go. The most important thing, Jesse, does Joe McCauley have a response in the next 8 minutes that can affect this final position going into the end of the race?
Well, one thing I can tell you is Mikhail Sundstrom is on my rear end. He says that CDA NOP, Jesse Lee, get it right. And I'm sorry. You can put the weapon down. You don't have to kill me, Mikhail. It is the CDA NOP team. I don't know why I always just say CDA. And Mikhail, if you're listening, I always say CDA NOP. Don't tell him I don't.
Jesse Lee out here trying to negotiate, not getting the
trying to not get mugged is what I'm trying to do.
Trying to negotiate the Mikhail Sundstrom treatment away from him. And Joe McCauley, he's trying to, well, maybe not negotiate a pass. He's rather trying to force
Strong
a pass
arm
out of the 899 Bentley on the 408 Ferrari. Here we go. Towards the end of the first sector, and Joe McCauley right on the back of Briate's Ferrari. And now as they start to come, look at how the Bentley struggles through the low gears, just trying to get out. And you can see here Joe McCauley just not enjoying this car at all in these conditions, and that's cost them significantly coming out onto the back straight now. When you can't get the power down as aggressively as you like, when the car starts to get loose, you have to ease off slightly, you have to wrestle the car back. That all costs time, and you can just see here the Bentley just does not have the pace, even in the slipstream, just can't catch the Ferrari. And this is the part of the circuit where Joe McCauley's Bentley starts to come into its own a bit compared to the Ferrari, but difficult to force a pass through here unless you have a significant amount of pace over the car ahead.
Well, the Bentley is definitely no slouch in sectors 1 and 3. It's sector 2 where it is in need of a little bit of speed boost, but even so, if he can get close enough, I don't think at this stage he will pull any punches, will McCauley. But at least for right now, the 408 has the position, and what a day it's been for H3 Racing. You talk about them having absolutely no luck whatsoever this championship. A little bit of a reprieve here at Paul Ricard, and what will it be for them? Will it be a 4th or a 5th? 5 minutes time or so, we will know the answer to that question. But Joe McCauley is not giving up this pursuit, staying nice and tight to the rear of the 408. And we'll have to see. Look at the Bentley go through the corners. It looks so aggressive in comparison. The Ferrari just seems so very poised and planted, and the Bentley looks like it's sliding around, but as if it's being driven very vigorously, and perhaps it is trying to stay with them. Of course, very important that McCauley stay with Briade here in this section of the track, because you got to be close enough in sector 3 to make a move. And we've seen our fair share of dives down the inside, around the outside, even in the rain. Could that potentially be an option? We'll have to see. Job number 1, staying close to the 408.
Yeah, it has to stay close to the 408 if Joe McCauley is going to have any chance of taking that position back. And, well, realistically, if Joe McCauley wants to take that position back, he probably has to do it as late as possible. Probably talking penultimate or final lap of the race, to not allow the Ferrari any chance to respond to an overtake from the Bentley, but it's going to be much easier said than done. And around here, Joe McCauley, he won't want to finish behind anyone more than he has to. One of the most competitive drivers I think I know in ACC, doesn't like finishing behind anyone. And
Joe McCauley, competitive, really?
Any chance to finish ahead of someone else, Joe McCauley will bite your hand off. I mean, it was back at the 24 Hours of Kyle Army. He was stalking down Valentin Barrier in the final laps of the race, and given some of the insights to what that was like, James Parker was saying that every single lap, Joe McCauley was just pushing as hard as he could to get as close as he could, and in the final couple of laps, he asked James Parker, "What's the gap to the car behind?" And at that point, James Parker knew he was going for a dive bomb that probably wasn't going to come off, and it didn't quite come off, and Joe McCauley did return the position, as he was required to do so. But I kind of get the feeling that he might be asking Mikhail Sundstrom and Alexander Guglia the same question at this point in time in the race. He might be saying, "Lads, what's the gap to the car behind? I'm thinking about not using the brakes at one of these corners."
Yeah, it's an option you have. It's not one you would want to have to use, but coming down to the final couple of laps, I fear it will be the last resort, last ditch, and last option used by the 899, and I reckon that he will pick his moment. He's going to have a few. There are a few good passing zones here, and if you stick it down the inside, you might have a chance of the move coming off. Just look how much quicker they are through sign there. And now this right up to the back of him all of a sudden. It's looking very good. Looks like the challenge is on now between these drivers. All it's going to take right now, Ryan Gill, is one swift move up the inside, and he could probably have him, but he lost ground right there.
Yeah, Joe McCauley realistically can't afford to make any more mistakes if he does want to take this at this stage in the race. I believe Till Vornum is on the penultimate lap of the race at this point in time. He'll be crossing the line to start the final lap of the race next time by, and this is Joe McCauley on the front straight, on the main straight. down towards turn 1 on the outside line. Is this going to be the move for the Bentley around the outside of turn 1 on the 408? It's going to be the inside line for
Look
turn
at that.
2. And Joe McCauley gets it done. There'll be this lap and
Crossover.
another to go. Is Briate going to try and retake it? He'll have the inside line for turn 3. Will turn into the outside line for turn 4. Back into the inside line for turn 5. He will take it back. And Joe McCauley will be forced to wait again. And he'll be forced to make that move one more time on the final lap of the race next time by.
Well, Till Vortum has come across the start-finish line. He is already on the final lap, and look at this. Close enough to get the suck from the back of the Ferrari. Defensive line from Briate, and the outside is all free for Joe McCauley, but the straight line speed, the second he comes out of the slipstream, will keep the Ferrari in front single file. Be brave, be smart, and make the move stick is going to be what Joe McCauley needs to do entering the third sector of the track. And meanwhile, Dimitrov is chasing down Kellaway in the 962. That has huge championship implications as the 962 came in the championship leader. What will a bunch of less points do to those in front that are having a great day? What about the 18 perhaps as well, if they get one more spot, or not if they get one more spot, but if the 84 can put one more spot between them and the 18, we'll all have to see how it shakes out. But Joe McCauley is going to come around and get one more lap to go. White flag is out, and it is on for the 4th place position. No battles going on for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. It's all about 4th.
It is all about 4th in the pro class at least, and you can see Tom Pottage in the 777 behind. He's probably just going to keep it safe and not really interfere too much with these guys. Doesn't want to get caught up in an incident that is going on in a completely different class and pick himself up a penalty late on in the race. Joe McCauley's eyes focus straight forward. Till Vornum will cross the line. It's been an incredible race for the PCDC Motorsport crew from pit lane to 1st.
Here we go.
And it's going to be the 84 team.
It's a drag race
down on the 962.
Oh, it's going to come to contact. They're both
Touch.
going to spin. Contact, and they both spin. Kellaway and Dimitrov. And Dimitrov, class act, is going to stop and let Kellaway continue going.
The number 84 clearly feeling responsible for the incident, and as such, he'll give the place up to the 962. Like you said, good sportsmanship there. Kellaway will finish 11th and Dimitrov 12th, but our eyes straight back here towards the 4th place battle. Joe McCauley will not get the pass done on the Mistral straight towards the 408. He's going to have to do it in the final sector, the 3rd sector. Is it going to be a run towards the line? Is he going to get the move done on the final corner? We're going to have to wait and see. We're on board with the Bentley, the number 899 CDA NOP. How much they would like to finish in 4th. They'd like to get those extra few points on the table. They're 3rd in the championship right now. This will go a long way to helping their championship efforts. Joe McCauley's going to have a look on the outside line. Is he going to try for a switchback? Is he going to go for a dive on the final corner? No, he isn't, but he's going to try for a switchback, but I don't think it will be enough on the main straight. It's going to be a drag race towards the line. Will it be enough for the Bentley? No, it won't.
Oh.
64,000 separate them at the line, but Briate beats out McCauley in the Bentley.
Well, that's how I expected this race to end. It was fantastic. And what about our winners, PCDC Motorsports? Just a fantastic race. Folks, they qualified on pole, were on the dry tires at a wet race start, decided instead of stacking up the field to reset to the pit lane, started the race on pit lane, was 22nd at the start, 30 plus seconds behind the lead. 3 hours later, had caught up and was fighting for the lead with the 191. Then late race drama, penalties, and mistakes, and they had to fight for it. And in the end, the 12 outlasted them all and won the race. What a fantastic day for PCDC, winning again, and that will not draw them level in the championship. But Ryan Gill, it gives them a shot at Suzuka.
Definitely does give them a shot at Suzuka, and that's going to be where a lot of these teams' focus will move towards now in terms of the RCI World Tour. 6 races for the whole season, and 5 of them have now come to their conclusion. The 10 hours of Suzuka will be the final battleground for this championship, and of course, the entire coverage of that event will be right here on RCI TV. But the number 12 McLaren of Till Warner, Marcus Lawrence, and Vincent Erbrich, what a phenomenal drive here today, and absolutely fantastic. I tell you what, Jesse, at the start of the race, when they had to make that call to, well, they made the accidental dry tyres, they had to make the call to start the car from pit lane to ensure it would be on wet. I mean, at that stage of the race, did we think they were going to come back and win? Definitely not. But I tell you what, it's been a champion's drive here today, and I'm sure that if in a month's time they end up winning the championship, they're going to look back on this race in particular and say, this was the decision that saved the championship for us.
It was, and I gotta say, it was an excellent comeback. I thought they could do it. Didn't know if they would. I didn't know if the 123, who led much of the opening stanza of this race, would ever be caught. It was such a bad day for the 123. 13th overall, or actually, I think they finished worse than 13th. A few cars have left at this point. But it was fantastic. Your podium, by the way, in Pro, PCDC, Orion Racing, and Racing Line Motorsport 191, your top 3. And then, of course, Bart Macha winning over Cryonics Racing 18, and then Open Visor do finish 3rd in the 777. Those are your podiums. And what a crazy day. What a crazy day of racing. And it was just a day where PCDC, throughout all the dramas, refused to be denied. Very well done to them. And what a hard race, too. You wouldn't expect a racetrack with so many straightaways to be this difficult, but some fantastic racing as well. One of the least penalized endurance races we've ever had, and makes me look forward to next month at Suzuka, the championship finale of the Endurance World Championship, 1 month away.
Yeah, 1 month away, and for the finale of the RCI World Tour, we might have a couple of new names on the partners and sponsors banner for Racing Club International. As some people might have seen, we've been making out a few happenings across the Discord, and we should have some pretty big news in preparation for next month's race, and of course, plenty of stuff going forwards as well. And I think, Jesse, you know, it's been an interesting championship so far, and it's been great, but I think a lot of people, myself included, and probably a few of the staff as well, are looking forward to its conclusion in a month's time. And you know, Suzuka is probably one of the best tracks we could end it at, and I think I'm going to enjoy heading out to the land of the rising sun in just a few months' time. Got to get those plane tickets booked early.
Well, Japan has the best food, in my opinion. I am sure if people don't agree with seafood, they may disagree. But it's a fantastic place. I think most people agree it is a fitting place to end this gauntlet of a championship. 6 races. I don't even want to know how many hours of racing it is, but please join us for that. But in the future, on Monday, the Porsche Cup, or actually it's not Porsche Cup, it's just the Porsche Things Championship. You got Porsche Cup, Porsche GT4,
Masters,
and GT3. Well, that's not what it says on my thing, so I'm going to hashtag blame Mike Jones for that. But yes, the Porsche
Unbelievable.
Masters, it's Porsche GT3s, GT4s, and Porsche Cup cars. George and Joshua on that. And then the Diamond Drive Cup returns on Wednesday with myself and Nate. Thursday, the GT4 Season 2 with George and Sam. The Friday Championship, of course, the GT3 World Championship with Mike Jones and myself. And of course, Saturday night, late night out returns after a 2-week hiatus. It actually hasn't been on hiatus, but we haven't broadcasted it in 2 weeks. We will return with myself and Ryan Mawson. We've got all the GT racing you can handle. Why not like, subscribe, and hit that bell for more GT racing content? We will see you on Monday for the Porsche Masters. And, well, just a big thank you to all of you that stuck out today's race and joined us. We appreciate your loyalty, and thank you for being in chat, talking to us. And we hope that you've enjoyed the race. And a big thank you to our partners, Race Department, AK Informatica, Raceface, Speed Labs, and Sim Racing GP. More information about them in the description. And of course, if you are interested in racing, why not join our Discord, get involved? You don't have to just watch. We have splits from pro right down to just starting beginners. We would love to have you on track. Ryan Gill, an eventful day at the track, an interesting day at the track at Paul Ricard nonetheless, but I think it's time for a little rest. What do you think?
Definitely do think it is time for a little rest. I think Mike Jones has already passed out for the first time this year, and I'm sure I'm sure he'll be awake in probably a few minutes. And,
he sleeps like a polar bear. He only does it like seasonally.
Yeah, probably. And yeah, I think it is time for a rest, not just for us, but for some of the drivers as well. And good luck to any of the drivers that are also actively competing in the 24-hour at SimGrid.
Yes, indeed.
This weekend, obviously, they're about 9 hours deep into their race, I think, at this point in time. 8-9 hours deep into the race. And I know quite a few teams, unfortunately, had to drop out of this race to go race over at SimGrid. So we wish them luck, and we hope to have a much more stacked field for the finale at Suzuka in a month's time. But as Jesse Lee has said, it's time for us to hit the hay, and we will see you for the next World Tour race in a month's time. But we'll see you more importantly on Monday for the Porsche Masters Cup. Thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.